In the year 2020, portals connecting to other dimensions began to appear, and an extraordinary event unfolded in this peaceful world. Governments mobilized their armies to enter these portals to investigate, but no one ever returned, and monsters began pouring out from them. They were abandoned, possessing overwhelming power capable of crushing any modern weapon. The monsters began slaughtering humanity everywhere, but then supporters appeared. People granted supernatural power and superior skills by higher entities along with hunters on the front lines. Humanity began to counterattack. The supporters had the ability to grant hunters supplemental power. Among those hunters was one who commanded countless followers and immortal warriors. Wielding the power of flames and known by the nickname Demon King, he emerged. With the special traits of a player, he gradually grew stronger through his hunts. However, the 12 great heroes who were regarded as gods feared this man and his power. Under their influence, the Demon King was erased from history. Those who were considered gods created Eden ever since. Hunters were regarded as a new subspecies of humanity, while those who couldn't become hunters could only work as slaves. Hunters held the power to rule the world. And so 100 years passed. In a forest, Black Hair was being trained by his dear brother-like friend Seong-gu to become a hunter. Already out of breath, kid, Seong-gu sat dangling from a tree, asking Black Hair, who was standing there panting after running a few laps around the mountain, "Is this your limit? You really can't go any further?" Seong-gu encouraged him. "You were the one who said you wanted to change the world, right? Do you think you can become a hunter just by using your willpower? To catch the eye of a supporter, you have to push past your own limits." So that's how it is. Did you also have to push past your own limits to find your first supporter? Brother Seong-gu. "No, they just supported me like that," Black Hair said enviously. "That's not fair at all. The world doesn't have such a thing as fairness. It's like the fact that I'm a hunter and you're just a commoner. If you can't run, I guess we have to try something else?" Seong-gu conjured a spear and handed it to Black Hair. "Is this the asset a hunter owns? I never get tired of seeing it no matter how many times I do." "There's nothing to be surprised about. Once you become a hunter, you'll understand," Seong-gu replied with a smile. "Is that so? Once I become a hunter?" Black Hair laughed bitterly after learning the truth that his parents were murdered by a hunter's own hand. "You gave me that book as a keepsake. It's full of absurd rules that the hunters have set, and I want to change that. You've helped me for all these years, but look at how everything is playing out. I guess I will never be able to become a hunter. Becoming a hunter, as the teachings of Eden say, is just fate, I guess." "That's complete nonsense," Seong-gu tapped Black Hair affectionately. "Don't worry, kid, you will become a hunter. I guarantee it. Anyway, do you still have that book?" "You keep asking me that. Of course I still do. It's the keepsake my parents left behind. You told me it was the memoir of a forgotten hero, one who was erased by the 12 great heroes, right? You keep asking about that, so I've got it memorized by now. If only he were still alive, the world might have been a better place." While Black Hair and Seong-gu were talking, a girl in the sky was watching them from afar. "Found you." After saying that, the girl reached out her hand and fired a beam of purple light toward them. Seong-gu felt the magic almost instantly the moment he saw the beam of purple light. It was flying straight toward them. He cursed under his breath and pushed Black Hair away. Just seconds later, a massive explosion occurred right where Seong-gu and Black Hair had been standing. While Black Hair was still trying to understand what was happening, he suddenly saw a girl flying down from the sky right before his eyes, leaving him terrified. A hunter. What is a hunter doing here? The girl glanced at Black Hair. If you looked closely, you could see her eyes turning purple. "Kneel." Black Hair immediately knelt down, not because he was obeying, but because some power seemed to be controlling him. It forced his body to move according to her will. Immediately after, several beams of light flew in from somewhere. The black-clad figures who had just appeared knelt down respectfully and said, "Ruler of Eden, we pay our respects to you, Lady Athena." The name Athena made Black Hair even more terrified. With the highest noble rank, a ruler? Of Eden, one of the 12 gods who founded Eden. What is she doing here? He surely hasn't gone far. Catch him and bring him to me. "Yes, milady," the black-clad group replied in unison and quickly left to carry out the mission. "Finally caught this guy, huh? What a pity." But Athena looked at Black Hair. "Who is he? I can't sense any magical power from him at all." At that same time, Black Hair was praying silently. "The Demon King's memoir I'm holding contains the dirty secrets that the 12 great heroes want to hide. I hope she doesn't notice and just leaves." "He's just a lowly slave," Athena said, then turned her back on Black Hair. "Has she left?" Black Hair was wondering, but suddenly his body was released. Black Hair thought he had escaped, but the moment he looked up, he saw Athena standing right in front of him. Looking at him with evaluating eyes, she said, "I almost missed you. I can sense the magic radiating from you, even if it's just a faint trace. Your heart is pounding uncontrollably. Your breathing is erratic. Just look at how you've stiffened up. I suspect you're hiding something you don't want me to see, aren't you? Take out whatever you're holding and confess what it is. My body is moving on its own. Is this the god's command? Stop. If she finds this book, I'm done for." Ignoring the cries of his heart, his hand moved against his will. Being manipulated, he pulled the book from his pocket and held it out. It's a book. Damn it! The black-haired guy cursed internally. My body won't listen to me. The story of how the new Demon King is actually humanity's true hero. Eden doesn't want the world to know the truth about the Demon King. Everyone involved with me will be killed. If the situation gets any worse, the entire district will be wiped out. That's how Eden operates. That's the power of Eden. They eliminate everything that displeases them or gets in their way. I can't give her this. Please. Just as Athena was about to touch the book, it suddenly flipped open. A burst of magical flames erupted, and Athena barely managed to use her magic. She conjured a protective shield, narrowly escaping the flames. Her eyes lit up and she shouted, "Found it! It's the Demon King's memoir! I don't know how a lowly slave like you got your hands on this, but I'm taking it." Just then, Shungu appeared like a god and swatted Athena away into the chicken coop. The black-haired guy couldn't hold back his emotions and started crying. Stop crying, you're a man. Still, you did well. You held out really well. Shungu picked up the book and smiled teasingly. Who exactly are you? How can you fight back against Athena, one of the 12 gods? Shungu handed the book back to the black-haired guy. Sorry about that. I haven't had time to explain this to you yet. I didn't think I'd find this so soon. You've been saying it for a long time, right? That you want to change the world. Are you betting on someone like me? Hunters are appointed to act as gods and dominate others. A talentless person like you would live like cattle waiting to be slaughtered by others. But if you had the power to change the world, a power that could rival the 12 gods, would you still want to change this world? Shungu summoned a sword and pointed it at the black-haired guy. He fell silent. Just then, Athena's scream echoed from afar, "Him do!" Her face twisted in rage. Armed and flying toward them at high speed. Athena is coming. We're out of time. Make your choice quickly. I can't fight Athena alone, Shungu urged. The black-haired guy's eyes suddenly turned red. Yes, if I had that power, I would change this world. Good. Shungu smiled with satisfaction, then suddenly thrust his sword through the black-haired guy's chest. If we meet there again, be good to each other, all right? What are you talking about, him do? The black-haired guy's body with the sword still in his chest floated in midair and slowly vanished. Executing the contract. As per the contract, the fallen angel will support you. By the time the black-haired guy regained consciousness, he found himself teleported into a cave. Looking at his body, there wasn't a single injury. He was bewildered. What's going on? I was clearly stabbed, but there isn't a single wound on me. My body feels different than before. The power I feel inside and that voice, it said I was supported. Have I really become a hunter? Where exactly am I? Magical energy flows through my body. Could it be that I'm inside a dungeon gate? As he was speculating, he suddenly heard footsteps not far away. He quickly hid behind a rock to assess the situation. He saw a goblin walking by, looking around aimlessly. This is it for sure. I'm inside a dungeon gate. Goblins are the lowest level monsters, but they are more dangerous than people think. That's why they're called rookie killers, because of their special sense of smell and hearing. And their reckless, predatory style, many new hunters with little information have lost their lives. I hope it just leaves without finding me. Unfortunately, thanks to its keen sense of smell, the goblin quickly caught the scent of the black-haired guy and slowly approached his position. Will what I learned actually work on it? I don't have any other choice anyway. I just have to trust in the skills I've learned to become a hunter. The black-haired guy gently leaned down. He picked up a rock and threw it in the opposite direction of where the goblin was heading. Hearing the strange noise, the goblin turned its head. The black-haired guy took his chance. He grabbed the goblin's sword arm, and with his other hand, he swiped, instantly wiping the goblin out. What is this power? At first, I only intended to scare it and steal its weapon. But did I really become a hunter? Just as he was confused, a notification window appeared again. The fallen angel is paying attention to you. The fallen angel is the Demon King. Suddenly, a swarm of goblins appeared. It seems they came because of the noise he made earlier. There are so many, and even worse, the one at the back is the goblin leader. It's the boss of this goblin dungeon? It's over. I just awakened as a hunter. What chance do I have standing against that thing? Suddenly, the black-haired guy remembered the promise he made to Shongu that if he had the power to change the world, a power that could stand against the 12 gods, then he would definitely change the world. That's right. I can't go out like this. I can't kick the bucket before I get a chance to change this world. The fallen angel applauds your fighting spirit and is now taking notice of you. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With determination, the black-haired guy recklessly charges toward the goblin horde. In the past, watching the black-haired guy use his spear to slice through falling leaves with perfect precision, Sungu couldn't help but exclaim, "That's truly impressive." Looking at you, I suddenly understand what a true genius is. Ordinary people have their limits, but if you get a sponsor, I firmly believe you'll become an elite hunter better than anyone else, just like you are now. With sheer willpower and his own honed skills, the black-haired guy single-handedly wipes out almost all the goblins. His level rises accordingly, leaving only the leader left. Just as he thinks this, he senses imminent danger. He quickly rolls backward, successfully dodging a surprise attack from the boss monster. Even though it's just a goblin, it's still a boss-level monster. According to the data, to defeat a hobgoblin, you need to be at least a C-rank hunter. Only then can you hunt it. If you've just awakened as a hunter, you're usually only E or F rank. Can someone who just awakened really take this thing down? The black-haired guy glances at the spear in his hand. All right, I'll bet everything on this. The fallen angel has cheered for your decision and granted you the authority of flame. The spear is the weapon of the Demon King, and it's the weapon I'm most confident using. Furthermore, the black-haired guy pumps more power into the spear and charges. With one strike, he sends the boss packing to the afterlife. You just leveled up. The spear's durability drops to 0. That did it. But as expected, after clearing the dungeon boss, that was all he could do. In the battle against not just the goblins, the black-haired guy also took quite a lot of damage. At this moment, he can no longer hold on and passes out. A moment later, 2 other people appear in the dungeon. Looking at the goblin corpses, one asks, "Who on earth killed this many goblins?" Even the hobgoblin is dead. Just then, one of the 2 people entering the dungeon sees the black-haired guy lying in a pool of blood. "There's a survivor. Over there, someone's still alive." When the black-haired guy wakes up, he finds himself lying in a hospital bed. He's hooked up to an IV drip. A hospital. So it wasn't a dream. Athena appears and, "I almost snatched the Demon King's memoir, and after being stabbed by Sungu, I woke up inside a dungeon gate. I met a hobgoblin and almost lost my life. But I survived thanks to the authority of flame that the fallen angel bestowed upon me. However, I passed out afterward due to severe injuries. Did the hunters who came to clear the dungeon save me?" As he is deep in thought, a nurse approaches, smiling. "You shouldn't be moving yet. How are you feeling? Are you feeling dizzy at all? The hunter squad sent by the association found you and brought you here. If they hadn't, I'm not sure what would have happened to you." The black-haired guy asks suspiciously, "The association?" The nurse smiles and says, "That's right. You were very seriously injured. It's a miracle you're still alive. You had an accident inside a gate. Someone from the association will be sent here. Until then, just get some good rest." Afterward, the nurse turns away and thinks to herself, "He's so handsome, I have to go tell everyone about this." The black-haired guy suddenly speaks up. Excuse me?" The nurse turns back. "Yes. What year is this?" The nurse replies, "It seems your memory hasn't fully returned, so you must still be a bit dizzy. It's 2022. The black-haired guy is startled upon hearing this. 2022. That's over 100 years before I was born. The gates started appearing in 2020. 2022 is when special hunters started making a name for themselves. The Age of Heroes. At this moment, Sungu's words suddenly resurface in his mind. Hunters are starting to call themselves gods and rule over humanity. Powerless people like you are forced to live like refugees barely scraping by waiting for death. What would you do if you could change the world? Would you do it? The black-haired guy's heartbeat begins to accelerate. It's not like having to be chosen by Eden to become a hunter. This era is when hunters awaken by being supported by sponsors, and this is my moment to change things. Thinking of this, the black-haired guy decisively pulls out the IV line and the tangle of wires on his body, then jumps out of bed. The nurse sees this and cries out in alarm, "Hey! Getting up like that so suddenly is very dangerous." "I'm fine. I'm not dizzy like I was before. Forget about that. Can you tell me where the restroom is?" The nurse replies, "The restroom is next to the entrance." The black-haired guy goes into the restroom. He observes himself in the mirror and is startled, whispering to himself, "Is this really me? I didn't have these muscles before, and I must be 1.90 meters tall now. I guess my face still looks pretty similar to before, but my physique and appearance look like a completely different person." Just then, someone speaks from outside. "Is anyone in there?" A few minutes later, the black-haired guy wearing a patient's gown sits across from a young man. This person introduces himself as Kim Soo-dong from the association. Soo-dong smiles and says, "You were rescued by the association after the incident in the gate. I heard you're having memory issues. Is that true?" The black-haired guy thinks the nurse must have told him. That works out well. So with a blank expression, he replies, "That's right." Soo-dong asks, "Can you tell me what you remember? Do you remember anything about your name or your family since you were brought to this hospital, Blackhair?" Both the hospital and the association have tried to dig for information, but of course they couldn't find anything. No name, no family, nothing at all. Blackhair thought to himself, "It's impossible for my information from the future to appear here. They said amnesia can happen after an accident inside a gate, or upon awakening as a hunter." And then he smiled and replied, "I am 23 years old, and my name is Lee Jun-gyong. I can't remember anything else." But just as Blackhair, now Jun-gyong, was about to say his name, for some reason the name Demon King popped into his head. He had mistaken his own name for the Demon King's, though he didn't know why, yet he felt like it was the right thing to do. Hearing Jun-gyong's reply, Soo-dong sighed, feeling a headache coming on, thinking this is a big problem. Then he looked at Jun-gyong and asked, "If that's the case, did you feel or hear anything while inside the gate?" Jun-gyong replied, "I heard a voice saying, 'I will sponsor you.' That is what I heard." Hearing this, Soo-dong's hands on the table tightened slightly. After a few seconds, he spoke, "I understand. It seems you have become a hunter, Mr. Lee Jun-gyong. Do you remember anything about hunters?" "I don't know either. I just remember they are special chosen people." Soo-dong stood up and said, "Thank you for speaking with me. Someone else might come by after this, but the association will be in touch with you later." Then he suddenly bowed deeply. "I know you must be very confused, but you have become a very necessary person, and you are important to this world. I wish you the best." The conversation ended and Soo-dong took his leave. Jun-gyong stood by the window looking down at Soo-dong in the parking lot, whispering, "He's a pretty decent guy, isn't he?" Then he whispered, "Status." Instantly, a system window appeared before him. Status window name, Lee Jun-gyong, level 9, attribute player, nickname, Goblin Assassin. Strength 31, Stamina 28, Agility 34, Magic Power 38, Authority Fire Mastery level 2, Summoned Mascot, None Skills, None. He observed the status window. Jun-gyong thought to himself, "This is one of the qualities of the Demon King, the reason the 12 heroes had to be wary of him, and the reason the Demon King could develop faster than other hunters who feared that fact. Eden had erased all traces of him. The Demon King was very special. To be precise, he wasn't just a hunter, he was a player. Unlike hunters who needed supporters and sponsors to grow, he could become strong on his own. He was the only one who could grow strong just by hunting. And now I am a player." On the day Jun-gyong was discharged, the nurse came to his room smiling as she said, "Mr. Lee Jun-gyong, congratulations on becoming a hunter." "Thank you. But is becoming a hunter really something worth celebrating?" The nurse laughed and replied, "Of course, it's like winning the lottery. Even the lousiest F-rank hunter can live a life of luxury that ordinary people can't even dream of. Besides fighting monsters, inside the gates there are many other things a hunter can do. You can become a blacksmith using your powers to create items. Or magic gear. You could also become a bodyguard and earn a massive amount of money. Even the wealthy would have to line up just to hire you." Jun-gyong thought to himself, "Right, I already knew that." That was also why those who weren't chosen became completely helpless. A bitter smile appeared on his face as he asked, "Should I be happy about that?" The nurse suddenly remembered something. She handed a bag to Jun-gyong and said, "Oh, I almost forgot to give you this. It's from Kim Soo-dong. He is from the association. These are the clothes you were wearing when you were rescued. They said you probably won't need to wear them again, but they kept them just in case. You ever need them? Congratulations on being discharged." Not long after, Jun-gyong left the hospital and went to a spot in the Gangnam district looking around. In his heart, he exclaimed, "This is the area for the heroes of Gangnam. Back in the day, I wasn't even allowed to set foot in this place." Everything here looked so bright and peaceful. Just then, Soo-dong walked up and spoke, Mr. Lee Jungyong, I've been waiting for you. Jungyong turned to look at him. Supervisory Officer Kim Sudong. Sudong said, let's head to the association. I don't think a new hunter like you should be hanging around here. Seeing Jungyong's expression change slightly at those words, he thought the boy was worried, so he smiled and said, don't worry too much. We've registered you as a hunter under the association. You will be provided with an apartment. Because occasionally there are people who end up in the same situation as you. I want to congratulate you first. Your test results are in you are a C-rank hunter. You should be happy because in our country not everyone achieves a C rank right from the start. Then he pointed toward the car waiting at the curb and said, let's go. I'll explain the rest once we finish the registration procedures. Thank you, he said. Jungyong got into the car with Sudong and headed to the headquarters of the Hunter Association. There, he was guided by staff to complete the registration steps. Typically, ordinary people receive an E or F rank after their first awakening as a hunter. Hunters are ranked by letters. The higher your rank, the greater your potential, and the more special perks you'll receive. By late afternoon, when the sun had set, Jungyong followed Sudong again, leaving the Hunter Association headquarters and arriving in front of apartment unit 802. Sudong said, we've finished your registration without any issues and this will be your apartment. Jungyong opened the door and stepped inside. The next second, he was stunned by everything he saw. It even moved him to the point of tearing up. Sudong was standing behind him, so he couldn't tell if the place was to his liking. The furniture looks a bit dated, Jungyong replied, but I love it. Thank you so much. Inside, he thought to himself, today is such a special day. I've finally had the chance to become a hunter. So this is what it feels like to own an apartment for the first time in my life, Sudong said. I almost forgot there's one more thing I haven't told you. There are a few people who want to meet you, Lee Jungyong. Hearing that, Jungyong panicked a bit. He spun around and asked, meet me. At the same time, he worried inwardly, who could it possibly be? There's no way anyone could know I came from the future. Sudong was quite surprised by Jungyong's overreaction, but he still replied, it's the leader of the Alliance Guild that saved you. It seems he is very interested in you. You can decline his request if you don't feel comfortable with this meeting. Jungyong asked, the leader of the Alliance? Yes, they are a quite active guild and have been attracting a lot of attention lately. Jungyong thought for a moment and replied, all right. So Sudong led Jungyong to meet the leader of the Alliance Guild. When they met, Sudong immediately made introductions. First, he gestured toward Jungyong and said, this is Lee Jungyong. Next, he gestured toward the bald man, and this is the leader of the Alliance, the guild that saved you. The bald man spoke up. I'll introduce myself. You're quite tall and good-looking. I am the leader of the Alliance Association. As for Jungyong, ever since he met Seo Seong-gu, he didn't say a word, just stared intently at his bald head. Inside, he thought, it really is him, that bald head. Noticing Jungyong's gaze, Seong-gu asked, what are you looking at? Jungyong jolted back to reality. He clumsily scratched his head and laughed, saying, I'm sorry if I was rude to you. I didn't mean to. After that, he sank into deep thought. I was so startled I almost made a mistake. I didn't think I'd meet him this soon. He really did worry about me, teaching me all the basics of becoming a hunter. My benefactor, the person who saved my life in my past life, and the hero who refused countless guilds to save the lives of others. The hero who was forgotten because people thought he had sacrificed himself. Saint Seo Seong-gu, we meet again. Seong-gu didn't know what Jungyong was thinking. He laughed and said, it's okay. Have we met before? You feel a bit familiar? Jungyong replied, I lost all my memories after becoming a hunter, so I'm not really sure. Then he bowed deeply and said, thank you for saving my life. Seo Seong-gu smiled at that, thinking to himself, what a polite person. That night, Jungyong lay in bed thinking, this is real, but what happened to my body? It feels like a completely different body. But my moles are still in the same place, so it's definitely my body. The Demon King player is an incredibly powerful hunter. He's also a forgotten hero. Why do I possess his abilities? Did I gain that power? Because the fallen angel sponsored me. In my previous life, the fallen angel only sponsored one person. So what happened to the Demon King? I don't know. I don't think I'll find the answer right now. I've returned to the past and gained the overwhelming power that so many people crave. I've been granted a power that can change the whole world. The next morning, in a room at the Hunter Association headquarters, Jungyong and the others were waiting when a man with 3 scars on his cheek walked into the room and introduced himself, welcome. My name is Bai Sang-soo, one of your guardians. Hearing that name, some people immediately started murmuring, "What B-rank hunter Bei Sang-soo? Why is a core member of the association, acting as a guardian for a rookie hunter?" This meant there was a hunter here who had caught the attention of the association. The others realized this too and started, "This is my chance. If I can get his attention, I'll be able to join a guild or something. I'm the only one fit for that role. No, it'll be mine." Hearing the noise around him, Jungyong, who had been dozing on the table, also lifted his head to look. On the podium, Sang-soo spoke up, "Today there will be a hunter seminar. After that, you will choose your weapons and move to the area to conduct a combat test. However, you don't need to worry. Do you know how hunters awaken?" A young man in a blue shirt quickly raised his hand and said, "Isn't it because we need to be chosen by a sponsor?" Sang-soo said, "That's right. Additionally, a hunter's strength is evaluated the moment they awaken. However, a hunter can develop themselves." A brown-haired girl stood up to speak. "We can clear gates or receive the attention of sponsors through our own outstanding achievements. We can receive items or skills with greater power through additional sponsorships." Sang-soo clapped and smirked. "Good job. It seems you all have prepared well. Now I'll ask you a slightly difficult question. What is the goal of the sponsors?" The whole room went instantly silent. Sang-soo thought to himself, "Just as I thought, no one can answer this question. All hunters are very curious about this, but no one knows the reason why. Who are these sponsors, and why do they choose humans to become hunters?" Suddenly, Sang-soo notices Jungyong. What's going on with that guy? Everyone is trying to get his attention, but in a moment of curiosity, Sang-soo points at Jungyong, who is resting his chin on his hand over there. "Can you answer my question?" Jungyong looks a bit surprised, then silently bows his head, lost in thought. Sang-soo laughs and says, "No need to worry. It's a question without a right answer. I just want to hear what you're thinking." Jungyong replies, "Isn't it all just for entertainment?" Everyone in the room gasps. "What did he just say?" Sang-soo asks, "What do you mean by for entertainment?" Jungyong replies, "You pick a character and demand they hunt. And you feel entertained when they level up and grow stronger. It's just like a game." Sang-soo gapes, thinking to himself, "That's a truly incredible insight." And Jungyong thinks to himself, "The Demon King theorized that the sponsors only see this world as a game. And because of that theory, he remained skeptical even after reaching supreme power. This might be the most important secret of the sponsors." A moment later in the testing area, Sang-soo looks at the brown-haired girl and says with a smile, "You chose a sword, huh?" "A great choice. Are you ready?" The brown-haired girl looks focused, gripping the sword with both hands, and says, "Yes, I'm ready." "You will have to fight a starved demon. It's fine if you can't defeat it. I will set conditions so you can pass this test. Do you agree?" The brown-haired girl smiles and replies, "I agree. Don't worry too much. It's been brainwashed, so it won't have the desire to kill humans or inflict fatal wounds. And now the official test begins." As he finishes speaking, Sang-soo presses the control button to open the gate holding the starved demon. A second later, the demon lunges out screaming as it charges straight at the girl. The girl moves to intercept, slashing her sword, but the demon dodges and uses its claws to scratch her arm. The demon takes the opportunity to jump forward, intending to use its claws to attack the girl once more. Sang-soo watches from outside, thinking too dangerous. But then, he is stunned to see the girl suddenly spin around and slash horizontally across the demon's back, splitting it in two. Afterward, she lies on the ground panting as if all her energy has been drained. Sang-soo steps forward and praises her, "Truly impressive. You turned the tables and destroyed the demon. You passed the test. Well done." As the girl leaves the area, Sang-soo calls out, "Next person, please come in." A few seconds later, Jungyong walks in holding a shield in one hand and a spear in the other. A spear and a shield. A strange combination. Sang-soo evaluates Jungyong, thinking to himself, "I can only take the graduation course. After finishing this test, and if I perform well here, I'll get some extra benefits." Sang-soo speaks up, "The test will begin now, but first all the goblins have died, so you have to take the test with a different monster. Because the monster has changed, the rules change too. You don't need to defeat it. The conditions to pass will be decided by me. It's the same as the others. It's been brainwashed, so it cannot cause fatal wounds. Besides, I am a B-rank hunter, and I am right here. So there won't be any issues. Are you ready? A different monster, that must be something. Is similar to a goblin, maybe an orc?" Thinking of this, Jungyong says, "I'm ready." Sang-soo smiles. He presses the control button and says, "Good, your test starts now. I was impressed by your answer earlier. I hope you won't disappoint me." The monster that the final candidate Lee Jungyong has to face is an orc which has twice the strength of an average man, and it has incredible vitality. It is known that a C-rank hunter can fight and resist it in a gate. Other candidates in the waiting room, after learning that Jungyong's opponent is an orc, cannot help but feel terrified. What an orc. No way. Since when are orcs used in the test like that? Outside, Sang-soo watches Jungyong's body being enveloped in a blue light, and he becomes even more intrigued. Thanks to the hunters who ranked B during their first awakening, they appear enveloped in a blinding blue light like a shooting star. And currently, the strongest hunter in the world, Lee Jungyong, was already able to become a C-rank hunter on his own. He was able to block goblins at a D-rank gate. How could a newly awakened hunter do something so incredible? So I can't miss something this interesting. At the association, show me what you've got. The fallen angel is watching you closely. At the same moment as the notification, the orc loses patience and lunges to attack. Jungyong grips his spear tightly and thrusts it straight into the orc's shoulder. It's truly a monster. It charged straight ahead without thinking. This is simpler than I thought. But of course, reality isn't that simple. The orc screams in pain, then uses one hand to grab the spear stuck in its body. It's stuck. What is this strength? As Jungyong tries to pull the spear out but fails, the orc suddenly uses its other hand to punch wildly at him. Luckily, Jungyong manages to raise his shield in time to block the orc's vicious blow. The other candidates in the waiting room witness this scene and start to worry, isn't that too dangerous? Since it was a brain monster from the start, this situation isn't too surprising. The supervisor should really stop this match. Meanwhile, Sang-soo hasn't made a move yet, just standing back observing and assessing. That was a perfect attack. If it were a human, they'd be dead from a critical hit like that. But his opponent is a monster, one that could be considered quite underrated. Looking at Jungyong's shield, it's starting to show signs of cracking. Fearing he might be in danger, Sang-soo starts to activate his power, preparing to step in, when suddenly he sees Jungyong drop his spear. He then spins around, kicks the brain monster in the face, and finally jumps up to gain momentum. Then, using his empowered shield, he strikes directly, causing the brain monster to be completely wiped out. The shield's durability drops to 0. You have leveled up. Your flame dominion has reached level 2. Who is that guy? Is he really a rookie hunter? He drove his spear straight through to break the monster's balance. That's just insane. He actually defeated the monster set by the supervisor. Not just the other candidates, but even Sang-soo, a B-rank hunter, is stunned by Jungyong's performance. What was that skill? How could a rookie hunter possess something like that? There wasn't even an activation code. Could this be a high-tier skill? There has never been a case like this before. Since hunters have existed, I can't let him slip away. I will bring him into the association at any cost. I am truly impressed, Hunter Lee Jungyong. You have passed my test. Thank you, Jungyong replies, thinking to himself that the equipment probably won't last much longer. Flame Dominion is an incredible skill. It is the source of the power the Demon King used, as well as a trait that comes with becoming a hunter. This isn't just a skill, it's a source of power. Unlike other skills that cannot be leveled up, this power levels up thanks to the donor, and the player can grow stronger. Their power is immense, but the equipment won't last long due to the sheer force of it. I need gear forged from special metal to handle this skill. After the test, Jungyong returns home. He hosts a small housewarming party with only 2 guests, Seonggu and Sudong. They have a little chat over a meal about the supervisor. The test is tomorrow, and then he gives him directions. Clearly, Seonggu has been appointed as Jungyong's supervisor for the final test. It's tomorrow, right? I know you'll be entering the gate, but I need to be sure you won't have any issues. Sudong says, tell us about your plans moving forward. Have you thought about our proposal yet? I don't know why, but I have a feeling I shouldn't let you go. Anyway, I don't want to pressure you too much, Seonggu says with a serious expression. Sudong glances at Seonggu, thinking to himself, I'm way too worried. The most promising alliance in Korea is trying to scout him. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Hunter Lee Jungyong. Jungyong stays silent for a moment and then replies, I apologize, but I must decline. May I ask for the reason behind that answer? I just can't explain it. I think it's a wonderful offer for anyone who decides to become a combat hunter. You are right, but when I look back at the past, I had already planned for all the situations. That would happen during this time, under these circumstances. It would be extremely dangerous for me if I get close to Seonggu right now. Thinking that Jungyong just replies, I'm sorry, but at the moment I don't want to be affiliated with any organization. But if you ever need my help, I would be more than happy to assist, because I owe you a favor, Hunter Seonggu. Seonggu stays silent for a moment and then smiles. I will remember those words. Sudong looks from Seonggu to Jungyong, unable to understand what is going on. A rookie hunter is offering help to an A-rank hunter in Korea, and this A-rank hunter is taking it seriously. I really can't understand these hunters. The next morning, it's time for the graduation test for the supervisors. Before we begin, I need to tell you a few things about the progress of the supervisor's graduation test. The test will be held inside a gate. However, you don't need to worry because I will be with all of you. As he says this, Sang-soo lets out a burst of power, showing off his authority and leaving the candidates wide-eyed. As a B-rank hunter, his power is far superior to any of the hunters here. Jungyong thinks to himself, once the candidates receive their supply of power, that's when they begin to enter the dungeon. It seems quite damp here. Just as Jungyong thinks that Sang-soo speaks up to explain. You feel like it's damp, don't you? That is because the magical energy inside this gate is very high. If everyone is here, then let's head out. Follow my instructions and we will reach the monsters. Then Sang-soo leads the way, taking everyone deep into the dungeon. Very quickly they encounter a pack of goblins. They're here, Hunter number 1 and number 3, ready your weapons. Understood. The two hunters shout in response and rush in to clash with the monsters. The result, neither of those two could even take down a single goblin. Numbers 8 and 16 did a bit better. Each of them managed to kill one. As soon as Hunter Jungyong was called, he moved like a gust of wind, wiping out the goblins with just a few basic strikes, leaving the others in disbelief. Is he really a newly awakened hunter? And he even took part in the orientation. Damn it. Are the other hunters really like this too? I am genuinely impressed by his weapon mastery. He's as skilled as a B-rank hunter like me. I cannot let a guy like him slip away. I need to recruit him at any cost. Sang-soo composed himself. The worst is behind us, everyone. Keep moving. We'll reach the boss soon. The boss will be completely different from the goblins we've been fighting, so you must stay alert. Buck up, focus, and check all your weapons and defensive gear. When the others heard Sang-soo, they followed his orders instantly, except for Jungyong, who just stood there in silence. The Demon King has the power of a player. Before he could unleash his full massive power, he was taken down by the 12 heroes. That might not have happened if the Demon King had evolved his strength faster than them. That is why I will use everything I know to grow stronger than the 12 heroes and anyone else. After a short while, the group continued their journey. But they hadn't gone far before a surge of powerful magical energy caught everyone off guard. Retreat. Get to the gate right now, Sang-soo ordered quickly. At the same time, a blast of fire magic came hurtling towards them from the distance. Sang-soo knew he had to dodge, but if he did, those rookie hunters, they would definitely die. Muttering a curse, Sang-soo used his Venom Fang skill to clash against the incoming fire magic. That was only a fraction of the destruction. His Snake's Fang couldn't fully neutralize it. What happened to the rookie hunters? Worried, Sang-soo quickly turned his head to check. When he saw them standing safely right behind Jungyong, Sang-soo exclaimed in shock, I can't believe it! Hunter Jungyong? Jungyong replied humbly, no. Hunter Bei Sang-soo held it back so well, that's the only reason we're safe. Suddenly, a system window appeared right before him. The fallen angel has a request. Defeat the Great Goblin Witch. At the same time, the others finally saw the appearance of the monster that had just attacked them. The rookies screamed in terror. That's the Great Goblin Witch. It can easily crush a B-rank hunter. Is this even a gate meant for low-rank hunters? Is the ranking system broken? Run, get out of here. The only one capable of dealing with it was Hunter Bei Sang-soo. Sang-soo was much calmer. He spoke up. It's not an easy opponent. Can you guys leave the gate and help me contact the Hunter Association? Jungyong stepped up beside Sang-soo and said, Hunter Bei Sang-soo, I want to fight it too. The rookies were shocked as they looked at him. Sang-soo looked at Jungyong sternly. Don't be so overconfident. I know you've taken down many goblins and that monster earlier, but the Great Goblin Witch relies on magic, not physical strength. It has magical skills. That can go head-to-head with B-rank hunters. Jungyong spoke up. The Great Goblin Witch. B-rank opponents are advised to upgrade their primary skills Fire Arrow, Fireball, Flame Wall, and Fire Shield. I know it's a strong monster and I know how to counter it. Not all guardian monsters can be handled by just any rookie hunter. Please give me a chance. Sang-soo thought to himself, what is this blind confidence? Then he said, fine. Instantly, a notification appeared before Jungyong. Mission start. And just like that, Jungyong headed toward the Great Goblin Witch alone. The witch immediately fired several fireballs at him. Jungyong raised his shield and blocked all the fireballs. The rookies shouted in disbelief. I can't imagine this. The fireballs were completely blocked. Sang-soo was startled, thinking, it didn't block them. It absorbed them. How is that even possible? The battle continued. After Jungyong finished blocking the fireballs with his shield, the surface of his shield was covered in flames. A smirk curled on his lips as he charged straight at the Great Goblin Witch. Seeing this, the witch cast another spell, creating a series of explosions on the ground. Seconds later, a sea of fire formed like a wall separating the witch and Jungyong. The rookies cried out, "We were wrong! We couldn't even get close to it. We'd just get hit by long-range magic and wouldn't be able to fight back." Just then, Jungyong made his move. He pointed his spear at the sea of fire and whispered, "Part." And then, before everyone's disbelieving eyes, the sea of fire actually split, creating a path. Firepower control. That's amazing. Jungyong didn't hesitate and charged at the Great Goblin Witch. The spear in his hand was quickly engulfed in flames. The Great Goblin Witch roared and created a defensive magic circle in front of itself, but it wasn't enough. Jungyong let out a loud shout and unleashed a barrage of rapid-fire stabs. The magic shield shattered in an instant, and then the Great Goblin Witch was torn to pieces by the force of Jungyong's attack. He actually did it! A rookie really pulled off something this extraordinary. A super rookie. He's a super rookie. A legend is born. The rookie hunters cheered in astonishment. Jungyong just stood there dazed because he was busy checking the new system notification mission accomplished. The fallen angel is astonished by your feat. Because the mission was a success. The fallen angel wants to sponsor you. You've been granted a chance to perform a summon. Jungyong was secretly thrilled, thinking, I finally got it. So this was the reason why the Demon King was so incredibly strong. Late that afternoon, at the Hunter Association headquarters, Sang-soo walked into the chairman's office and reported everything that had happened. After listening, the chairman chuckled. So this is the reason you wanted to see me. The Guardian that's because of that rank C hunter, isn't it? Yes, exactly as you say, sir. The chairman asked, is he still in that lowest level gate? Sang-soo replied, no, he's already moved beyond that point. If that's your assessment, then it's not just a misjudgment. How far do you think his potential can actually reach? Sang-soo paused in thought before replying, to the level where he could help you achieve your goals, Chairman. The chairman turned to look at the scenery outside the glass window and said, I see. I want to meet him as soon as possible. At the same time outside the entrance, Jungyong had just walked out and saw Seonggu and Sudong waiting for him. When Sudong saw him come out, he smiled. Hey, there you are. The Guildmaster and I have been waiting for you. I was so worried after hearing the news that the gate's difficulty level had jumped from rank E to rank C, but it seems it wasn't anything too complicated. Seonggu laughed and asked, did you receive the guild registration form yet? Jungyong nodded, recalling the moment. Back then, Sang-soo had asked, Hunter Lee Jungyong, do you have any intention of joining the association? The new hunters exclaimed, he's being invited by the association. No way, Jungyong calmly replied. I apologize, but I currently have no intention of joining any organization. Sang-soo was stunned, thinking to himself, he's rejecting the offer. But he quickly regained his composure and said, I understand. Jungyong didn't say anything more. In his heart, he thought, if I join the association, I'll definitely grow faster. But if I join, I won't be able to hide anything from them. And he is in the association. I don't want any connection with that man. He is one of the people I must avoid at all costs. At the same time, an image of a man flashed through his mind, and this person was none other than the chairman of the Hunter Association. Back in the present, Seonggu asked, is there anything you want to eat? Hearing that, Jungyong fell into deep thought. This was even harder than choosing whether to join the guild. What do I even like? After agonizing over it, he replied, cup noodles. Seonggu laughed and asked, do you like meat, Jungyong? He didn't say it, but the look on his face clearly gave away the answer. Seonggu walked over, threw an arm around his shoulder, pulled him along, and laughed. All right then, let's go get some meat. By the time night fell, Jungyong had returned to his new apartment. He was taking a shower, and images of his battles from today played over and over in his mind. After a while, Jungyong muttered, I've become stronger. I know that for a fact. Then Jungyong called it up his status. A system window appeared. Status Lee Jungyong, level 11. Class Assassin. Trait Fallen Angel's Dominion. Authority Fire, level 2 million. MP Unfathomable. Skill through the sponsorship of the fallen angel, you have one summon attempt. Jungyong thought to himself, what kind of ordinary hunter could be resurrected even including the 12 heroes? Only a rare few hunters possess this ability. It must be thanks to this power that he was able to achieve such great miracles. No wonder he could handle countless monsters like the Bone Dragon Baruka or even Cerberus. If I have the power the Demon King once had, will my summoning command be the same? After that, he commanded to summon. The system notified him. You have one summon attempt granted by the fallen angel. Do you wish to proceed? Jungyong didn't hesitate and repeated summon. The next morning, Sudong came to Jungyong's apartment. As soon as he entered, he pointed at his phone screen and said, Hunter Lee Jungyong, look at this.
It's talking about you, right, Hunter Lee Jungyong?
Jungyong curiously looked at the phone screen and discovered it was an article about him, the birth of a super rookie. An awakened rank C hunter taking down a boss in a gate that usually only happens with hunters above rank B. Sudong laughed and asked, I heard. You defeated a great ice elf witch, right? How could you possibly do that? Why didn't you tell me yesterday? Jungyong thought, I made the front page, but none of my personal info was leaked. However, the high-ranking officials in the association definitely know about it by now. Seeing that Jungyong didn't speak, Sudong continued, Lately, hunters seem to be even more popular than celebrities, but you don't seem interested in that at all, Hunter Lee Jungyong. Jungyong spoke up. More importantly, there are a few things I want to ask you. What is it? I want to participate in a dungeon raid. Missing source text, handled as continuation. Time passed. Jungyong was now inside a dungeon fighting monsters one by one. He wiped them out until the boss appeared. Jungyong finished it off with just one blow. The system notified him. The fallen angel is very pleased with your actions. You have leveled up. You have cleared the dungeon. Jungyong gazed at the skull-shaped bracelet he'd summoned just yesterday, sighing to himself as he thought, still nothing. Not even after wiping out those insects. With the dungeon cleared, how on earth am I supposed to use this thing? It's a soul container skull, but there's no soul inside, so it's completely inert. Jungyong mused. A summoning ability like this has to hold immense power. Maybe it's a special skill, but if it doesn't hold a soul, what good is it? I thought it would be a monster soul. Was I wrong about this? Lost in thought, Jungyong left the dungeon. Sudong was already waiting outside. As soon as Jungyong emerged, he stepped forward to congratulate him. Congratulations on successfully clearing your 4th dungeon. If there's anything you'd like to put up for auction, please leave it to us. Jungyong waved his hand and a mountain of items instantly crashed to the ground. Seeing this, Sudong laughed. Looks like you've looted an entire treasury then. That was fast. Once the items are auctioned off, the payment will be sent straight to your account. Jungyong asked, when does my next dungeon start? Sudong replied, my apologies, but there are no dungeons available for pre-booking. Jungyong was stunned, thinking to himself, this is a world full of chaos where gates won't even close. Yet there isn't a single gate available to book. He then asked, I don't get it, is something wrong? Recently, there's been a guild trying to make a name for itself. Their organization alone has claimed over 20 gates. Low-rank ones? Jungyong continued. Even if they are low-rank gates, they're letting one guild reserve over 20 of them. Sudong nodded. You're right. Normally, the associations wouldn't allow that kind of booking. But since those dungeons were already cleared out, they didn't really have any other choice but to accept it. Hearing this, something clicked in Jungyong's mind. He grabbed Sudong by the shoulders, panicked, and asked, Don't tell me! The leader of that guild is Choi Eonseo. Sudong looked shocked. Oh, that's right. You know him. You're right. That's the Northern Guild. It's run by Mr. Choi Eonseo, who became a hunter before you did. He's also known as a super rookie. Having his suspicions confirmed, Jungyong's eyes widened. He thought to himself, he'll soon gain fame as a hero spreading his name, as a subordinate of the 12 heroes. But above all, he's going to slaughter people in cold blood and become a tyrant, the warlord Ganzer, so we finally meet. Sudong just stood there, stunned. You're right, Sudong stammered. That's the Northern Guild led by Mr. Choi Eonseo, the super rookie who arrived before you. Jungyong's expression turned heavy with worry. He's known as a hero of the future, one of the famous lieutenants of the 12 heroes, but to us he's a murderous tyrant. A man with a vicious face known as the warlord Ganzer. Jungyong stood there lost in thought, so we finally meet. That year, on a day when the rain was pouring down, torrentially, people were looking down from the heights at the village below. A group of protesters holding signs and banners walked through the rain, chanting in unison, demanding they stop the construction to protect their right to live. A subordinate standing behind Ion CEO reported, "Sir, the riots are getting out of hand. What should we do?" Ion CEO frowned in anger. "Just a bunch of bottom feeders. If we destroy their houses, they'll know enough to pack up and find somewhere else to rebuild. Why should we even pay attention to the existence of such pathetic trash?" Gripping his weapon, he growled, "These lowly slaves! It's a blessing enough that I let them live." As he spoke, he leaned forward, aiming his weapon downward. His sword radiated an immense, overwhelming power. The rain intensified. Houses, trees, and fields seemed to be wiped away. The rain wouldn't stop. The water level rose, drowning everything. Only a few high-rise buildings remained above the flood. Back in reality, Jungyong walked alone, hands in his pockets. His gaze was distant. As he walked, he thought, after that incident, more than half the people in the village I used to live in died a tragic death. It was a horrific tragedy. Suddenly, Jungyong heard a commotion. A loud shout, "Stop it!" He quickly turned his head. He held his phone up using the back of the case to block the view. A man was trembling, kneeling before two young thugs. The man wailed, "How could you do this?" "Just because you're hunters." The guy in the t-shirt didn't say a word, just kicked over the man's cart. The man pleaded desperately, "Please stop." Helpless, he buried his face and sobbed. Jungyong, who had just appeared behind him, spoke up. "Hey," he said, sounding angry. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" The two thugs startled and looked over. The one in the t-shirt frowned. "Who the hell are you?" Facing their aggression, Jungyong retorted clearly, "I heard the noise and came over." "Are you the ones bullying this person?" The guy in the t-shirt glared, growling, "Are you crazy?
How dare you talk to me like that?
Jungyong narrowed his eyes, challenging him.
You're the one who started this, aren't you?
They sensed the energy radiating from him and grew fearful. Hunter Jungyong turned toward the man and asked, "What's going on here?" The guy in the t-shirt answered, "Oh, you want to know this old geezer damaged my golden precious body with this piece of junk cart?" The guy in the t-shirt replied, "Oh, you know why. That old geezer damaged my precious golden body with that beat-up old wreck of a car. He sneered and I only asked for compensation." Jungyong stood up and argued, "What kind of nonsense are you guys spouting?"
You were the ones who knocked over my cart and then tried to pick a fight with me first.
He gritted his teeth. "Why did you shove that old man's cart?" The guy in the t-shirt reached out, activating his power, and replied nonchalantly, "You're a hunter too, aren't you? So you should know that anyone who attacks or opposes me is my enemy. So what if I knocked over his cart? You ought to take a look at yourself." With a murderous glint in his eyes, he smiled sinisterly. "I get the feeling you're looking for trouble with me." Jungyong calmly warned him, "If you've gone this far, just shut up and get lost." Restraining himself, he continued, "I'll let you go because you haven't harmed this old man yet." The guy in the t-shirt flew into a rage and lunged forward, shouting, "You bastard! How dare you order me around!" As he threw a punch, Jungyong tilted his body slightly agilely, grabbing the guy's arm and shoulder. He gripped the guy's wrist tightly, using immense strength to flip him over. Jungyong's face remained as calm as ever while the guy lay sprawling on the ground. Suddenly, Jungyong's eyes widened in surprise. It turned out the other guy was wielding a short sword, preparing to attack. Jungyong spoke up. "I didn't expect to see a weapon in a place like this. Looks like you're pretty confident about what's coming next, huh?" The guy angrily probed, "You haven't joined any guild yet, have you?" Charging forward to attack, the guy insisted, "We're on a whole different level compared to trash like you." Jungyong braced himself, ready to use his arm strength to fight back. He landed a powerful punch into the guy's gut, sending him flying through the air before he landed face down on the ground like his accomplice. Watching the two failures, Jungyong remarked, "If you guys hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought that guild was your mother." A short while later, the streetlights flickered on. A guild member arrived to escort them away. The guy in the t-shirt fumed, "Do you have any idea who we are?" "You bastard!" That was the very guy who had attacked them first. Seeing them get into the vehicle, Suyong spoke up. "Hunter Lee Jungyong, thank you for resolving this situation peacefully." He replied, "It was a serious insult to hunters who have no intention of harming civilians." Suyong added cheerfully, "Well, we've all witnessed it now. Oh, this is something the association should be paying attention to. Thank you for your help." As the man turned to talk, Jungyong's expression grew pensive, watching him present the incident to someone else. Suyong gradually understood the problem. He asked, "Are you worried that their guild will try to retaliate against that man? The association will protect him." "We will ensure he doesn't come to any harm," Jungyong answered uneasily. Earlier, one of the hunters said he was part of a guild. Where is that guild located? He replied, That's quite a coincidence. That is the leader of the Northern Army. The one you asked about before. He clenched his fists, thinking, it's impossible to beat them to all the low-level dungeons without the association's help. He knew that the current leader of the Northern Army was Eonce, that dangerous tyrant along with the rotten members of the Hunter Association. He had once thought he could just have them overlook it, but there was no way they would ever do that. Escaping the mess, he replied, I understand. The Northern Army. Night fell and the faint light emanated from the houses. 2 days later, just as expected, he was summoned by the association for attacking others. A few days later, the man Lee Jungyong had saved changed his statement. He hung his head in shame. The hunter who had caused the trouble by kicking over the cart. From being the attackers, they had become the victims, and the one who saved him, Lee Jungyong, became the attacker. That day, he had been the one to stand up for the poor old man. Walking with Suyong, he couldn't stop thinking. He understood why things had turned out this way, but he still felt incredibly uneasy. Suyong smiled, trying to reassure him, Don't worry too much, nothing will happen. The association isn't that rotten yet. Jungyong glanced sideways, thinking to himself, He might not know. But as someone from the future, I know very well that this association has been rotten since the moment it was created. The two stood in front of the high-rise building and Suyong said, Let's go in. A camera was installed at the top corner of the room. Inside, he was questioned by the man sitting across from him. Hunter Lee Jungyong, you don't remember anything. You don't? After being rescued from the gate, he replied, Yes. The investigator continued, In the incident a few days ago, were you the first to report and arrest the members of the Northern Army? He answered bluntly, Yes, that's correct. Kai narrowed his eyes accusingly. So, it is true that you threatened Mr. Lim Munsu into giving a false statement that the Northern Army members attacked you first. He protested, That is not the truth. Kai asked again, Are you saying that none of this happened? Jungyong replied quickly, Yes, that's right. Kai spoke up, I will conduct a cross-examination immediately. Soon after, Munsu shuffled into the room. Standing behind him, this person asked, Regarding the incident from a few days ago, is it true that Lee Jungyong, the person in front of you, threatened you into claiming that the members of the Northern Guild attacked you and Hunter Lee Jungyong? The old man bowed his head, eyes cast downward, not daring to speak. Seeing that attitude, he thought, He's been threatened. A bunch of scumbags, just as I thought. He reassured him, You can just speak freely. Munsu replied, trembling, That's right. That young man threatened me. As if achieving his goal, Kai waved his hand, signaling him to leave. He didn't forget to say thank you for coming. The old man turned and walked away heavily. He walked toward the door, Munsu's tears falling uncontrollably in his helplessness. As the door clicked shut, Kai smirked. Got anything else to say? Suddenly, he slid his phone right in front of the guy. The man looked down in shock. The phone had recorded everything, the images of those two hunters along with the audio. What do you think you're doing? Like a total turnaround, he said confidently. This is what I wanted to say. The main door slowly swung open and Jungi stood there clenching his fists as he stepped out of the building. He figured the association must have known the testimony was changed, but only the old man was being charged with perjury. He couldn't think of anything else to do in this situation. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he got. He lacked the strength. Suddenly, Seong-gu's car appeared. I heard the news. He turned his head in surprise and called out, Sir! Seong-gu scratched his head, explaining, I contacted him just in case. I don't have any connections within the association. He's the most influential person I could reach, he added. He replied happily, You must be very busy. Thank you both. Seong-gu joked around. I can only tell you that it's a relief. Munsu walked out from somewhere and spoke up. He glanced at the old man. The man quickly fell to his knees in front of him. I'm sorry. I'm truly deeply sorry. He was trembling and sobbing. Those bastards. They told me that if I didn't do it, they would ruin my granddaughter's future. I couldn't let that happen, so instead of helping you, I framed you. Suyong's eyes widened. Wait, you mean the Northern Guild threatened you, and why are you only saying this now? Munsu looked up slightly. Sir, if I had spoken out, my granddaughter would have been in danger, since it has already come to this. At the very least, I wanted to apologize. I am truly sorry. Seong-gu was furious. That won't happen again. As the head of the Coalition Association, I will take responsibility. Don't worry about those bastards. Go home. Hearing this, the man stood up and returned home relieved. Why did he have a phone recording the earlier commotion? He explained that recording videos had become a natural habit of his. Since he had been in many unreasonable and unfair situations, the habit must have started from there. His eyes suddenly fixed on something. He quickly turned his head to look, and Seong-gu immediately asked, "Is that him?" He answered, "Yes, it's him." Seong-gu exuded a massive wave of power as he walked forward proudly. The man smiled mockingly. "Oh, I didn't think I'd meet the esteemed leader of the Coalition Association here. You seem pretty close with that super rookie everyone is talking about." Su-young's eyes bulged. He wondered to himself how the man knew about that. Could the association have leaked his information? The man held out his hand to greet him. "I am the leader of the Northern Guild. My name is Choi Yeon-seo." Jungi looked down at that hand. He couldn't help but be suspicious, and then Seong-gu shook his hand. He laughed, responding, "Nice to meet you," while simultaneously using his special ability to communicate through eye contact. "But take these words of mine to heart," he was warning him. "If you don't want to become an enemy of mine and this super rookie, then don't get too arrogant." The man's eyes went wide as he listened. He quickly pulled his hand back and glanced up, thinking, "Oh no." Seong-gu was still smiling, but his eyes were locked in silent communication. "Let me rephrase that. You aren't even worth considering an enemy. Be careful if you don't want to die. Remember that." The scene shifted to a small cafe with warm sunshine streaming in. Inside the cafe, someone's hand slammed hard onto the table, then they spoke up. "This is absolutely ridiculous." Su-young was angry. Why did they only get fined and he threatened a civilian? Jungi remembered that in the future, punishing hunters was something that never happened. He said calmly, "The important thing is..." "I wonder how the old man is doing," Su-young continued. "Lying to hunters is a major crime, but thanks to you stepping in to handle the whole situation and with the Northern Guild admitting their wrongdoing," and the old man was released with just a warning. Holding a cup of water, he pondered. "It seems Mr. Seong-gu did something." He replied, "I know, over these past few days. How is the Northern Guild doing?" His eyes became worried. "They've gone silent." A chill went down his spine. There was no way they would just let everything slide like that. Remembering the violent image of Yeon-seo, the cold-blooded, cruel murderer who would become the War King, he now believed firmly in the law of karma. Therefore, the man would surely move against him. With a worried look, he asked, "Could you help me keep an eye on the Northern Guild?" Su-young happily accepted. "Of course I can." Deep inside, his resolve hardened. "I won't let this slide either." His face was cold. The law of karma is something I have always believed in. Outside, the sky was blue with white clouds. Among the trees and fresh air, Jungi was standing next to Seong-gu. He turned his head to look at him and said, "I didn't think you'd reach out to me to conquer a dungeon." Together, he looked up and replied, "This dungeon is for high-level hunters, so I need your help. I'm counting on you, sir." Seong-gu smiled happily. "It is an honor to fight alongside you." Two people approached them. One said, "Is that the super rookie everyone is talking about?" The short-haired one said, "It is a true honor to fight with you." The super rookie beside him said excitedly, "I never thought there would come a day where we'd fight together after you saved me before." Seong-gu introduced them. "From the left, they are Choi Cheon-jan and Lee Hen-xiong. They are the ones who saved you earlier, and they are also members of my guild." He nodded in greeting. "It's very nice to meet you all. I am Lee Jungi." Standing among these people, he admitted to himself that he didn't remember any of them. It's no surprise, really. I guess the Hindu Demon King and their alliance were wiped out in their previous life. Once everyone was gathered, Seo-ung spoke up loudly, "All right, let's do this. This is a rank C gate. We're starting the dungeon conquest now." As the gate opened, everyone focused their attention. Elsewhere, a terrifying tiger face mural hung on the wall. It was mounted in a large room where 3 people were gathered. The red-haired man turned irritated. "Are we just going to let it slide like that?" "This is where we start expanding our territory." The one who said that was the Ganser Guild leader Choi Jong-soo. The masked vice leader replied, "That's not it. The more important thing right now is stabilizing the territory before we expand, right?" he continued. "Don't you think this latest incident makes our guild members look like they've lost control?" "What did you say?" The Ganser Guild vice leader Jong-soo glared and shouted, "Nonsense! Those people aren't wrong. Civilians are just bugs living off the scraps of hunters." "Are you suggesting we bow our heads and apologize to insects like them?" The eyes behind the iron mask glowed fiercely. In Chang barked, "What did you just say?" Jongsu's hand gripped the armrest tightly. With hateful eyes, he asked, "Humph, you want to scrap with me?" The two sat across from each other, glaring like mortal enemies. Watching this, Eon Seong shouted, "Stop it!" He gestured with his hand. Jongsu, seemingly understanding, sat still without resisting while Jongsu shot a smug look. Eon Seong explained, "Because they messed with our guild, we have to apply the appropriate penalties for what they've done. I'm also interested in that kid." In Chang stood up abruptly. The guild leader glanced over. "That person said the exact same thing to me. It seems they're also interested in that arrogant brat." Turning his face away, In Chang wondered to himself, that person? It couldn't be. Finishing his thought, he smirked. "They said they'd set the stage for us soon and asked us to wait for the signal because failure is not an option in this guild." This northern guild. Outside among the lush trees, a gloved hand touched a red trail on the ground. A girl from the Alliance reported, "The traps are cleared. You can proceed without any issues." The notification screen displayed, "You have seen what you were not meant to see." Laughing, Seo Ung walked ahead, turning to remind everyone, "Keep moving." The group, all armed, pushed into the thick forest. Suddenly, arrows flew in from nowhere. With lightning speed, Han So-ung used his superpower to turn the earth into a sturdy barrier. Another guild member fired a massive fireball with his power, the flames blazing fiercely. Jungi watched, thinking to himself, "Incredible. I still have a lot to learn from them. I can't believe it." Seeing hunters in real combat for the first time, Seo-ung raised his sword behind him, leaped high into the air, and unleashed a powerful strike down onto the monsters. The whole horde was incinerated by the massive fire. The monsters screamed violently. Seo-ung looked just like a true superhero. Standing behind him, the boy praised him. That was impressive. He glanced back with a smile. "Thanks." The boy disagreed. "I'm the one who asked for help, so I should be the one thanking you." Seo-ung probed, "I hope you're being honest with me. You must want to know how strong the Alliance and I really are." "Right." The boy admitted, "The Alliance is decent, but you're the one who's truly remarkable. Even without showing your full strength, yet you're already at this level." Cheon Yong nearby spoke up, "Man, we'd really love to see what a super rookie's strength looks like, too." Seo-ung was looking forward to it, and he was too. Energy surged through his body. Holding his weapon, he felt confident. "I don't need to hide my power in front of Seo-ung," he thought. The monsters rushed to attack in unison. With a spear tip brimming with immense power and the ability to command fire, he went straight into battle against those savage beasts. Those around them marveled. He can use skills without a trigger code. Has he already learned high-level skills? He really is a super rookie. Jungi executed a few basic moves, slicing the monsters in two. Watching, Seo-ung thought to himself, that fire spear and fire shield, those aren't just skills, that's authority. The system also displayed a series of notifications. "You have defeated all the mages of the Dark Dungeon. The Fallen Angel has sponsored you. Your stats will increase slightly." At the plaza, everyone stood around discussing. Choenzo spoke up tentatively. "I guess it's no coincidence they call you a super rookie." Han Seo-ung agreed. "Even the guildmaster isn't at that level." Someone shouted at Seo-ung leader, "What are you doing? Why didn't you recruit talent like that?" He smiled slightly enigmatically. He turned to Seo-ung and offered, "My offer still stands. As you've seen, our guild is strong and it will only get stronger." He continued, "From what I've observed, the journey ahead of you will likely be full of thorns." Jungyo thought to himself, "He's spot on. He's already figured out his own path and his goals." "How?" "I don't have any ability to read minds, but I can still tell. The White Tiger Guild won't just sit idly by if you stay with us. They won't be able to lay a finger on you." He reached out a hand, offering an incredibly tempting deal. "Join the White Tiger Guild. I'll make you the Vice Guild Master." Everyone around them gasped. "The Vice Guild Master, seriously?" Jun-gyo was also stunned, thinking about the sudden offer, but he clenched his fists and lowered his head. "I am very grateful for your offer, but I must decline." He laughed heartily. "No need to put on that apologetic face. I can see it in your eyes. You are aiming for something much greater." The phone in his pocket vibrated slightly. He picked it up and read the text message on the screen. It was sent from the Hunter Association, and it read, "We need your help to clear a dungeon. The White Tiger Guild and about 100 independent hunters." He stared at the message, a storm of thoughts erupting in his mind. The White Tiger Guild? Choi Yi-sung won't let anyone standing in his way off the hook. In Chang stroked his chin, lost in thought, while the order to mobilize the hunters went out. The White Tiger Guild and 100 independent hunters. Considering the scale of this raid, The only guild participating is the White Tiger Guild. Something doesn't feel right. Jun-gi-oh thought, shocked. Did Choi Yi-sung use the association I see? This is the source. Scene change. Somewhere else, as night fell and the building lit up, a man slammed his hand down on the table. In-chang sat there pondering. Since when did they change so much? He thought back to the memories of the old days, his childhood friend Choi Jong-in and his older brother Choi Yi-sung. He felt bitter. Everything changed ever since they met that person. Portraits of each person flashed through his mind. People who were once aggressive but warm like Choi Jong-in no longer saw civilians as human beings. He remembered the guildmaster. The guildmaster treated everyone beneath him, whether they were civilians or hunters. He felt disgusted. They are trying to kill a hunter for that very reason. He questioned the irrational actions involving the White Tiger Guild. People shouldn't act like that. The White Tiger Guild has become so corrupted that it's beyond repair. But I can't just abandon those too. The phone screen in front of him suddenly lit up with several notifications. Conflicting thoughts swirled in his head: justice or friendship. Scene changed to a different space. Jun-gi-oh stood tall and introduced himself. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Lee Jun-gi-oh. The man in the iron armor replied, I won't be introducing myself. He thought to himself, that's bold. I don't sense anyone with him. Did he come to see me all by himself? As if reading his thoughts, Jun-gi-oh said, it's just the two of us here. There are no traps, so just relax. In-chang got straight to the point. I'm not going to talk about anything other than this. You must have received the association's mobilization order. Refuse it. He looked puzzled. Why? In-chang continued. Do you know that our guild is being mobilized too? He replied instantly, I know. He said it with total sincerity. You probably don't realize it because you only recently became a hunter. But hunters are something much more hideous than you think. Especially the guildmaster of our guild. He's not the great person everyone thinks he is. Even just running into him on the street is dangerous enough. If you enter a gate with him, he said coldly, are you saying you're not sure what he'd do to me? He put his hands in his pockets. Meeting him on the street is already dangerous enough. Entering a gate with him is just as risky. So the White Tiger Guild... His expression turned menacing. It's a chaotic guild, he added. There are also evil sponsors. Among the good sponsors, there are those who fund assassination missions or mass murder missions. Guilds founded by such groups are called chaotic guilds. In-chang got angry and barked, what the hell are you talking about? He cut him off. Isn't that what Vice Guildmaster Choi Jong-in just told me? He replied calmly, if that weren't the case, then you wouldn't need to warn me. His eyes lit up brightly. I understand now. Even though you've heard of chaotic guilds, you aren't supposed to reveal it because my relationship with the White Tiger Guild was like that from the very beginning. Then In-chang drew his sword instantly. He lunged forward, burning with rage, his footsteps echoing through the building. He shouted, you bastard! You have no right to badmouth our guild anymore! He didn't back down either. A vibrant blue aura surged from his body. You really should have known better by now. He cleared his throat. The White Tiger Guild is already rotting from the inside out. Guildmaster Choi Yi-sung and the Vice Guildmaster Choi Jong-in, the one you trust and serve, they have changed. Ever since they met that person. The one you all serve. He stopped dead in his tracks upon hearing those words. Then he pulled back his killing intent, lost in thought. In-chang thought to himself, he's been a hunter for less than a month. No matter how agile he is, I can't believe that he could match an A-rank hunter like me. I thought we had gathered all the information on him. He was baffled. He even knew I had no intention of attacking. Could it be that I'm the one being seen through and he even knows the identity of that person? He looked up at him standing there. Thoughts raced through his head. Lee Jun-gi-oh, what on earth are you? Rong In-chang also had the nickname Dragon Slayer, but he was often called the Immortal Freak. He had killed the son of the Demon King, a notoriously brutal demon. After slaying the Bone Dragon, he received peerless power from his sponsor. He was granted immortality for the future battles against the Demon King. Following orders from his close friend CEO Choi Eon, he was killed by the hero Choi Jun-soo. Jun-gyu thought to himself that he needed to recruit the blacksmith as he was both capable and powerful. But more than that, I want him because of his ethics, unlike those bastards in the Northern Army. He had to maintain the balance all by himself. Scene transitioned to a land littered with corpses. The system notification appeared, you have cleared the land of the dead. After Jun-gyu completed the quest, his weapon gradually faded away. The system displayed, weapon durability is at 0, weapon destroyed. He watched the weapon vanish from his hands. He thought to himself that once the fire control was unleashed, the weapon simply couldn't handle it. He clenched his fist, thinking he needed to prepare something else before the hunters were mobilized. He needed a new weapon. Scene transitioned to a row of houses. A voice from inside a room echoed, "Come in." Jun-gyu walked in slowly, muttering that this forge felt like it had been around for a long time. Inside, a blacksmith was forging a glowing red weapon drenched in sweat. "Wait a second, I'm almost done." Jun-gyu thought to himself, excited to have met him in person. One of the hunters who became a dwarf upon awakening, looking at the muscular man in front of him, he thought for sure this guy would become a legendary blacksmith, a hero. The blacksmith Park Jae-hyun. After 4 hours of hard work, Jae-hyun wiped his sweat and only then noticed the person standing next to him asking, "Who are you?" He turned around thinking, "I waited for 4 hours and he asks who I am." He said aloud, "I came here to commission a weapon. By the way, are you the only one running this shop?" Jae-hyun looked puzzled. "Who are you? Why would you order a weapon from a nameless blacksmith like me?" He thought it was strange. "And now you're asking if I work alone." He replied calmly, "I asked because I noticed a strange hammer over there." On the wall behind Jae-hyun hung a hammer. The blacksmith laughed. "You've got a sharp eye, don't you? That hammer belongs to someone else. Don't worry about it." Jae-hyun asked, confused, "Why come to me? I've never seriously crafted any weapons. All these here are just toys." "What made you seek me out?" Jun-gyu replied, My sponsor told me I should find you." The blacksmith looked stunned and exclaimed, "Your sponsor directly interfered like that? Unbelievable." Jun-gyu thought, he has no choice but to believe me. Because Jae-hyun himself could feel the intervention from his own sponsor, he was so favored that his sponsor could directly interfere. That is what the Demon King's autobiography had stated. He refocused his thoughts. Park Jae-hyun was one of the weaponsmiths for the Demon King, influenced by the 12 heroes. They split up and Park Jae-hyun only provided weapons for the 12 heroes as recorded by the Demon King. "If only you had followed me to the end, we could have changed history." Jae-hyun rested his arms. Given how strange these sponsors are. "I have no reason not to believe you." He was blunt, "but I'm not taking this order." Jun-gyu worried, thinking, is he annoyed? "Give me a reason." The blacksmith scratched his head. "Well, it's nothing major, I just don't like being rushed. That's the reason why I have no customers." Jun-gyu smiled, realizing the issue. He reached his hand out toward Jae-hyun, who looked confused. "What do you want? Why are you holding out your hand?" He replied, "I will ignite the fire of desire within you," as flames suddenly erupted from his palm. He said confidently, "Do you know anything about fire manipulation?" Jae-hyun looked scornful. "You mean you can control fire with that little spark on your hand? That's laughable. If that's all you've got, then a blacksmith like me could—" He widened his eyes. The flame on Jun-gyu's hand suddenly turned blue. Jun-gyu asked again, "How about now?" He closed his fist, extinguishing the flame. "I can control fire as I wish and keep it under complete control." Jae-hyun laughed happily and agreed. 1 week passed. Jun-gyu held a spear in his hand, a weapon radiating a monstrous aura. He stared in awe. "This is—" Jae-hyun sat to the side with his arms crossed. "It couldn't be made as a shield as you requested. Like I said, that's something I couldn't pull off alone. But the heat resistance of the spear you asked for is the best it could be." The spear was carved sharply, showing powerful strength emanating from within. He explained, "I hate to say this, but with my ability, this is the best I could do." A system status window appeared. Info Spear of Muspel, Level 1, Special Grade, increases fire control level. Fire resistance increased by 30%. This weapon grows stronger if it comes into contact with fire. Jun-gyu thought to himself, he says this is the best he can do in a good dungeon. This would probably be the rarest item. If he were a famous blacksmith, this would be a super rare item. To get this one would usually need a sponsor. He smirked. Above all, this kind of growing weapon is a 1 in a million rarity. If I own this weapon, I'll never need to change weapons again. Jae-hyun interrupted his thoughts. It's still not complete. He began to explain, that guy isn't here. Compared to your flames, this is just a low-grade weapon. Come back, but don't come too often. If you keep coming and going constantly, I'll upgrade the weapon for you. I'll leave it with you. Jun-gyu bowed sincerely to Jae-hyun. He noticed something and froze the skull-shaped ring on Jun-gyu's hand. You are a bit strange. Ask him right now if that bracelet was provided by the sponsor. Your sponsor isn't some nobody you know. I'm hesitant, not sure about this, but it's deeply concerning. It's going to be tricky to use the information display system. The skull bracelet stores the summoning soul. Since it's empty, it can't be activated. You're deep in thought, right? It's just a theory, but if I'm correct, Jung-woon puts on his gloves, thinking to himself, the skull stores the soul. It'll be tough to summon it if I join the raid. He grips the weapon that is slowly materializing in his hand. But this is a much bigger discovery than I expected. You have the Spear of Muspel in your possession. He bows, his head lost in thought. If Dong and Jang were by my side, I'd have a much better chance of winning. Everything is difficult right now, but if what I read in that book is true, then he will help me. Jung-woon's eyes begin to glow. 2 weeks until the gate raid. In the distance, many black shadows appear. There must be a huge number of them. That's why they kicked up such a thick cloud of dust. He tells himself, I need to be stronger now. Beyond those shadows are the monsters, their faces, ferocious weapons in hand, charging toward him. He leaps with immense power, leaving the ground shattered beneath him. Jung-woon flies through the air shield in one hand, spear in the other. The spear radiates energy, suppressing the monsters below. His eyes, with their red irises, look skeptical. While I can grow stronger by hunting, 2 weeks is such a short time. Even sleeping wastes too much time. 2 weeks later, in a place filled with high-rise buildings, a news ticker displays a notification: the riverbank ruler is taking notice of you. All preparations are complete inside the building's room. Everyone is gathering here. Yoon Seo-yeon clenches both fists, showing his resolve. All preparations are complete, he shouts loudly. From this moment on, we, the Northern Army, shall rise. The team members listen excited. In South Korea and across the whole world, everyone will know our names. The Northern Army leader finishes his pupils changing color as a massive surge of energy erupts from his body. Jang In is shocked, thinking to himself, an unimaginable amount of magical power. The hunter, for Yoon Seo-yeon, has finally become an A-rank hunter. Jong-soo smiles triumphantly. It's unbelievable. Everything is going exactly according to his plan. Now the requirements to become a hero have been met. Yoon Seo-yeon opens his mouth and shouts, his power radiating intensely. He raises his hand, declaring that the world will be shaken by the name Northern Army. The people below, as if hypnotized, cheer in support. He smiles to himself, and I will take it that title of emperor. Outside on a quiet, winding road, a passenger car is driving along the curve. On the straightaway, he sees a sedan moving with 2 people inside. The driver asks, "Are you ready to head there?" It turns out to be Soo-young. He continues, "You might die. Didn't I tell you about those bastards in the Northern Army? They're much worse than you can imagine." He doesn't stop explaining. The Northern Army tried to raid the gate before, and were wiped out, all while there was no proof to show they had even done it. But Jung-woon, sitting next to him, says nothing, his eyes looking far away. He stares straight ahead and speaks. Perhaps they did do it. Soo-young is startled by this. He brakes hard right at the curve and buries his face in the steering wheel, feeling helpless. Seeing his reaction, Jung-woon looks over and sighs after a long silence. Soo-young lifts his head, shouting angrily, "You're still going even knowing that? You are an incredibly important person to the association. You wouldn't be punished if you didn't go there. There is nothing more precious than your own life." His hands grip the steering wheel tightly as he blurts out, "Please." Soo-young then bows his head, voice softening, "Don't go." He doesn't answer, just smirks. He asks seriously, "Kim Soo-young, you said there's nothing more valuable than life, right?" Soo-young blankly replies, "That's right." Upon hearing the answer, Jung-woon continues, "I know that too. I didn't join today's raid hoping for the best." He flashes a confident smile. Those bastards will find out soon enough. There is a lot more to life that is precious. In a part of the city near the riverbank, a hole appears emitting energy. The new gate is about to open. Everyone is gathered right next to it observing. Jeon-yong and Seo-yeon-gu are also present. They seem very excited. The reporter is ready with his camera crew. Beside him, Jung-woon smiles and says to Seo-yeon-gu, "I heard you refused the gate raid this time. Why are you here?" Seo-yeon-gu replies, "I've declared the Northern Army our enemy and stated that the super rookie is my friend, so why wouldn't I be here?" Suddenly, he turns his head and catches Yoon Seo-yeon's gaze. Yoon glares back with a sinister smile. Seeing this, Seo-yeon-gu's smile fades. He stands facing him and asks seriously, "You were planning to go even if I hadn't asked, weren't you?" He smiles and replies, "That's right. You aren't stopping me. Do you not know if I might be wrong? You're worried because you might already know this. But those bastards are stronger than you think. His official rank in the guild is B rank." The two looked in the same direction. Then Jung-yeong spoke up. "It seems he has already reached A-rank hunter level." Cheon-seong replied, "You sensed it too, didn't you?" Cheon-seong glanced at him and smiled. I'm more surprised by how strong you are compared to him. There's no problem here. I'm sure you have a plan in mind." He sat down on a chair, folded his arms across his chest, and continued. I've been watching your journey to get stronger all this time. I'll sit here and wait until you come out. Yoongi stood by, puzzled, and asked why he had to do that. Suddenly, a source of power erupted from his body. He said sternly, just in case. In case you don't make it out, I won't let the Northern Army leave here with it. Hearing that, he was surprised and thought, he's saying he'll wipe out the entire Northern Army. What a madman. They stood there waiting, and suddenly an announcement rang out. The raid will begin soon. Everyone please finish all preparations and gather here. Cheonseong will become a hero, and the ruler of the river will kill many hunters. The three Cheonseong, Jansu, and Inchang appeared with confident expressions. One by one, the hunters entered that space, but history would be changed right here. He entered with a determined will. Yoongi reached out his hand, sensing the source of magical power. We are entering the ruler of the river's gate. He believed that in this place, I will overcome everything and claim glory. Everyone had stepped inside the gate's space. The gate gradually closed, and a purple mist escaped along with it. As more and more of that mist flew out, the gate sealed completely. Cheonseong watched with expectant eyes and spoke up. It's starting. The notification board displayed the words, Magic power values will change according to the gate's characteristics. Reading the notice made everyone anxious. Someone asked, What is that supposed to mean? Damn it, I've never heard of this. Cheonseong looked at the radio in his hand, unable to hide his surprise. No! Unbelievable. The rank is going up from B to B+. Yoongi remained calm, watching the news board continue to display the gate's features. The exit will be blocked. Looking at the gate shrinking, everyone was stunned. The gate gradually vanished, emitting a massive surge of power. Someone panicked. What kind of crazy thing is this? Another worried. Are we going to be trapped here? The board displayed notifications one after another. Countless incarnations have gathered here. The sponsors have also gathered here. The magic power ratio will increase further. At the same time, their nerves and body cells began to change. Cheonseong reached out, confused. What is happening? Cheonseong also felt something unusual. My body feels so hot. The board continued to show new notifications. The incarnation has entered a special gate. The sponsor's attention is increasing. The proportion of magic power will increase. Holding the meter, he saw the numbers changing dizzyingly. The hunter opened his eyes wide in a daze. On the top corner of the meter, the letter A appeared. Cheonseong started and dropped the device to the ground, shouting, A rank! Cheonseong slammed his fist against Cheonseong's chest and yelled, Hey, what? Cheonseong pushed his hand away and screamed, Let me get out of here. An A-rank gate cannot be completed without hero-ranked hunters. Some hunters fell into despair. Some clutched their heads in confusion. Others collapsed in anxiety. Yoongi remained expressionless, just as I thought. This place is like a mass grave for them. He turned his head and saw Cheonseong, Jansu, and Inchang standing still in a corner, so he guessed that those guys hadn't budged. They must have known early on. Cheonseong and Jansu stood nonchalantly watching, so this situation had likely been arranged beforehand. The board announced the wave will begin in a few minutes. Suddenly, Cheonseong shouted, Everyone calm down! He held out his hand to reassure them. I know you're confused. I'm very puzzled myself. I don't understand why this is happening either. Every gate has its risks, so any incident can happen. He continued to communicate. But what is the most important thing right now? Is it despair? And then he changed his expression, evoking a will full of determination. He yelled, It's to survive! Do none of you want to live anymore? I, Cheonseong of the Northern Army, will fight alongside everyone here. The board displayed, The ruler of the river is trying to persuade them. Hearing that promise, they seemed to regain their spirits. Cheonseong spoke up happily. Really? Are we going to live? The hunter in front of him responded, Scout the terrain first. Cheonseong also said confidently, Let's go. The board displayed again, Status window. The government is ruling the river. Incitement and command abilities increase threefold when near the river. There is also an opportunity to force others to command. Immediately after was a red alert. Through the influence of the fallen angel, you have resisted the organization and the forced order. Yoongi observed from afar, thinking, A type of incitement, huh? All those hunters over there are affected. Jansu laughed and asked him, Should we start now? Cheonseong replied, No. He said, According to his words, the wave of this gate will last for a long time, so the Northern Army should save as much energy as possible. Jansu frowned, confused. What? From high above, he saw everyone slowly dispersing. He continued. We'll stick to the plan we discussed earlier. The Northern Army will conserve their strength and stay alive. Jansu asked again, Are you saying you're going to kill everyone? He replied, Not everyone exactly. We just need someone to spread the rumor that the Northern Army is holding back their strength until I give the order. Jansu countered, Is that even possible? The hunters aren't idiots. They were coerced by authority, but they'll catch on quickly if they see the Northern Army hanging back. Yunseong explained, I'm saying we need as many of those bugs fighting as possible to keep the hunters from getting suspicious. Jansu's face went pale. He thought to himself, he's sacrificing his own men just for a plan. Looking down from above, he spotted Young-woo below. The boy was staring straight at him, and he thought, his eyes, it's like he knows everything. That plan of mine, it would be best to get rid of him as soon as possible. He suddenly called out, Dong and Chang. He quickly replied, Yes, sir. The man standing before him wore an iron mask. It hid his face, the man whom he always considered. My loyal dog in Chang. Because you have such a pure, kind heart, I can't reveal too much of the plan to you. But there is no need to doubt your ability or loyalty. Keep tailing that bastard for me. When the opportunity arises. Yunseong was truly a cruel and vicious man. Kill him. He stood frozen for a few seconds after hearing that. Yunseong chuckled and said, That's what's important to me, or rather, to the Northern Army. He nodded in agreement just as the notification appeared, the wave is beginning. Henry, he panicked. It's here. Monsters crawled out of the water, charging forward. The hunters gripped their weapons and began channeling their energy. Someone shouted, Magman. A respondent yelled, Damn it, how are there so many monsters at an A-rank gate? They rushed in to attack. The other hunter warned, If they group up, it's going to be a tough fight. Finish them quickly. Young-woo saw them attacking without any formation. They're attacking without a team. Even if they're low-rank monsters, that's way too reckless. He suddenly realized they were at a riverbank. The monster's cheeks puffed up, and it pursed its lips. Pfft. It sprayed a massive torrent of water, hitting the hunters head-on. They were caught off guard and started screaming. Young-woo shouted, Get all the injured to the back and form up. They quickly turned and scrambled up the slope. Han Seong barked, Get into formation. Young-woo watched, thinking, Now is not the time. I need to understand more about this area. In the distance, the Northern Army stood idly by, watching. Yunseong saw his chance. He pointed his sword forward and roared, Destroy the enemy! The entire Northern Army charged with murderous intent. Young-woo was stunned and in disbelief. He's using his own men. They began slaughtering the monsters without mercy. A guild member shouted, We can do this. Help everyone get out of here. They're just mercenaries after all. They moved quickly, giving it their all. A northern soldier was severely clawed by a monster, and his comrade immediately used a healing skill. Young-woo's face darkened as he thought to himself, Now I get it. The warriors fighting the mercenaries were the lowest-ranked soldiers of the Northern Army. Young-woo observed and analyzed calmly. To put the other hunters at ease and make them happy, he's sacrificing his own guild's manpower. Young-woo reached out to summon his weapon. He manifested a spear and shield, taking a defensive stance. Ready to fight with murder in his eyes, it was even better than he had hoped. His face was stern, his gaze filled with determination. I'm going to start the assault. In Chang watched as he charged into battle. He looked on in silence, remembering Young-woo in the past. With eyes filled with rage, the Northern Army followed the orders. After I tailed that man, Leader Choi Yoon-seong and Deputy Leader Choi Jon-soo met with that person. One of the people I was tailing, is that what I mean, In Chang thought. He wasn't wrong. The Northern Army is truly evil. If things continue like this, so many hunters and soldiers will die. He remembered the past when Yoon-seong patted his shoulder. I trust in your sincerity. And your kind heart, sir. In Chang began to feel conflicted. No, I'm sure the leader has a plan. If it's the Yoon-seong I know? Everyone was shocked and stunned, shouting, What is happening with that guy? He's incredible. In Chang was startled by the cheers. With the fiery spear strikes from Young-woo, he burned through all of them one by one. They were amazed and started whispering, Who is that hunter? Was he sent to clear this gate? What's his name? I'm sure I checked the names of all the hunters here. In Chang realized, Has he really grown this much already? Young-woo used the power of his spear to easily cleave the enemy's body in two. Just 10 days ago, he had been on equal footing with him. The image of the boy's fiery, powerful red eyes left in Chang stunned. But now, has he already surpassed me? A notification appeared. The wave has ended. You'll have a short break now. Some sponsors want to reward your avatar. A series of notifications keep popping up. The fallen angel is very pleased with your performance. The fallen angel is very pleased with your performance. Your stats have increased. You have earned the title Mermaid Hunter. Your stats have increased. Your stats have increased. Your stats have increased. Jungyong returns to normal, his face sweating. A notification panel highlights, the Guardian of the Spears has taken an interest in you. The symbol of the circles has been drawn to you. The King of Humidity is showing hostility toward you. He is startled, realizing how many sponsors are watching him. There's a good chance I could receive as much sponsorship as those powerful heroes. Just as Jungyong finishes that thought, a notification appears. The fallen angel is expressing dissatisfaction. The sponsors interested in you have dispersed. He stands there blankly, not understanding what happened. What the hell? His teammates rush over, overjoyed, thanking him profusely. Chae-yeon and Hyun-sung curiously ask, "Who on earth are you? Where are you from? Are you part of the association?" Jungyong replies sternly. It's not over yet. Many more waves are coming. You all need to hurry and prepare thoroughly. This gate is currently rank unknown. Don't you want to survive? They raise their hands with determined expressions. I understand. We'll start resting now. Everyone turns to leave. Ion Seo stands still, his face darkening with anger. Jungyong looks up and smiles. He is certain that guy is waiting for a crucial moment. To take down all the hunters here, I will completely topple his plan. In time, all the hunters will side with me. He commands in his mind, and the status board appears. Jungyong feels happy. I've reached level 24. This brutal gate will be the foundation for my rapid growth. I must reach level 30 here. He observes his teammates. These hunters will follow his lead. A moment later, the monsters blast a water column at his shield. Jungyong channels his power, his eyes glowing red, and he lunges forward. He slashes them clean in two. The system notification pops up. The fourth wave has ended. You will have a short rest. Jungyong freezes, wiping his sweat. He is shocked to see his teammates collapsing, devastated. Damn it! 4 people are already dead. Are we actually going to survive this? Jungyong's face darkens with tension. That shouldn't be possible, but he wants to get out of here, and he doesn't want anyone else to die. He clenches his fist and shouts loudly. Why? Why is only the Northern Army fighting? The Northern Army member replies, stunned. What are you talking about? Jungyong glares at them with murderous intent, shouting, Do you think we're a bunch of fools? I know your plan is to stay in the back to conserve the strength of your army members. Chae-yeon and Hyun-sung agree and start protesting. That's right. If that's what you think, then it must be the truth. Not a single member of the Northern Army has died. They aren't even wounded. Jungyong insists, at least fight properly, won't you? You sit there and watch other hunters sacrifice their lives for you. Do you think that's acceptable? Jansu approaches and asks, Ionseo, are you okay? He grits his teeth, secretly calculating my plan has failed. Ionseo frowns, thinking to himself, after getting through the waves by using the useless members of the guild and the dispatched hunters, I intended to strike the remaining hunters, but now that plan has failed completely. The Northern Army members are also confused and worried. They have realized they are being used as shields, and the lower-ranked members of the army are starting to waver. Ionseo's face is filled with murderous intent. The plan that person made for me is actually benefiting that bastard. Jansu speaks up, Brother? He answers calmly, but we will continue like this. Just watch a little longer. Outwardly, Ionseo is calm, but inside he is plotting. With the power he's shown until today, there is a large gap between him and me. I can overpower him. His face turns extremely sinister. Furthermore, he's wasting his stamina fighting on the front lines. That's right, he's just good at talking trash. You'll face your death soon enough. A notification appears. The 5th wave has begun. The scene shifts to the beach. Something is about to appear. The system notifies intermediate boss has appeared. A giant sea monster approaches. They scream in fear. A sea monster. What the hell is that? What's up with its size? It powers up, preparing to unleash a move. The sea monster blasts a massive water column. Jungyong shouts a warning. It's coming! Everyone get out of the way! Everyone scrambled to dodge the beast's massive attack. It unleashed a giant water cannon, leaving... Hence stunned as he shouted, What kind of power is that? The devastation is terrifying. The team readied their bows for an attack. Arrows flew at the water monster, piercing its body, but it didn't even flinch. They charged in spears in hand. The monster coiled its fist, preparing to strike. As its massive hand came crashing down, they tried to hack away at it, shouting, Eat this! The water monster flicked its hand, sending the team flying. They started to panic. Our attacks aren't even scratching it, damn it! What do we do now? Jungyong gripped his spear, poured all his strength into it, and charged. A brilliant red aura enveloped his body. Jungyong leaped with incredible speed, soaring high into the air, spear ready to strike the monster right on the head. The impact distorted the water monster's face, and it collapsed, splayed out on the ground. Jungyong landed gracefully. Jeonyong and Hence gaped, exclaiming, "Wait, that hunter! Who is he? How did he pull that off?" Jungyong turned his expression stern and commanded, "The portals are overflowing with magical energy right now. Don't try to hold back the power you're feeling. Unleash it all. You need to channel your magical energy into your weapons." The archer girl listened, stunned, thinking to herself, channel magical energy into our weapons. Isn't that something only high-rank hunters can do? Or is it? Well, I guess I'll just try doing what he said. She began pouring her power into her bow, her face lighting up with excitement. This is it. The enchanted arrows flew straight into the water monster, and the attack actually wounded it. They cheered excitedly, "Our attacks are working." Jungyong's eyes narrowed in tension. The damage is piling up, but that alone won't be enough to take this monster down. His spear began to radiate a mysterious power. A system window appeared. Muspel's spear is absorbing the flames. Jungyong raised the spear, ready to launch it. To take this bastard down for good. I need to destroy its magic core. He suddenly froze, his focus razor sharp. No, not yet. I have to wait a little longer. The water monster began to charge its energy. Everyone panicked. Damn it, is it going to use that breath attack again? Move! Get out of there! A flash of determination sparked in Jungyong's eyes. No. Now is the moment we can take that damn monster down. The moment its core was exposed, he hurled the spear. It flew at the monster with terrifying speed and pierced right through it. System messages flooded his screen. You have defeated the intermediate boss. Sponsors are taking note of you all. Some sponsors are stunned by your performance. Others are extremely intrigued. By one of you in particular. Jungyong raised his hand to recall his weapon. Muspel's spear flew back to him. He gripped it tightly, looking at the spear with pride. The return ability of Muspel's spear is seriously useful when it levels up. Everyone stood there, stunned into silence, staring at him. One of them spoke up, eyes widening. Wait, I remember now. There was a rumor about a strange hunter who uses a long spear and a shield. He said to Jeonyong, and hence causing them to jump. A super rookie! That's right, it's the super rookie! Jeonyong protested. Are you crazy? He's a hero. Do you think he might reach rank soon? Everyone cheered, raising their hands in joy. We might actually survive this. Believe in our super rookie. A system window appeared. System notification. You have been promoted. You have reached rank A for defeating the water monster. You have received the Pearl of Water. Achievement unlocked. Water Monster Slayer. Your stats have increased. The fallen angel has smiled upon you. Some sponsors are watching and find you very interesting. Jungyong was overjoyed to see this. Finally, I'm getting the attention of so many sponsors. A red system window appeared. The fallen angel is displeased. Other sponsors have lost interest in you. He gritted his teeth, thinking angrily, damn it! At least the player's abilities are good. Jungyong looked up with a calm expression. Well, the Demon King isn't even sponsored by that many people. He's truly impressive. He doesn't have many sponsors, but he's still incredibly powerful. The Demon King is even more impressive than me. CEO was furious, but tried to keep his cool. Damn it! What did he do to get that strong in such a short amount of time? I don't think his power stops at rank B. He began to fear it, but what I'm seeing proves he's already reached rank A. Seo gritted his teeth in a blind rage. A man named Lee Junkyong stepped forward and spoke. Chairman, we have to go right now. Was the event earlier part of your plan, sir? You can't just stand here and watch for any longer. CEO glanced at him with a stern face. In Trang pressed on, if your plan doesn't go as intended, you need to come up with another plan and focus on executing it. And one more thing. His eyes lit up. Give up. He gritted his teeth in anger. He wants me to let go of Lee Jungyong. Seo flared his power and shouted, How ridiculous do you think I'm a loser? I built and founded the Northern Army and made it rise, and now I'm about to become a pillar hunter of this world. Do you think I'd let that slip away so easily? He summoned his weapon. With it in his hand, he roared, Northern Army Guild! Seo pointed his sword to the sky and commanded, We will begin to use our power to purge them. This gate. The Northern Army began to brim with fervor. He started to reveal his cruel true colors. The pride of a king would never waver. Suddenly, he glanced over. He saw In Chang's hat left on the ground, the hat he had tossed aside. He began to recall a past conversation. "What is this? I want you to take the position of Vice Guildmaster." "In Chang," he had said happily. "But I feel that with your gentle face it will take you a bit of hard work to suppress the stubborn members of the guild. To make them more orderly, that is why I prepared this." He stood in silence, thinking to himself. So the dog is turning around to bite its master now, huh? He stepped on the hat and crushed it. He turned his face to look around. He looked down at the army on the beach. What a bunch of fools rushing to their deaths. The Northern Army began to scream with intensity. "Show them the power of the Northern Army!" They began to slaughter the monsters, slicing through their bodies with ease. He smiled smugly. "How's that? This is the power of the Northern Army." Suddenly, a familiar flame appeared. The monster's limbs were severed. He stood there, stunned. What the hell is that? He really is on a completely different level. Everyone observed excitedly. What a super rookie, we're definitely going to win this wave. Junyong used his spear to attack continuously with terrifying speed. He paused, sweating. A notification appeared. You have leveled up. Junyong smiled, thinking to himself. It might look like I'm just wasting energy hunting monsters, but actually, I'm combining stamina regeneration while getting stronger from leveling up. A monster appeared behind him. Someone's voice called out, "Behind you!" They attacked lightly, causing it to be consumed by flames. Someone walked closer to Junyong. In Chang spoke up. "It seems you aren't quite sharp enough with watching your back." He looked serious upon realizing it was Dong In Chang. "Anyway, I don't have eyes in the back of my head to know." Having said that, he dashed away, leaving her alone. In Chang watched in silence, her face dropping. Does he still loathe me? In Chang sighed. But I can only stand around and cannot strike because of that. After thinking, she dashed away. In Chang grabbed her sword and lunged forward. I will do what I can. He is pushing himself to the limit to save the hunters. I need to let him know. Power radiated from her sword. In Chang sliced through the monsters with ease, her eyes full of killing intent and determination to leave the Northern Army Guild. Her face was full of anger. My will to save others! Time passed, and the corpses of monsters lay scattered everywhere. Junyong's comrades were trying to shake someone who had fallen. Damn it, wake up! He lay motionless. Gyusung, please wake up. They wept and begged desperately. Is there anyone with any vitality potions left? Please, I promise I will repay it after we can escape this gate. Please, doctor. Junyong stood in deep thought with In Chang. It's truly hell even for everyone who entered this place. There were 111 people. Not even half can survive. She stepped forward to ask, Are you okay? He answered coldly, I'm fine, how about you? Are you okay? As soon as In Chang finished, they approached. I'm fine. Behind them came the sounds of insults. Traitor! Everyone cursed, making In Chang bow her head. Bitch! Scum! Let's see if she can survive until the end. Junyong was puzzled. They treat her that badly, even though she is the vice guildmaster. He guessed the guild would kill people without blinking an eye. They were offended by the so-called justice she stood for. He questioned In Chang. Do you have no regrets as a vice guildmaster? Junyong emphasized. And you're fighting here with me. It's no different than completely turning your back on them. In Chang smiled calmly and replied, That is the reason why. Her words startled him. Because I felt I was dependent on them and provided value to them. But when I saw you, she explained, I couldn't just close my eyes and ignore it anymore. I couldn't continue on the wrong path. Junyong clenched his fist, responding, In Sung will do as he pleases to get something done. Soon, she replied, Don't worry, I have already freed myself. Just as they finished talking, a notification appeared warning that the final wave would begin. Boss appearing. Warning boss. From the gate, a tremor occurred, causing the warriors to panic. The group was concentrated, crowded outside on the beach. At that moment, a large shadow rose from the water. They all stared in shock. Choi Jong-in stuttered, Wah! Wait, what is that? Is the river rising? Appearing was a monster with a mouth like a man eating flour. Its entire body and eyes emitted blue energy, looking extremely fierce. It stretched its body high, revealing its massive size, further proving the gap between the superior species and mere humans. The warriors were so terrified that their movements were completely frozen for a moment. Some couldn't even handle the pressure and fell to the ground. Despair mounted. We're fucking doomed. How are we supposed to? Li Junyong was also one of the witnesses present. He blurted out a swear word, "Damn it!" In Chang, standing next to him, suddenly spoke the Northern Army. No. Choi Jong-in has a method to kill the insect. She mused, stating her speculation. He must have given the monster something. I'm certain of it, John Seong. You've definitely got a way to take down that massive beast. Then, shifting focus before John Seong could hunt it down, the members of the Northern Guild had long since swarmed in to surround the area. Every one of them wore a dangerous expression. Some were clearly there to sabotage the raid, and you have to face them first, standing against such overwhelming numbers. With top-tier weaponry in hand, Injang just left Jungyo with a brief warning, "Get ready fast." The other warriors were still struggling to process the situation. What the hell is even happening? Are they actually about to start killing each other? She gripped her sword tightly with burning resentment. The Northern Guild had been using everyone all along. Didn't anyone else feel like this whole thing was weird from the start? Why are we killing each other just to try and monopolize the gate? Deep in her eyes, a long-repressed anger finally had the chance to explode. I, the Vice Guildmaster of the Northern Guild. I can testify to everyone here. They'll attack us right now if you don't believe us. Just watch. If we die in this battle, you'll be next. Watching the scene, he thought to himself, he really knows how to manipulate people. A true dragon slayer looking at her, he could clearly feel that a hunter only grows more monstrous the more you approach them. The warriors, despite being utterly confused, were partially convinced. Damn it, we're going to die either way, so we might as well pick up our swords and fight. Half of a man's face emerged, sneering. Futile effort, John Xiong smugly ordered. It won't change a thing. Northern Guild, execute the plan now. The sword in his hand suddenly flashed intensely like a halo. He shouted, and the beast Ha Jung immediately turned, sending sea waves splashing everywhere. Jungyo's eyes widened in surprise. It's absorbing the water. Moments later, Ha Jung opened its massive maw and fired a beam of light straight into the sky. The weather shifted violently. The clear, sunny sky turned into a torrential downpour in an instant. He looked up, wondering, rain, are they using Ha Jung to terraform the battlefield to give themselves an advantage? His blood-red pupils shifted sharply with caution. John Seong stood tall like someone about to claim a glorious throne if he managed to complete the gate raid. This space. He was going to become a hero with massive influence in this era. Battle King. He exhaled a long, shaky breath, trying to regain his calm. I've been leveling up non-stop today. But do I even have a chance of winning? John Seong sneered, mocking him. Those flames look pretty strange, don't they? Almost as if they're going to burn right through this rain. Ignoring the sarcasm, he focused entirely on gathering his fire attribute energy. At this point, he didn't have many options. He just had to fight. In a flash, he was gone, leaving only a swirl of white smoke on the ground. Jungyo leaped high into the air to gain momentum, swinging his weapon down at the enemy. The spear collided with the greatsword. It created a deafening sound. John Xiong was the first to show signs of fatigue after enduring the immense pressure. Gulp. He couldn't help but smile when he saw his opponent's weakness exposed. I knew it. Seizing the momentum, he continued his relentless barrage. John Xiong could only block with his sword held horizontally to defend. Jungyo exerted every ounce of his strength, lunging down as a crimson slash cut through the air. John Xiong's entire body seemed to be swept up by the attack. Gulp, he was finally pushed back several meters. His movements slowed significantly. His sweat-drenched face revealed utter terror. No way! What kind of monstrous skill are you using? We're on a riverbank. My power should have been amplified because of that. But contrary to his opponent's struggle, the flames surrounding Jungyo did not flicker out because of the rain. Listen up, he revealed arrogantly. The moment I stepped into this gate, I was already completely outclassing you. His pride was heavily wounded. What? How could that be? Meanwhile, your sponsors just sent you a gift. A massive sponsorship, huh? He grew more intense as he spoke. I've been conserving my energy, moving carefully like a child and constantly leveling up while hunting monsters. Jungyo gasped in disbelief. What? He wasn't in a hurry. You don't understand, do you? If words aren't enough to make someone understand, then it's better to add a little force. Don't worry, that's exactly why I'm telling you this. John Seong, stubborn as he was, had to silently admit he couldn't beat him like this. He could only rely on the power of the beast Ha Jung. Protect me now. Its glowing blue eyes reacted quickly to his call. From its short limbs, it launched a barrage of razor-sharp claws. His momentum was blocked, and he had to retreat to dodge. The tide turned, and John Xiong laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha! You're certainly arrogant for someone who's just receiving a bunch of sponsorships. However, I've obtained power from him. That source of power is many times stronger than someone like you. I'll show you that massive strength. Young-hyun suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. The river crawler's protective instinct was just like a mother shielding its young. The river crawler let out a roar that shook the entire space, slithering onto the bank right behind him to guard its master, its presence growing more and more overwhelming. He stepped onto the river crawler's jaw, which was resting on the ground, biting his lip in intense concentration. Without a moment's delay, he lunged toward the man and the beast at a terrifying speed that made his opponent jump back instinctively, two distinct combat styles clashing. The tension was suffocating. Their strength was so evenly matched that neither could gain the upper hand. The speed of In-chang's attacks mirrored that of the Northern Military Guild's fighter. It was so fast it was nearly impossible to see with the naked eye. Her eyes glowed with a lotus-pink light, her whole body radiating a similar aura as she gripped her sword tightly. She raised it to head level and unleashed a powerful strike with all her might. Choi Jong-soo wasn't about to lose, raising his sword high with both hands ready to bring it down. The internal energy released was immense. In an instant, the blade vanished, leaving only the afterimage of a powerful swing. He successfully split In-chang's magical blade in two. Before it could reach him, he created a cataclysmic shockwave, sending dust billowing everywhere. Her back stood still as she stared at the scene. Amidst the chaos ahead, she waited for the result, never expecting that her opponent hadn't been finished off yet. Despite her attack, he burst out of the smoke with high morale. Jong-soo arrogantly shouted that if she knelt and begged for forgiveness right now, at least he would spare her life. Did she really think that guy could win? The Northern Military Guild was the true conqueror in this spatial gate. In-chang immediately retorted, "What is wrong with you? Have you forgotten your vow to protect humanity forever?" The two sides continued to clash their flashing swords, creating blinding sparks in the air as armored hands skillfully twisted the hilts to change direction. In-chang lunged once more, holding her sword in a reverse grip, while Jong-soo pointed his weapon backward, his other hand covering his head as if to protect it. It turned out their movements were just to gather momentum for a massive sword swing. Elsewhere, the river crawler had emerged from the water, revealing its massive length and the appearance of a grotesque monster. The air seemed to be sucked into a cavernous mouth full of sharp spikes. The atmosphere between Young-hyun and Jong-soo was reaching a boiling point. Yet neither side made a move first. He was breaking out in a cold sweat and shouted, "You're out of your mind! You actually dare to jump into the river crawler's mouth," Jung-hyun replied indifferently. "What nonsense are you babbling? Or rather, I'm waiting for the river crawler to swallow you whole. When it protects its young, it swallows them and shields them within its own body." His face suddenly darkened deep in thought about his next move. And insects, regardless of the species, all have dry internal organs. He plunged his spear into the ground, which was covered in a bit of water. Blazing flames engulfed his weapon. The heat of the battle intensified. His blood-red pupils flashed with danger as he continued to explain. "Inside the creature's dry stomach, the source of the power you gained from the helper, the ruler of the river, will be halved, and my fire manipulation abilities will hold the upper hand." Notification windows kept popping up. Muspel's spear has absorbed the flames. Fire resistance temporarily increased. Attack power temporarily increased. A massive amount of heat slowly accumulated inside the beast's mouth. The warriors struggling with the guild members were also surprised to notice the flames surrounding where Jong-soo was standing. His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to process what he was witnessing. "No, this is impossible. I am the king. I am the one born to be a ruler." Unable to accept the cruel reality, he gripped his sword hilt so hard the veins bulged as if they were about to burst. Driven by blind rage, he rushed forward to have a final showdown with his enemy. He directly asked the question he couldn't wrap his head around no matter how he thought about it. "Who are you?" All Jong-soo received in return was a fatal strike from Jung-hyun, leaving him a mangled, incomplete mess beneath the jaws of death. The reckless action had left him a bit nervous. The skull emblem on his gauntlet suddenly emitted a strange light accompanied by a new update. "Soul-bound bone has absorbed the hero's soul." The hollow eyes of the skull were deep and dark, as if they could see through the entire mortal world. He pondered the analysis, knowing that the soul-bound bone didn't absorb the souls of demons. It needed the souls of humans. Above all, it required those with extraordinary power. Breakthrough after breakthrough, like those who became heroes. New titles appeared one after another: Fallen Heaven. The ruler of the river had been defeated. All support from the ruler of the river had ceased. His facial muscles suddenly froze in surprise, and he turned to look to the side. No, there is no way the helper is dead, right? Or did fallen heaven do it? Just then, an alert sounded. Fallen heaven smiles at you. The greatsword was planted straight into the ground, a wave of dark energy spreading all around. After killing the avatar, did the helper die too? But the records in the Demon King's grimoire say the helper never dies. That power suddenly expanded, becoming more and more like a cosmic black hole, finally condensing back into the shape of a black crow. Jung-hyun's eyes had now returned to their normal state. He focused his gaze downward. It suddenly spoke to him. You haven't responded with your answer to that final question. What is it? His mind replayed the desperate image before John-Su's demise. He kept reminding himself that killing a hunter is not the same as killing a monster. His lips parted slightly to utter, I am. His mind was incredibly chaotic, but deep down one important thing remained etched in his heart. He was a descendant of the tyrant. But more than that, he was a follower of peace, not someone who would become a demon king. But that isn't enough. The world is on the brink of change, so I will shoulder it all, the disgrace, the sins. And I will overcome the demon king, for that is the only way. Without hesitation, you deliver the final answer, demon god. As a result, the fallen paradise supports your decision. The raven spreads its wings, hovering in the air to respond.
How interesting. We shall meet again soon.
With those words, its entire body vanishes into nothingness as if it never existed. Jun-gyung mutters to himself, report everything you've seen and heard to your master thoroughly. Your battle has reached its climax. The boss of the spatial gate, the river crawler, has been defeated. Its entire body is scorched by flames, causing it to roar in agony. It collapses, sprawling into the water. A series of notifications flashes on the screen. You have received the biggest contribution. You have received the essence of water. You have received the achievement River Crawler Slayer. You have received the achievement Conqueror of the River. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. The warriors widen their eyes. They stare in suffocating silence. Even the people from the Northern Star Guild are stunned, not knowing how to react. Thick black smoke rises from the roasted corpse of the monster, and then the hero who defeated it slowly emerges amidst the heavy downpour. The warriors cannot hide their joy. Whoa, a super rookie. He actually killed the river crawler. He really did it. Jun-gyung breaks into a victorious smile as his teammates welcome him. However, it is not over yet. In-chang suddenly shouts his name. As Lee Jun-gyung looks up, he sees a figure with a sword lunging straight at him. You bastard! The strike, filled with all of John-su's hatred, crashes down toward Jun-gyung. Fortunately, he raises his shield just in time to block it. Bloodshot rage fills the attacker's eyes. He roars terrifyingly, What did you do to my brother? Everything is ruined because of you. Jun-gyung struggles against this immense power. John-su lifts his sword again, preparing for a second blow. His feet grind harshly against the sand. Jun-gyung pours all his strength into his arm. He uses his shield to fling his opponent away. John-su slides a long distance, his body buckling under the impact. Yet with iron will, he manages to regain his balance. Determined not to fall again, he growls like a wild beast. You son of a... A metal weapon forged in intense heat swings rapidly through the air. Jun-gyung doesn't give his opponent a chance to speak, pointing his spear directly at his face. John-su breaks into a cold sweat, realizing he has been cornered. Jun-gyung speaks in a low, somber tone. The reason you were all given power as hunters is to protect those in danger. Great power comes with great responsibility. People like you who cause suffering and threaten the weak have no right to be called hunters. John-su, fundamentally unrepentant, can only lower his head to avoid the truth. Sensing John-su has no fight left, he retrieves his weapon. I've already shed too much blood today. He doesn't forget to cast a final angry look over his shoulder. I don't want to see any more of this. He walks away after sternly warning him to repent and live a better life. But he didn't expect that the moment he turned his back on his enemy would be the very moment he opened a path for revenge. A hand reaches out to summon a sword. At the moment he lets his guard down the most, John-su seizes the chance to ambush him from behind. Die. By the time he realizes it, it's too late. A spray of fresh blood splashes out, but it isn't Jun-gyung's blood because In-chang blocked him just in time with a strike. On the contrary, she saved him from a crushing defeat. The man's entire body trembles, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could I? As a result, his body collapses to the ground from massive blood loss. A notification immediately appears. Bone Soul Orb has absorbed another hero's soul. The skull on the gauntlet emits a strange glow. He checks on his savior. Are you okay? In Chang replies briefly, yes. Her face darkens, tinged with regret and guilt.
I should have stopped them sooner. If I had, this tragedy wouldn't have happened.
He speaks softly to reassure her. You don't need to feel guilty for anything. You're different from them. In Chang suddenly points her sword downward. I think this belongs to me. He looks confused. What do you mean? Without a word, she plunges the sword deep into the ground. Finally, she makes her decision with a solemn expression.
I will never swing a sword ever again.
I will live to atone for the Northern Star Guild's mistakes. With that, she steps away from her weapon. His thoughts are completely chaotic. She's giving up. The one destined to become a superhero, Siegfried. This issue is far more critical than he thought. No way. I won't let her go like this, but right now all I can do is watch her leave. Gradually, the clouds clear and the sky opens up. The sea returns to its original deep blue. Jungyung and the warriors are now on the beach facing countless lights, flashing from the reporters' cameras. Just then, a group of people steps forward and shouts, "We are from the Hunter Association. We demand that everyone stop taking photos." The reporters suddenly stop their note-taking. Choi Jong-soo, is Choi Jong-soo here? One of them can't help but wonder, what happened over there? Is that the Northern Star Guild in the back? The hunter standing in the middle. He is the central figure of this gate raid. A brilliant idea pops into his head. Nobody knows his name or face. This is definitely breaking news. The others in the same profession have similar thoughts. They barrage him with questions. Who are you? What happened inside the gate? Who are you? What is your name? A pair of feet steps forward gently on the ground. It turns out to be Se-ong-gu, who gently places a hand on Jungyung's shoulder from behind. This is the super rookie. The C rank awakened, the one who has been the subject of rumors for so long. The press explodes instantly. What, really, the super rookie, that person? He is Se-ong-gu from the Alliance Guild. It seems Se-ong-gu and the super rookie know each other. He places his hand under his chin, coughs a few times, and speaks up in a loud voice. To calm the current media frenzy, these hunters have just returned from a special raid on the Hell Gate, which everyone thought was impossible. Don't you think they should be given some time to rest? Looking at the warriors covered in wounds, some even struggling to stand. It is clear that now is the time to honor the heroes who returned and even those who couldn't. Let's give them a round of applause. The reporters were instantly swayed by those words, and they started clapping enthusiastically. It was the least they could do to show their respect for the soldiers who gave it their all. However, the warriors themselves could not find a reason to celebrate. They just hung their heads in silence. A gate where 110 people were mobilized became a special rank gate, and the number of people who returned from hell has been revealed. It shows they have suffered heavy losses, just as Sung Jin-woo is well aware of this cruel reality. The golden sunlight reflects on the calm sea, making it shimmer like scattered silver pieces, while in the prosperous city the rush of traffic glides between towering skyscrapers. A black raven lingers outside the window as if waiting for someone. The association chairman quickly notices it as it lands on his desk. He smiles and speaks, "Hugin, you're late." Inside the quiet office, the chairman, after hearing the story, cannot help but exclaim. It seems he already knew they could control the magic insects. And he also knew about how to create heroes. How interesting. The raven lets out some kind of ancient language. He unconsciously scratches his cheek, pondering. Becoming stronger by hunting a demon god. Not thinking too much, his finger presses down on the desk phone screen. It seems he has made his final decision. Then I will go meet the survivors from the gate. The person on the other end of the line quickly takes the order. I will prepare it. Suddenly, the chairman's eyes flash with a dangerous glint. And we don't need to worry about the White Tiger Guild anymore. Do you understand? Once again, the person on the other end immediately complies. I understand. I will finish this and release it to the press. The busy traffic glides through the crowded streets, shimmering between the towering skyscrapers that block out the entire sky. Lee Joo-hee quietly enters the auditorium through the large door, her eyes exuding a deep sadness. Observing her surroundings, memories of the time she operated under the White Tiger Guild rise in her mind, specifically the meetings held by Chairman Choi Jong-in. Now there is only emptiness, not a single soul. She hangs her head, lost in thought. She frowns, her voice heavy with an unshakable remorse. The hunters. I truly feel disgusted by this. Suddenly, a group of people speaks up from behind her. The deputy guildmaster turns around confused by their appearance.
You guys,
A young man steps forward, and, representing them, he speaks to Lee Juhee. You didn't do anything wrong, Deputy Guildmaster. Choi Jong-soo and Guildmaster Choi Jong-in are the ones at fault, even though she knows that. But those words don't make her feel any better. The former members of the guild suddenly drop to their knees in unison, making her jump in surprise.
please don't give up.
He earnestly explains, I want to live an honest life as a father to a child. We will atone for the mistakes of the White Tiger Guild. You are not the one who should be giving up like this. Deputy Guildmaster, she insists on taking the blame upon herself to the very end. This is my responsibility. I was the sole commander of the guild. You all are not responsible for carrying this burden. Things have reached this point. He doesn't intend to hide anything else. There are some things you don't know, Deputy Guildmaster. Her expression remains just as melancholy. She doesn't seem to care at all. However, his next confession changes everything. We are the real murderers. This brand new information strikes like a bolt of lightning, leaving her mind completely shaken. Switching scenes to a luxury apartment building, a hand grips a can of soda. Seo Jinwoo asks to confirm, have you cleared up the business regarding my private life with the press? Is there anything I shouldn't have done? Looking at Jinwoo's expression, it is clear he is extremely satisfied. No, on the contrary. Thanks to you, I've become this famous. An interesting story has been woven. Lee Jinwoo has instantly turned into a superstar. It is a reward for him clearing an A-rank gate, having evolved from a D rank. He occupies countless front pages of newspapers and TV channels. The news spreads widely with no signs of stopping. It is a reward, a C-rank hunter who became an A-rank in the blink of an eye, a hero who overcame adversity. Will this underdog just exceed expectations and clear an A-rank gate? Now everyone calls him the underdog. Seo Jinwoo places 2 fingers under his chin, looking thoughtful. The word underdog refers to someone weak, so I don't think it suits you very well. He acts modest. To a hunter with no power like me, it doesn't quite fit. He expresses, regardless, I was worried you might feel. Interjecting is useless. Thanks for accepting it like that. Inside, Jinwoo contemplates thinking he should tell him his next plan. Finally, he decides to speak up. By the way, how did you know? He is confused by what Jinwoo means. Jinwoo continues seriously about me using hero creation to serve. My own benefits? Because the meaning of hero creation is not something known in this era. He mumbles hero creation. Seo Jinwoo clarifies his question. You mean you can create heroes? Everyone in this era believes that a hero is something born from desire and the fate of the supporter as well as time. Jinwoo is a bit surprised and hesitates. You know, about you. His pupils dilate rapidly as he realizes the problem. A member of Asgard. His eyes suddenly flash with a mysterious golden light. His whole body radiates a powerful energy. The pressure spreads to the swings in the park, making them sway incessantly, and the trees along the road shake violently. Inside the office, a member is standing before the chairman's desk. They seem to be discussing something, when the chairman suddenly widens his eyes as if sensing something unusual. The subordinate, seeing this, asks with curiosity, "What is it, sir?" The association chairman wears a sly grin on his face. "It's nothing. I just felt something interesting happening." In front of him, his face darkens with worry. This is his true power gradually being pulled back into Shungu's body. He shuts his eyes tightly, trying to regain his composure. Finally, he calmly utters just one sentence. How did you know? The book recorded that since the moment he met him, he had been a member of ASGA. He skillfully turns the tables on him first. Why did you do those things just now? It makes me think you were acting even while knowing my plans. His lips curl slightly. Perhaps you've already figured me out completely. He replies frankly, I've also been very suspicious of you about your abnormal growth rate. Your gaze and your actions are as if you already know something. Jungyo can't help but exclaim, so you set a trap and I walked right into it. He thinks to himself, even though it was intentional. Then he continues to test him. Why do you think I did that? Seong-gu is silent for a long moment, patiently waiting. Your confirmation is the last thing he expected. Because I want to join ASGA, all calculations are favorable. That is the reason Jungyong is so confident. ASG. A secret organization of extremely powerful hunters. The real war is just beginning. The sky begins to turn to evening at a desolate construction site. Where there are connected stairs leading to the upper floor, Intrang walks slowly while posing a question. Why did you ask to meet me? He quickly gets straight to the point without wasting time. Follow me. She basically doesn't want the other party to waste time on her. I think my value ended at the Lie Gate. I have no more value regarding the Northern Army Guild, and I am useless now. She bows her head slightly to hide her current expression. Besides, someone like me can't do anything right. He quickly retorts, "No, you are a very precious person." Her hand clenches into a fist, trembling uncontrollably. "You speak as if you know everything, Lee Jun-gyo." Tears well up in the corners of her eyes, yet she uses all her remaining strength to shout, "Right, you're right. The Northern Army Guild is a trash heap, and I'm just a part of that trash." Outside the building, the sky today carries an indescribable gloom. A single star glimmers. Jun-gyo asks with concern, "Did something happen?" She replies with a very heavy voice, "The thing I just found out is even more terrible. They killed people on the orders of the guildmaster, specifically helpless civilians." Hearing this, he also feels uneasy. She sits down helplessly on a step, arms hugging her knees, her mood filled with despair. "Do you still remember the things you went through?" At that moment, when the conflict between hunters and regular citizens occurred, her hand instinctively rises to cover her face, not wanting the other person to see her pathetic expression. They secretly assassinated innocent people during that conflict. Guildmaster Choi Jon-seong truly considers the people as mere weeds. Thoughts in Jun-gyo's head are in total chaos right now. This is bad. A straightforward person like her will have a hard time enduring such shocking news. At this rate, her spirit will be broken forever, but I cannot lose Dragon Slayer. He tries to press on. "What will you do if something like that happens again?" Then he calmly presents his argument. Gates suddenly appeared and awakened hunters were born. Regular people will not be able to resist when facing that massive power. The next words spark concern in Intrang. If this happens in a small guild like Northern Army, it is surely happening in other places too. Do you intend to ignore the remaining thugs? He frankly reveals his intention. "I want to stop these things, fix the mistakes they caused," and finally declares clearly, "The disaster that you have seen and felt, I want to end it." She who until now could not remain silent and endure stands up and retorts to the end, "Do you really believe you can end it? I know you have amazing power, but do you know what that person's power is like? We are just mosquitoes compared to him." The brutal truth is spoken from her very own mouth. "I don't have enough courage to fight him." Are you claiming you know how to defeat him and change the world? Before the determined gaze of the other, Jun-gyo basically has nowhere left to retreat. Now it is either act or die. He widens his eyes and says almost word by word a decision made long ago in his heart, "I am a person from the future." This brand new information leaves Intrang speechless. At that moment, he seriously reveals that a disaster will soon happen. A great deluge that will cause many people to die and destroy many things, and that at that time her power will be greatly needed. To give her more time to ponder, he proactively proposes an appointment. "I received word that the association is calling for us. Is that right? I will meet you there between now and then. Think very carefully." Time passes until the next morning at a high-rise apartment complex. The news ticker at this moment is updating the situation for the public. "We have received reports of thousands of massacres caused by the Northern Army Guild. Hunters have killed civilians. The Northern Army Guild has rotted. Could the casualties at the Songhai Gate be a prophecy for the punishment they must endure?" Jun-gyo presses the off button on the TV remote. "This article is much more detailed than I thought," he speculates to himself. "Was it prepared in advance? I'm sure it was their doing. It's no use. I'll just ignore it for now." The skull attached to his bracelet suddenly emits a strange light. Constant notifications popped up signaling that the soul core had been activated and would transform into a true avatar. He opened his eyes wide as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Finally, it's activated. It has collected the souls of Johnson and Jonsu, along with the water gem from the water monster and the water essence from the Wind River. The avatar's name is Hyonmu. Just call its name to summon it. He reached his arm out in front of him, wondering just how powerful this avatar would be. Mumbling its name, Hyonmu. The skull detached from his hand and slowly grew in size mid-air. Suddenly it spoke, "Did you call for me, my lord?" Master Jungi completely froze in his tracks. Wait, what is this? Where did the bone dragon go? The skull even has a mind of its own. Something feels off here. Lying on top of the building. It was an open rooftop. The book mentioned that magical power is like the air around us. So he sat there meditating shirtless to better focus the energy within his body. Based on the information he had, he analyzed it step by step, wondering if he and many other heroes were truly utilizing the full potential of magic. Or were they? He asked himself how one could truly awaken the power of magic. Even though he knew about the existence of mana, he realized that doing so was still impossible. I just can't do it. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The method the Demon King had taught to unleash maximum magical power lacked detail, making it incredibly difficult to succeed. Countless calculations for the future flooded his mind. An inevitable cataclysm was approaching, and when it hit, current A-rank hunters will be reduced to C+. I have to get stronger before then, but man, this is tough. Just then, a message from Kim Soo-young was delivered. I'm waiting outside to take you to the association. His hand gripped the dead phone tightly. He had already made up his mind. We're finally meeting. A new day arrived. Dazzling sunlight shone down on the glass of skyscrapers. The streets were bustling with vehicles moving back and forth. Soo-young was driving and chatting with the person in the back seat. I've never seen you look nervous before. Jun-gyung just offered a dry laugh. Am I not human? He candidly admitted, True, I don't think you're an ordinary person. Did I say something wrong? Even going into all those dungeons and the Songjae Gate, you were never nervous. He unconsciously reflected on his actions. Is that so? He muttered while she kept rambling. But if you're worried about meeting the association chairman, I guess he's not someone you meet every day. A mysterious smile was drawn across her face. But don't worry, he didn't summon you because you did something wrong. It's just an opportunity to talk about the achievements you've made. His expression suddenly darkened. More than 50 hunters died at the Songjae Gate, and among them was the Northern Legion Guildmaster, a guild with an incredibly high status. Jun-gyung stated firmly, I'm sure this isn't a normal meeting to reward a survivor and report the situation. In reality, it's an unusual interrogation. Hearing this, Soo-young suddenly looked embarrassed. I see. I'm sorry for my shallow thinking. Remembering the conversation with Seo-eung not long ago, he wanted to join Asgard. This isn't something I can decide. I don't know if you're aware of the situation. The diary said Hindu was very disappointed with Asgard's current state. Their original goal was to protect humanity, but Asgard had collapsed. He mused, connecting the clues. When Seo-eung met the Demon King, he was against Asgard, but he hadn't found a way yet. The Demon King had also joined Asgard for a short time, but he left with Hindu. Suddenly, his eyes widened with determination. I will join Asgard before the Demon King and grow rapidly by utilizing all the resources they have. Until there's no more value left. Outside the towering structure, a voice rang out. You can go in now. Jun-gyung stood in front of a large door. After someone else walked in, he stood watching the association chairman checking a bookshelf in the office. He turned around in a hurry. Sorry about that. Even though I'm the one who invited you, I wasn't well prepared. It's been so busy today. He reached out a hand. Nice to meet you, despite my shortcomings. But for now, I am the chairman of the Korean Hunters Association. His real name was finally revealed. My name is Go Hyo-jin. He kept thinking, this is the man the Northern Legion Guild took orders from. Almost to the point of worship. He is also the person the Demon King mentioned hundreds of times in the diary. Based on the information he had, he concluded, he is a person so powerful that I can't do anything else. Beyond the fact that he's incredibly strong, and I wouldn't stand a chance if I fought him. I have to admit that. The two of them shook hands to show goodwill. You introduced yourself. I'm Lee Jun-gyung. Hyojin's lips curled up slightly. Then next. An overwhelming aura swirled around his entire body. Why don't we skip the small talk and get straight to the point? Who are you really? Hyojin was enveloped in a towering, immense aura. It seems like you already know everything. So do we really need to waste time playing these games? I'm the one who was backing the Northern Military Guild. Jun-gyung's expression didn't change much, while in his head he recalled what was written in the diary. Don't trust anything about Odin. Everything about him is a lie. He calmly replied to the other man, I know. The dark energy around the man gradually faded by half. The chairman held up the tablet in his hand, looking slightly disappointed. You don't seem like what I imagined. Did I say something wrong? Then, while intently staring at the notes, he marveled, truly a special young man. He reviewed your illustrious past achievements according to the records. When you awakened and became a hunter, you killed hundreds of monsters and even a boss-level monster inside a gate. You were saved by the Allied Guild and were ranked as a C rank. But in just 2 months. Next was the fierce battle on the beach not long ago. You became an A-rank hunter and were able to defeat the river insect all by yourself. Finally, the chairman concluded. An astonishing rate of growth, I like that. But I have a question. The tablet suddenly erupted with blue flames accompanied by his abrupt shift in attitude. Why did you kill him? John, the CEO, was someone I was training. Under the invisible pressure from the other man, you didn't show the slightest sign of wavering. So you were watching everything through the crow, huh? I just killed a hunter who was trying to eliminate me. Is there something wrong with that? His voice remained as gravelly and heavy as ever. Of course there is. You destroyed a pawn I was grooming without my permission. You didn't back down either, retorting, isn't he just a sacrificial piece? As you said, Chairman, I will only focus on the main point. I want to join Asgard. This affirmation of yours made Hyojin pause for a moment, then he stroked his chin with interest. Oh ho. You really have a knack for surprising people. You want to join, but do you even know what kind of place Asgard is? Jungyong replied straightforwardly. It's a faction founded by the very first hunters with the goal of saving humanity. Isn't Asgard such a place? You added firmly, and you are Odin, the king of Asgard. I would like to repeat once more, I want to join Asgard. Another strange point, one that caused the chairman to have a momentary twitch. The diary mentioned that Odin is not a person of good character. His benevolence is entirely fake. In reality, he is more cunning and cruel than anyone else, but he still has one weakness. Hyojin suddenly became visibly excited. Amazing, how do you know all of this? From your existence to the fact that the river insect was controlled, and you even told me how you became stronger through hunting monsters. It was like a provocation. There was still a long description left. Odin's innate curiosity and his desire to know everything is an endless abyss. He wouldn't hesitate to sit on the same boat with an enemy if it helped him satisfy his curiosity. Deep down, you silently confirmed. A gamble with your life on the line, but it seemed effective just as written in the book. Odin couldn't refuse your offer because of his curious nature. He grew even more eager with his questions. More importantly, my eyes don't work on you. You know about my eyes too, don't you? You continue to show your knowledge. Is it the eye of truth? This detail could be explained as follows because his eye didn't work on you. Odin was extremely intrigued. Furthermore, a notification appeared at the right moment. The Apocalypse Sky strongly opposed those who intentionally disturbed a player's mind and issued a warning to those seeking the truth. Hyojin covered his face, trying to hide a sly grin. Hehehe. Interesting, really. He quickly returned to the composed demeanor of a chairman. All right, I will allow you to join Asgard, but you will have to pass a few entrance exams. Actually, initially this was something John, that stupid hero, suggested, but if you can pass the test, I will accept you as an official member of Asgard. A streak of light once again surrounded his body, and beneath his blindfold he added, Of course I must suppress your mind so this doesn't leak to anyone else, right? The light spread all the way outside, passing through the glass windows of the high-rise building. Scene change, countless canned drinks were displayed on shelves inside a glass cabinet. Jungyong sat at a coffee table lost in deep thought. Not only could he neutralize the eye of truth, but the mental suppression he tried to place had also failed. Luckily, Odin didn't seem to pay much attention to that. You mused deeper. Could it be that the Apocalypse Sky not only prevents mental suppression, but also negates psychological attacks? If so, that's more than enough. A shadow approached and called out to you. Jungyong, you seemed to wake from your drifting thoughts. Oh, sorry. I was deep in thought. Please sit down. You asked with concern. Injong, you met with the guild chairman today, right? Did he say anything unusual? Injong's complexion was not very good. No, he just said he felt very sorry about what happened to the Northern Military Guild. She lowered her head and hesitated. I couldn't ask the reason why he did that. At this point, Jungyong didn't beat around the bush anymore. Injong, I'm sure of it. Actually, the chairman also wanted to eliminate you. Even though you know his true identity, why do you think he hasn't done it yet and let you be? Is it because you're innocent? You judged based on your knowledge of Hyojin. I'm sure he would take action even against innocent people. You quickly agreed. That's right. The only reason you're still alive. It's just, without the slightest hesitation, he bluntly spat out that she was worthless. Dead or alive, he didn't consider her any kind of threat, even though the Northern Guild wasn't a danger to him either. He slaughtered them all just to warn other guilds that he had returned. In-Chang clenched her teeth, trying to hold back the tears that were right on the verge of bursting out. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably. I see. So I really am nothing. Just as she knelt down, utterly helpless, a hand reached out toward her. That is exactly why you should work with me, he explained at length with a completely serious expression. I intend to change this world. You can think I'm arrogant or conceited if you want, but for someone who's reached a dead end like you, don't you have nothing left to lose by working with me? These words seemed to touch something in In-Chang's heart. Her head lifted slightly, her eyes and cheeks red as if she had just woken up from a long, deep despair. Everything was finally settled smoothly with a handshake. Time passed, and the night sky fell. Yoongi-yong and In-Chang returned to the building where they first discussed things after the battle with the guild ended. She spoke up, asking, "So what do we do now?" He responded with another question. "In-Chang, I'm sure you received a sponsorship while you were inside the Sungate portal, right? So can you tell me exactly what you were sponsored?" An object was summoned on her fingertips. "I don't know how to use it, but I received a blood dragon stone from a sponsor called Prince Charming. It matched his deductions perfectly." "Just as I predicted." He gave a brief introduction to the treasure. The blood dragon stone, a super rare crystal. The only thing mentioned 3 times in the Demon King's diary. It's the catalyst that makes the immortal secret complete. In-Chang didn't hesitate for a second to move it away as if offering it to him. "I'll give this blood dragon stone to you." Hearing that, Yoongi-yong's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. He couldn't wrap his head around it. "Don't you know the value of that stone?" It felt like it had been a long time since he'd seen that radiant smile on her lips. Seeing his reaction, she said, "I think you know its value much better than I do." He took it, thinking deeply. "Even though I really wanted it, she gave it to me so easily. This is an item you were sponsored. Are you sure you can just give it away like that? It's something that could have helped you a lot." She held her ground. "This is a gift for you, someone who trusted and acknowledged me. From now on, I will submit to your supervision." He gripped it tightly in his palm. "I understand. I don't know why I was able to get the blood dragon stone." This was the moment he realized a shocking truth. Could it be that she looked at my naive and pure appearance and decided I was a pushover? Someone so easily fooled, it's surprising. A notification rang out right then. "The apocalypse sky is watching you smiling smugly." Currently, Yoongi-yong was at a weapon shop. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" Jae-hyun wondered. "Hey, what brings you here?" He tilted his head, scanning the area. Information about the swords on the walls popped up on his screen one by one, along with other weapons, tucked away in a corner which he also thoroughly investigated. Finally, he uttered 2 words, "Fantastic." Jae-hyun added, "They aren't finished yet. Thanks to you, the fire in the forge is sorted, but the supply of materials still isn't stable." Yoongi-yong instinctively broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "It's unavoidable. The blacksmith's skill is important, but materials are just as vital. Because this is before the Great Flood happened, there's no way to get enough materials to meet the demand." The blood dragon stone suddenly glowed on his fingertip the moment he held it out in front of Jae-hyun. The other man's movements froze for a second. His hand slammed onto the table in excitement. The blacksmith couldn't hide his extreme astonishment. What is that? I've never seen a crystal like that before." To avoid misunderstandings, he hurriedly denied it. "It's not what you think." Jae-hyun raised his voice, arguing back. Come on! Everyone knows that what kind of fool in this world is gullible enough to give away something as valuable and rare as that?" Hearing that, Yoongi-yong didn't know how to react. "I think there is one." He picked up an item. "Can I borrow your hammer for a second?" Without another word, he walked toward the furnace. Jae-hyun started to panic. Hey, what are you doing?" He raised the hammer high, preparing to strike the jewel. His hand veins bulging showed he was focusing a massive amount of power. The head of the hammer began to glow as if an electric current were running through it. At this point, Jae-hyun couldn't just stand there. "Hey, you madman, stop! I said stop!" However, it was already too late. A powerful swing was delivered. Metal clashed with the table, creating a piercing sound. The result was that the blood dragon stone was completely split in 2. Jae-hyun clutched his pale face in shock as if he couldn't believe his eyes. "No!" After explaining everything, the blacksmith regained his composure and picked up the 2 halves of the stone to examine them. "So you mean this thing is used like this?" The diary says that the blood dragon stone can regenerate after absorbing a certain amount of blood. In other words, it can clone itself. Yoongi-yong stated his request. "Put 1 half of the blood dragon stone into the blind spell spear. The blood dragon stone isn't easy to handle or refine." He turned his head to the side, hesitating. "And the other half?" His gaze suddenly became serious. "This heavy blade is similar to the magic sword of red fruit. A large weapon submerged in water caught his attention. Put it on that heavy blade. The other man responded politely. This time I'll do it for free. Thanks to you, not only did I get to handle a rare crystal, but I also uncovered its secrets. The scene shifted to another location. Looking down from above, it was almost impossible to capture the entire mountain landscape because it was obscured by mist. Not only is that crystal incredibly rare, but you've even managed to unlock its secret. Scene transition. Looking down from high above the vast mountain range below is almost impossible to see, completely shrouded in thick mist. A giant eagle had its body sliced in two by a beam of light passing through, and another was hit by a diagonal slash. It couldn't have been more precise. Notifications kept popping up. Blood Dragonstone has absorbed the eagle monster sample. Regeneration rate of the Blood Dragonstone is 1.7%. Standing before the pile of eagle carcasses, Jung-Gyeong and In-Chang just watched quietly from a distance. She excitedly gazed down at the brand-new weapon in her hands.
I really love this great sword. I've never used a heavy blade like this before.
But it felt so smooth, as if it had belonged to her all along. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, it really is. Jae-yun is something else. He's a true master of weapon crafting." She then asked, "What's the regeneration rate of the Blood Dragonstone now?" "I'd estimate it's about 2% right now." He added, "The stronger the monsters we hunt, the higher the regeneration rate will be." Her expression was filled with anticipation as she thought about how to use it. "We've turned one into two, and those two will turn into four. I was so smart to trust you with that stone," he replied with a look of extreme confidence. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, accompanied by the appearance of a massive orc. It let out a wild roar as if to assert its power. It immediately unleashed a powerful attack. Jung-Gyeong desperately jumped back, narrowly avoiding the blast. He managed to land on his feet safe and sound. His whole body sagged after that reckless move. The boss of this gate is an orc warrior. What formidable strength. But where's In-Chang? After a moment of thought, he called out to her. Over on the other side, In-Chang seemed to be struggling a bit more. She was forced to use her entire body weight to brace against the orc's attack. She gritted her teeth, resigned to her fate, because if she let up even for a second, she'd be crushed. Luckily, she succeeded. Breaking free from the stalemate, she swung her sword hard and knocked the monster backward. This time, it was the orc's turn to be in a tough spot, its movement significantly slowed. This was mainly because Secret's greatsword had blocked countless attacks from the other monsters. His lips curved into a proud smile. Just as expected, even the monster is shocked that a human can withstand its power. In-Chang continued to rush underneath it, finally delivering a vertical upward strike while it couldn't react in time. She didn't stop there. She leaped high into the air to gain momentum for a finishing move. Her eyes wide with intense focus, the same move but in reverse. The orc warrior's fate seemed sealed. As the sunset faded, In-Chang sat exhausted on the ground. Jung-Gyeong said softly, "In-Chang, you don't know how relieved I am to have you by my side." Those words gave her a boost of motivation, and her cheeks turned pink with joy. He then mentioned something only the two of them knew. "Now for the next 2 days we have to head there." She agreed. "So it's almost time, huh?" He didn't forget to give careful instructions. "For the next 2 days, keep hunting without rest and coordinate well. It'll help maximize our chances of survival, even if just by a little bit." She nodded repeatedly, showing she understood, her face lingering with an indescribable excitement. Jung-Gyeong's gaze drifted toward a distant place as he pondered. Finally, the day of Odin's test arrived. The evening sky grew dark and the entire apartment complex was lit up. Jung-Gyeong sat slumped on the sofa, exhausted. In just a short time, countless chaotic thoughts filled his mind. "We did the best we could, didn't we? If Secret gets the title, it would be so great. Regardless, she'll get much more than that later, so asking for more now is a bit greedy." Suddenly, the doorbell rang, pulling him back to reality. Who is it? At this moment, he and Xionggu were sitting across from each other in front of the glass window overlooking the city. Xionggu didn't want to waste time beating around the bush. "I'll get straight to the point. Don't go tomorrow. If you go, you'll die. This is completely different from the Songnhae Gate." His face betrayed his unease. Xionggu, is he telling the truth? He slowly connected the clues. "I've thought about it over and over. How did you know about Asgard? Why do you want to join Asgard? And what is your true purpose?" A pure smile unknowingly touched his lips. "But I've decided not to worry about those things anymore. I trust you." Jung-Gyeong couldn't help but ask why. "Why do you trust me so much?" He closed his eyes, showing no hint of regret. "I don't know. My intuition just tells me I have to. Then he stood up from the chair after giving a final stern warning, "No matter what, don't go tomorrow. Odin has his eyes on you. Even if you don't take that test, you can still join Asgard as you wished. You haven't received the title yet, have you?" He kept emphasizing that he should be careful. "If you go tomorrow, you won't survive." However, these words didn't seem to shake his resolve. "Thank you for caring, but please don't worry." Naturally, a long-held determination couldn't be extinguished so easily. He said confidently and decisively, "No matter what happens, I will return alive. There are still many things I need to do." Time passed in a flash. Inside a vast hall designed with countless iron bars. Attached to the walls, two figures walked silently side by side. They were Jungyong and In Chang dressed in black from head to toe. Kim Soo-jeon came out warmly to welcome the VIPs. "This way, hunters. Lee Jungyong Dong In Chang." He didn't spare any praise. "Congratulations on your promotion." Kim Soo-jin politely placed a hand over his chest as he spoke. "Seeing you doing so well as your manager, I benefit too. Most importantly, having the opportunity to participate in an overseas expedition is truly wonderful. It's an honor to be a hunter representing the country." He even bowed 90 degrees in front of Jungyong. "If you wait a moment, the gate will open. I hope you can return safely." After saying that, he turned and left, leaving the two of them alone. In Chang suddenly exclaimed, "He's a good person." He nodded in agreement. "Right, he hasn't changed at all." A spatial gate suddenly appeared in mid-air. A man in a suit announced, "The gate to London has opened. You two may proceed to the gate. I hope you both return safely." The magic circle emitted endless sparkling light. Two British men were already waiting for them. It's truly an honor to finally meet the infamous underdog in person. Welcome to London. Let me explain. The term underdog usually refers to someone who is at a disadvantage but ends up winning in spectacular fashion. June spoke back, trying to sound modest. "It's a pleasure to meet you. We were sent by the Korean Association, Lee Jungi and Jong In Chang." She looked a bit surprised by his language skills. "Oh, so you can speak English that fluently. Reliable, huh?" Unpleasant memories flickered through his mind. "I only learned it because in the Eden region, if you don't speak English, you aren't even treated like a human being." He answered humbly, "It's not like that at all. I just happened to have the opportunity to learn it." The other person introduced them politely. "We will escort you two inside. Traveling through portals must be exhausting, right? Tonight there will be a welcome banquet for all the hunters. They have gathered here for the expedition, and we hope you two will attend as well." The moon hung high, clearly visible behind the drifting clouds. The night sky stretched out not too dark, illuminated by the soft glow of lights from the grand architecture below. There were a few guests there, standing around chatting and enjoying drinks. In Chang suddenly whispered to him, feeling a bit frustrated. "Since I can't speak English, what were those people who just walked by saying?" Jungi answered honestly. "Some were saying they were glad to meet us, but others were making some racist gestures." A loud noise suddenly drew the attention of the crowd. The group nearby was startled. Foom! The sudden appearance of Demetrius made everyone instinctively step aside to clear a path. Suddenly, he locked his gaze in a specific direction. "What are these two supposed to be? I've dealt with some idiots from Korea before, but why a pair of lovebirds, Jungi and In Chang, finally realized his words were aimed directly at them. His massive physique. He was a whole head taller, standing imposing right in front of them. It feels like this guy couldn't even take one of my punches. Did the Korean Association really send two losers like this? Huh. What are you two supposed to be? Where did they leave those other idiots that they dared to bring these two lovebirds here?" She glanced over, wary. "What is that giant saying? They don't look like nice words." He broke into a cold sweat. Damn it, this is nothing like what I imagined. A bit of info on the northern land, the Great Warriors Asgard, a secret organization backed by Korea influencing the entire globe with no small number of members, along with other secret organizations using hunters from all over the world as their military. They frequently clash, fighting for the right to speak and the right to own those portals. That is the Great War. The diary recorded that the goal of protecting humanity by hunting monsters has vanished without a trace. They have completely lost themselves in the war just to see who is stronger. Demetrius glared, issuing a threat. Huh. I asked you a question. Are you not going to answer me? He looked up deep in thought. But why is this guy here? This guy has absolutely nothing to do with this. His confusion was completely justified, as the origin of this great war was Choi Johnson. First, it was the incident where Johnson provoked them after, winning the title at the Long River portal. Next, he pierced through the guy. He was supposed to participate under the name Ganzer, but due to his own interference, history changed, and Ganzer died. Finally, the meeting with Hyojin. Odin's plan has been disrupted, so he must have sent him here to take Choi Johnson's place. His face darkened in an instant. Ganzer could never compare to this guy. Then why? Is this an outcome caused by changing the past? Suddenly a voice rang out from behind Demetrius. Just leave them be. He actually stepped back to let the newcomer move to the front. George reached out a hand. It's a pleasure to meet you. It's an honor to be able to meet the famous underdog. Hearing that, he couldn't help but look suspicious. Underdog. Is this Lovebird the underdog? This delusional rookie George immediately gave a stern warning. That's enough, Demetrius. He offered a friendly gesture. On his behalf, I apologize. Please don't mind the words of this all-brawn, no-brain guy. I am George, known as Odyssey. Jungi was extremely surprised by the other person's presence. So this guy is Odyssey, the ill-fated hero who would be killed by his own comrade Hercules in the future. He didn't hesitate to take the hand. It's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard a lot about you, Odyssey. He replied politely. I'm embarrassed. I don't compare to your reputation as an underdog. Is not even close. He didn't forget to glare at the person next to him. Demetrius apologized. Demetrius flashed a mysterious smile. Apologize to a handshake, huh? That's interesting. Underdog, huh? Contrary to George's goodwill, it was clear his intentions were not good. Demetrius, the Hercules title. How absurd if you say you've heard a lot about my homeland of Greece, right? His bright red pupils glowed with bloodlust. I would be very happy if you quickly accepted this apology. In the books, there are a few lines briefly describing Demetrius Hercules. This guy is truly a beast, to the point where facing him is real fear. In Chang stepped forward, gripping his arm tightly. She held it steady, not letting Demetrius move an inch. Furthermore, she threatened, take your hand off right now. He is not accepting that apology. He glanced over, wondering, what is this girl glaring at? Then he laughed, confused. What are you talking about? In Chang didn't answer, but pushed his hand away harder and harder. George watched, shocked, his eyes widening in total disbelief. Is she actually competing in strength against Hercules? Suddenly, Demetrius tensed his muscles to resist. Then she was knocked back by his immense power, stumbling backward, struggling not to collapse. She looked down at her arm in shock, still trembling. In Chang looked ahead, worried, thinking to herself, I was pushed back. Seeing her defeat, Demetrius let out a loud, mocking laugh. So Underdog has another useful side, huh? Impressive. He smiled, clearly amused. Catch you later. George bowed his head politely, adding, I apologize for this. I'll come by to greet you both next time. Heavy footsteps echoed as the two walked away. In Trang was still rattled by what had just happened, so Jungyo and stepped in to check on her. Are you all right? She felt a bit anxious. I'm not so sure. Do we really have to fight someone like him? The Demon King's memoirs say he's an invincible monster. He lowered his head and muttered, You're right. There's no chance for us to win. But there is a gap. He has one fatal weakness that prevents him from standing at the pinnacle of the world. Jungyo's eyes hardened as he said, If we use standard methods like these, daily parties meant for secret organizations to get to know each other and gauge strength. The city looked peaceful, but the underdog team didn't attend any of the gatherings. The gates opened to welcome them inside. The man gesturing to the entrance said, This is the place? He complimented him. That's truly incredible. You're already abroad and you're still raiding dungeons. Jungyo replied cheerfully. Oh, tours like this I can go anytime. Still, he didn't forget to caution her. But I'm still worried. You should watch your stamina for the important dungeon raid coming up. Regardless, I'll be rooting for you. The system suddenly announced, You have entered the Oxer tribe. A sponsor is watching you. With that, they were both teleported. Upon arriving, he looked at Intrang and instructed, We'll stay here until we reach our goal. If it's not this place, we'll raid another similar dungeon. She nodded slightly. He added, Just do what you did back in Korea. Intrang smiled. Practicing my defensive skills, right? Exactly. Jungyo smiled. With my current abilities, I don't think I could survive even a single hit from Hercules. That's why your role is so important. He turned to leave, tossing back, Wait here for a moment. Intrang looked stunned. Huh. We're not going together. Jungyo tilted his head, assuring her. It's not time yet. Just stay here and you'll see. I'll be right back. Intrang stood still, watching him dash away. She felt helpless and sighed, then held her head high, reflecting on how she wasn't the same as before. She used to feel anxious all the time because of the guilt she carried. but now she felt much more at ease. The system chimed in. The White Prince is smiling at you. In Trang was happy with her thoughts. Even the sponsor who used to send messages of annoyance or anger was now sending messages showing satisfaction. I'm truly grateful to him. As time passed, Jungyo descended with his spear in hand, moving with such force that before she could react, he shouted, "In Trang, get ready!" Before she could collect herself, things began dropping from above. 4 monsters revealed themselves ready to strike. In Trang panicked. Why are there dozens of Oxer monsters suddenly? And the dungeon boss is the boss, a 2-headed Oxer. Seeing her trying to flee, Jungyo warned, "In Trang, don't try to run from them." She asked, confused, "Huh? Why can't I run? They're all aggressively targeting me. Is this why you told me to equip the formidable enemy of the Oxer tribe title earlier?" He immediately cheered her on. "You can do it." "I know you can." In Trang began to understand his intent and replied, "And this is why you told me to fill my inventory with potions, right?" "That's right," Jungyo answered firmly. She looked behind her, feeling a bit worried. After a moment of hesitation, In Trang gritted her teeth. She stopped running and turned back. "Fine, I'll do it!" She shouted with resolve, drawing her sword and charging at the Oxers, who roared in intimidation. Behind her, he whispered, "Hyonmu." His spear radiated a blue aura, and Hyonmu appeared. "Did you call me master?" The spirit summoned 5 potion bottles to surround her. Jungyo instructed, "Help In Trang whenever she's in danger by using those potions." It obeyed, "As you wish, master." With that task handled, he mapped out his plan. With him there, she won't be in trouble. Now it's time for me to find the most important piece, the one that can defeat Hercules. Flames began to consume the surroundings. The ground beneath them was shattered, and the area was in chaos. 2 Oxers screamed in pain as they were engulfed by flames. A massive Oxer slowly stepped forward. Seeing this, he concluded, "It can extinguish the fire just by walking through it and controlling the flames. I've finally found the mysterious piece in this B-rank Oxer tribe. It's this giant red-eyed creature." He watched its shadow filled with anxiety. A monster so terrifying that even a high ranker would be afraid. It didn't actually use magic, but in the future people would still call it that because of its overwhelming power. Its massive body stood tall amidst the ashes. Its identity was the red-eyed Oxer sorcerer. Seogu slammed the door open in a rage and shouted, "What on earth do you think you're doing?" Just then, someone stepped in to block his path. "Sir, what's going on? You can't just do as you please here." Hyojin lowered his voice and calmly replied, "It's fine. You may step aside." With just the 2 of them left in the room facing each other, the man couldn't take it anymore. His eyes widened as he snapped, "What do you think you're doing so?" CEO Gu softened his tone, sounding surprised. You knew everything already? I don't know what you're talking about." Hyojin's response left him puzzled. "What exactly is going through your mind?" The man just let out a long sigh. A space-altering barrier appeared surrounding the 2 of them. Cutting to the chase, Hyojin stared intently at CEO Gu. "All right, now we can have a proper conversation. This isn't an ASGA conference room, so you don't intend to keep up the formalities." CEO looked him straight in the eye and asked, "Did you just set a new rule? What about our top priority of striving for humanity? And besides, why on earth did you have to establish such petty minor rules?" Hyojin couldn't hold back his anger anymore. "How dare you talk down to me?" CEO tried to defuse the situation and explained, "I thought about lecturing you in case it might actually change your mind, but it seems you have no intention of listening to me anyway." Suddenly, a heavy surge of energy enveloped his body, cloaked in dark power. He threatened, "You insolent brat, CEO!" CEO Gu simply muttered, "Hercules." Hearing that name, the man was visibly startled. "What did you say?" "What do you mean?" His anger cooled slightly, allowing him to listen. Seeing Hyojin had calmed down, he reported, "What I mean is, Hercules is participating in this round of the Tournament of the Greatest Warriors." The terrifying pressure dissipated. He pondered for a moment, then questioned, "But we had an agreement. We're already the ones who won this match. Why is Hercules there? Does Olympus not intend to keep its word?" After hearing this, CEO Gu was slightly taken aback. He had assumed the man knew Hercules was there and had sent him intentionally. But as it turned out, the reality of the situation was more concerning than he had imagined. Startled, he replied, "So you didn't know either?" Yet something still troubled him, so he voiced it. "Do you intend to just let him die like that? I thought you were interested in him too. That is why I have to set out." "No need to worry so much," he reassured. "I don't intend to let him die either. I wasn't prepared for things to escalate to this point. Hyojin's calm response left him stunned. The man guaranteed, but I placed a mental restraint on him. If he falls into danger, the mental restraint I installed will send a signal. He chuckled with interest. Olympus broke the pact. That will be the perfect excuse. Seogu watched, feeling a wave of anxiety, thinking to himself, "You cunning bastard. Did he actually predict this?" A mental restraint. From Young-Yong's perspective, I can't say this is a wise move, but it seems useful in this case. There's nothing I can do, but it feels like a weight has been lifted at least a little. This peaceful scene would soon come to an end. Both Odin and the Hindu side were unaware that Odin's mental restraint had been nullified by the apocalypse sky. Back to the battle involving In-jong and Jung-yong. The Oxer stood still, staring at the burning house. It turned its head, searching for its target. He picked up a rock, wondering luring it with fire might be worth a shot. He felt relaxed. Having found a reason to fight it could become a master of beasts. The Oxer, the most important piece to counter Hercules. Suddenly, the shadow of the Oxer appeared behind him, making him jump. Jung-yong spun around, stunned. Since when? It exhaled a powerful blast of air. A cataclysmic explosion occurred. Jung-yong used every ounce of his strength to dodge, yet suddenly it was right behind him, grinning. It looked down at him. He panicked and cursed. "Damn it! How is this giant so fast?" He was deeply worried. It was a monster on par with Hercules. Can I actually win this? It lunged, raising its leg to stomp on him. A loud crash echoed and the ground beneath cracked open. Luckily, Jung-yong managed to dodge and escape just in time, summoning his weapon to his hand. He wore a cold expression, staring straight ahead. I wanted to avoid clashing with this thing to prepare for the fight with Hercules, but it seems unavoidable now. I have to defeat it. Seeing Jung-yong standing still, it wound up its fist and lunged. He raised his spear to meet it head-on. The system notification chimed, "Gate raid successful, Oxer," suddenly went motionless and changed color. He stood there speechless. The sight before his eyes left him completely bewildered, but then he let out a sigh of relief. Phew. That was close. He felt much more at ease. If he were injured to the point where even miracle potions couldn't heal him, it would be beyond imagination, especially with the match just around the corner. Thank God. Looks like In-jong took down the boss just in time. She's truly reliable. A tranquil sunset painted the sky in deep red with birds flying overhead. Two people were chatting nearby. Demetrios looked surprised. Since that first day, he hasn't shown up at all. George voiced his thoughts. He's probably preparing on his own. He couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Damn it, I'm itching for a fight! Can't I go raid a gate or something?" Josh calmly turned to explain, "No, I don't want any more headaches because of you. You're the one who caused this mess. By joining the tournament of the greatest warriors despite Olympus's orders." Demetrios protested impatiently. "How is that my fault? We could have won easily. How could you intentionally throw the match? Is that even logical? As a warrior, I cannot stand such injustice." He retorted, "Then fight for what's truly just. Why on earth did you beat her until she had to be hospitalized?" George let out a frustrated sigh, muttering, "Good grief, you give me such a splitting headache. The tournament should have started sooner. I was able to hide for a while, but because you showed your face at the opening party, I'm certain the people from Olympus and are on their way here to punish you for breaking the rules and me for helping you." Demetrios puffed out his chest, arrogance written all over his face. "Don't worry, I can take on anyone. I'll protect you. And another thing, that underdog guy, the one who looks like he can hold his own solo, I'm really looking forward to seeing the girl who's with him." He could only manage a forced smile, thinking to himself that not many opponents caught this guy's eye, so seeing how excitedly he anticipated the underdog and his partner was unsettling. George's anxiety grew deeper. He felt a huge explosion was about to happen. It was like the eerie calm before a storm in an apartment complex. In Chang looked at him worriedly. "Are you going out hunting again? Do you need me to go with—" Before OJ could finish, he quickly stopped her. "No, it's fine. I've got this." Seeing her looking a bit under the weather, In Chang asked helplessly, "Who do you think made me like this, huh?" He just laughed and replied, "But thanks to that, you've gained valuable experience that helped boost your physical development and stamina. Shall we go again?" She was startled and tried to change the subject. About that." Seeing her reaction, he chuckled softly. "I'm just joking. Go get some rest. I'll go alone today." In Chang blushed as she looked at him. "Okay, but if anything happens, contact me right away, promise." The sky was clear and gentle sunlight shone down on the high-rise buildings. Jung-hyung walked along thinking, she must be somewhere around here. It was a place where he could sense a massive amount of magical energy. He walked straight ahead. It seemed to be just nearby. Suddenly, Young-hyung's eyes turned red as if he had realized something. Found it. This is the place. He opened the door and stepped inside. Excuse me? Jujin greeted him cheerfully. Welcome to the phone box shop. Seeing her, he thought, yes, I made it to the right place. Jujin observed him and smiled brightly. Are you Korean? There aren't many Koreans around here. So what brings you here? Looking for a special panacea or gear to deal with demons? Young-hyung reached out his hand and asked, You're Park Jujin, right? She looked surprised and slightly annoyed. Yeah, who are you? Unfortunately, I just opened this shop. How do you know my name? He smirked triumphantly. Your hammer is still in good shape, right? As he spoke, he thought Brock's sister, a brilliant blacksmith with skills that could rival. Brock, she's the top jeweler for Hephaestus. Jujin was astonished. Did Jaehoon send you here? Seeing her reaction, Young-hyung just assumed that was her nickname. A week later, she pulled out a spear. Just as you requested, I have melted that red ore and coated the spear with it. Spellbound. Who exactly are you? Jujin stared at him, her eyes wide. The stone on your spear and that red ore? I've never seen anything like them before. I even left my brother, who can't even cook for himself, to search every country for minerals like these. Even the people in Olympus don't possess things like this. Tell me, who are you and how do you have these things? Ignoring her questions, he spoke with a firm tone. Go back to Korea. Young-hyung then added, If you want rare minerals and materials, Korea is better than this place. Eugene was a bit confused. What are you talking about? But he was close to his goal. He plotted in his head, if these twins are together, they can help me get even stronger. He smiled. Because I am in Korea. Seeing his smug expression, she was clearly annoyed. What are you claiming you can obtain types of minerals that even Olympus doesn't have? How arrogant. But why did her expression suddenly change? Interesting. I like being outside the city. A flash of blue light appeared among the hunters. Some looked quite mysterious. They looked cunning and malicious. George walked over to the soldiers. The guide picked up the microphone and announced, The raid will begin shortly. Hunters from all over the world. Please get ready. In-chang went with Young-hyung and asked, Does this mean we have to fight all of them? He shook his head and replied, Not all of them. Even though this is a battle between great warriors, there are some who don't desire victory. And besides, clearing the dungeon is one of the conditions for winning. She was relieved. Thank goodness. That means the hunters don't have to kill each other meaninglessly. Young-hyung looked at her worriedly. Only if there are people like you, I guess. Then he whispered, I'm not so sure. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted. Demetrius approached, looking contemptuous. Just a bunch of small fry. Everyone was terrified when they saw him. Demetrius shouted angrily, What are you all looking at, huh? He was about to strike, but George stopped him. Demetrius, we haven't even entered the gate yet. He turned back with a scowl. But those weaklings are staring at me. Regardless, he pointed straight at Young-hyung. That underdog guy. He glanced away. Seeing Young-hyung's face only made him even more excited. I love that look of yours. It's so exciting, Demetrius exclaimed. Hey, good luck. Hearing his well wishes, Young-hyung looked at him with clear disdain. Just then the guide called out to everyone, Please enter the gate. They immediately lined up and went in. He looked at her worriedly. In-chang saw Young-hyung calling her and quickly replied, Yes. His face turned serious as he warned her, When we get inside, you need to run as fast as you can first. In-chang looked surprised. What, he wants me to run away? A notification appeared, You have entered the Catalonia Mountain Gate. High up on Catalonia Mountain, something far off began to shine, and then... Boom! An explosion occurred, followed by shrill screams. Ah! In-chang used her sword to defend herself, anxiously glancing around, wondering what on earth was happening. Remembering his warning to run first, she flashed forward, then instinctively froze in place. She saw a man lying motionless on the ground, whispering, Help! Help me! She recalled Jun Guan's warning, When we head inside, run as fast as you can first. Even though she had heard his warning, she ignored it and kept moving. In-chang gave the man a healing potion. What just happened? As soon as he drank it, he suddenly passed out. She was speechless, shocked. What the hell is going on? Instinctively, In-chang glanced behind her and managed to block a strike from Demetrius. Their powers collided, and Demetrius emerged from the smoke. "Oh ho, so you managed to block that, did you?" Trang looked at him nervously, gripping her sword tightly, thinking to herself, "Demetrius, an attack even stronger than the Oxer monster." He wore a smug grin. "You're the one who came with Underdog, aren't you? I'm so glad I decided to join in." A massive cloud of smoke erupted in the middle of the forest. The violent attack tore through space, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. Swirling power surrounded Demetrius as he clenched his fists ready. Anticipating a destructive blow, Trang leaned back just in time to dodge the blast of energy hurtling toward her. She gripped her sword and stepped aside as the blazing red magic exploded, blowing apart the ground where she had just been standing. Trang turned back, her heart filled with extreme shock. What the hell is this terrifying power? Demetrius had no intention of stopping. Another attack struck immediately. He sneered, "What's the matter? Too scared to even talk?" She quickly raised her purple sword to block defending against Demetrius's savage magic. It collided with the blade, creating a massive explosion. She watched the chaotic scene unfolding before her. He laughed coldly. "Watch closely." The dust settled, revealing Trang standing firm, gripping her sword tightly. She spat out a mouthful of black blood, whispering to herself,
This really is a destructive power. I can feel it.
Her spine was trembling, but thanks to her grueling training, she managed to block his attack. She crouched down, supporting herself with one hand, and swung her sword upward. The power caused the ground beneath her feet to crack. She thought to herself, "Now it's my turn." Demetrius continued to focus his mana, preparing his next attack with a smirk. "I heard you're a hunter who hasn't even received a title yet. That's hard to believe. Are you lucky enough to have received the chance to block this attack?" Blazing red magic gathered in a spiral, taking the shape of a giant tiger. The technique, Savage Beast, unleashed a fire projectile from above. It dove straight toward Trang's position, but it suddenly exploded in midair. The turn of events left her stunned, realizing something. She hurriedly turned her head to look behind her. Junguan had been standing there the whole time. He said coldly, "Just run for now." The two quickly ran in the opposite direction. Behind them, a massive fire erupted. Demetrius appeared from the smoke, clicking his tongue in annoyance. Tree branches blocked the scorching sun. Trang recounted everything to Junguan. "There was an explosion the moment we entered the gate. Many hunters were trapped inside and lost their lives." She was confused, asking what on earth was happening. He explained it was an ambush. Trang asked in surprise, "So Demetrius really—" Junguan interrupted her. "No, it's the opposite. The moment we entered the gate, they tried to ambush Demetrius. Because of that, he snapped and went on a rampage." She finally understood. "Ah, so you anticipated this, which is why you told me to run. I see, you knew this would happen." Suddenly he looked in one direction, saying, "Looks like 1/3 is done." She was bewildered. "It's already done." Trang nervously analyzed the situation. "His attacks. I don't think I can face him head-on. So what should we do now?" As Junguan summoned his sword and shield, he said, "From now on..." His eyes brightened as he seriously instructed his teammate, "Let's survive this A-rank gate." Continuous growls echoed out. A pack of wild beasts was waiting to hunt Catalan lions, an A-rank monster. He said in a low voice, "After all, Demetrius isn't our only enemy." Hyunmu appeared in this air, flying around as if scouting the situation. While Trang was busy stacking stones, it returned to report, "I don't see any sign of that hunter around here, Junguan." He instructed, "Keep searching the surrounding areas. If there is any danger, come back immediately." It replied, "Understood." He turned to her. "Let's go, Trang." Trang replied,
Please wait a moment.
She stood still, looking at the simple stone graves. Junguan watched her, thinking, Hyunmu is scouting the surroundings, so I didn't stop her. But she is definitely the strangest person in this world. After burying the enemy's remains, she turned to ask, "You said we have 2 days to win. This great war, right? So are you planning to face the boss or focus on fighting the great war?" He analyzed, "The boss must be extremely strong. It would be very difficult to fight it with just the two of us." She agreed. "That's true, but isn't Demetrius even stronger?" Trang wondered, "What should we do?" "You have a plan, don't you?" He affirmed, "That's right. We will." A triumphant smile appeared on his lips as he added, "Take both of them down." Hundreds of question marks surrounded her. She was speechless. Hyunmu suddenly landed, drawing both their attention as it reported, "There are 3 hunters with skull tattoos nearby." Hearing this, he mused, "So they are the ones who made everything go haywire?" Trang was confused. "What do you mean?" He explained, "They are the ones who ambushed Demetrius. The moment we entered the gate, get ready." She wasn't sure and asked, "Are we going to fight those hunters?" Wouldn't it be better to just avoid them? Jungi. Usually I'd say that's how it goes, but these guys are different. I've got something. A plume of murky gray smoke rose into the sky as a fire roared in the middle of the vast forest. 3 men were tied tightly to a tree. 2 shadows, one large and one small, stretched across the ground. Demetrios and George stood against the sunlight. He looked confused. I followed the trail of that guy's fire. Underdog, but who the hell are these lowlifes? He observed the group and said, they're affiliated with Boyan. The unfamiliar name made him suspicious. Boyan, a bald man with a skull tattoo on his head, listened to every word terrified. George explained, a dark organization wandering across North Africa. They're known for being incredibly savage, constantly trafficking drugs and kidnapping children. And those guys. He shifted his gaze toward Demetrios, the one who had ambushed him the moment he entered the gate. His face darkened, looking gloomily at the 3 men tied up. His gaze left them petrified. They screamed, please don't kill us! We were wrong! The hunter breathed a sigh of relief when he saw his gentle smile. I don't hate people who do whatever it takes to win. On the contrary, I quite like people like that. His smile suddenly shifted, his eyes glowing intensely, radiating killing intent. As long as they follow the rules, that's enough. Demon King's Memoir. The rule prohibiting ambushing others right after entering the gate is strictly forbidden in the Great War. Demetrios raised a fist concentrated with magical power. He grinned. Remember to follow the rules in your next life. An explosion shook the entire forest. Rocks and dust flew everywhere. System notification, the Monster Crusher approves of your action. Through the thick dust, George crossed his arms and watched. Demetrios admired his handiwork. He closed his eyes and sighed. Rules, huh? Yeah. You already ignored Olympus's orders and you nearly ascended to the afterlife yourself, so I don't think you should be the one saying that. Hearing this, he replied with contempt. So what? Regardless, that underdog is definitely an interesting guy. Suddenly, George opened his eyes, alert. I'll take this as a gift. 2 strange hunters appeared. The one on the left had the familiar skull emblem on his shirt, followed by a group of armed men full of killing intent. Looking ahead, Demetrios stepped forward with interest, magical power gathering around him. Are these guys allies of the other 2? I guess I'm not the only one with a burning passion. Power flared violently. He wore an excited grin. I really like this gift. The hunter's body lay charred and motionless on the ground. Josh observed the corpses strewn before him and said with a weary tone, your hobbies are really twisted. Looking at his companion, he remarked, can't you use weapons? This is so tiring. Josh didn't like Demetrios for one simple reason: he was just too powerful. Killing intent still lingered. The white ice on his hands turned a dark red. He looked at him with disdain. You should use your hands if you want to truly feel the hunt. A coward like you wouldn't understand. Demetrios wasn't just some madman. He was a warrior who possessed an intense desire to fight and to win with overwhelming force. Once he entered a battle, he became a murder addict. Ignoring the blood on his face and body, Demetrios excitedly said, let's go meet that guy now! And because of that, George was very afraid of Demetrios facing underdog. The sun began to set, and the red tint on the treetops deepened. Jungi and In Chang walked together under the canopy. Suddenly she spoke up. A dense magical pressure. Maybe we're in a boss zone. She was surprised when he raised his hand, cutting her off. He quietly sensed something. There were hunters here. Not enemies, no scent of blood mixed in this magic. At that moment, a strange group appeared before them. 2 people wearing ethnic-style clothing spoke up. So you're underdog, aren't you late? We've been waiting for you for a long time. Jungi thought to himself, waiting for me? Then he asked back, what do you mean? His attitude made the guy across from him hesitate. Weren't you sent by Asgard? He replied seriously. That's right. The 2 of them turned to discuss something with their companions. Afterward, the young man stepped forward to explain, I am Inep from Nin. We were waiting to help you, but it seems you still don't know anything. This great war has already been decided to end with a victory for Asgard. Jungi was silent, wondering. Nin in Egypt. An international guild like Asgard and Olympus. Inep continued. I don't know what happened with Olympus, so even though the road here was difficult, we waited here to be sure that you win. He silently analyzed, so that's why Choi Jong-seong could win the Great War. Because of this. He introduced them to his group and added, we will help you both, so let's go defeat the boss together. If only 2 of you fight, it'll be very difficult. Jungi bluntly refused. No, I will defeat Demetrios. This statement shocked everyone. What even Inep and Numek who came along couldn't believe it. In Chang looked at her companion. He was seriously thinking, winning just by defeating the boss is no different than being Odin's pet always following his will. Her eyes widened in confusion.
Why are they all so surprised?
He turned to answer, "It seems this great war was prearranged for Asgard to win. That's why. At first they intended to help us kill the boss." She continued, "So avoiding a fight with Demetrios and defeating the boss to secure victory is the surest way to win this great war," he agreed. "Yeah, but they're all surprised because I want to take down Demetrios." Jungi darkened, thinking to himself, "Will In Chang oppose me too?" She cheerfully responded, "All right, let's move forward together." "You've got a plan, right? I'll follow it." Her attitude made him smile. He noted to himself that she was truly reliable. Suddenly, someone spoke up. "I'm pulling out." The two of them looked toward the voice. Another person raised their hand. "I'm out too." A different group echoed the sentiment, "We'll be sitting this one out as well. I'm not going to get myself hurt fighting Demetrios." The surrounding crowd grumbled in protest. "Why the hell did Asgard send a guy like this?" "Agreed, let's just get out of this gate." Inep spoke up. "That boss is a lion similar to a Catalan, but it's massive and way stronger. I won't fight Demetrios, but I'll at least give you some intel." Nume refused to participate and stepped back. The hunters nearby agreed, "We'll just hang back and watch." Jungi-ong and In-chang looked helpless. She said, "We're back to square one again." He smiled to reassure her, "No problem at all, let's go." As night fell, and the tree canopy blended into the darkness, Nume worriedly asked Inep, "What do you think is going to happen?" He mused. "It's going to be tough, but considering everything he's been through, he's unnaturally strong. A rising star suddenly appeared in South Korea, and he's already one of the strongest hunters there. Jungi-ong fought that giant centipede all by himself. He wiped out the Songjae Gate, an incredibly unique gate. He's fearlessly faced off against entire groups of people, outnumbering him significantly." Inep recounted, "And this rookie single-handedly wiped out the Northern Army Guild, a guild known for being incredibly powerful. He has incredibly tight-knit connections with Hindu, a key figure in Asgard." The scene of Hyojin's terrifying smile flashed by. He continued his analysis, and with just a passing glance, Odin was completely intrigued by him. Inep gave his assessment, judging by his potential he might even be on par with the Dark Organization. Nume's eyes widened in surprise. "What? That's impossible." He gave a knowing smile. "That's exactly why we're hanging back. Doing this will let us accurately gauge him. Will this underdog show us what kind of fight he puts up when he clashes with the overwhelming hero Demetrios? That's something both we and the hunters standing over there are dying to see." The sky turned pitch black. A few sparks flared up. A giant horned lion's eyes burned with murderous intent. In front of it stood two tiny humans. The status window popped up, "You are facing a Catalan." It suddenly roared, releasing energy like a lightning bolt. The system warned, "Your abilities have been slightly reduced due to the Catalan's pressure." Jungi-ong gritted his teeth, resisting his opponent's attack. Notifications popped up in succession. "You have successfully resisted. Your stats have returned to normal. You have achieved the feat of resisting pressure." The ground where he had been standing shattered from the shockwave. As he flew toward his prey, he shouted instructions. "I'll handle the left, In Chang, you take the right. Keep your energy up." She focused her power and lunged forward. "Got it." Hyunmu also offered support. "I'll handle the midsection." The group attacked from 3 different directions with their weapons. The boss opened its mouth, bearing sharp fangs, ready to greet the 3 tiny beings. Just as the Catalan lunged forward at high speed, In Chang landed a strike on it, but unfortunately it noticed and instantly countered with its leg. In the end, to everyone's shock, In Chang took the hit from the Catalan. Even though she raised her sword to block, she couldn't help but be terrified. Its overwhelming power radiated everywhere. June. Hyung seized the moment to swing his weapon to assist her, but in a flash, she had already been knocked straight to the ground. Dust billowed out. He quickly stepped back to dodge. Hyunmu immediately unleashed his energy to help them, and it landed right in the Catalan's remaining eye. The other 2 managed to land safely because of it. Jungi-ong turned to In Chang and warned, "Don't push yourself too hard, you hear me? We still have a second objective, Demetrios." Elsewhere, a conflict was erupting like an earthquake. Everyone nearby was caught in the shockwave and knocked unconscious on the spot. Mana covered a man's entire body. His arms were covered in blood, looking as if he had just tortured someone. Demetrios grabbed his opponent by the neck, furious. "I'll keep taking on guys like you, while I search for that guy's flame." He quickly tossed the guy aside and said a few words to George. "Thanks." George urged him to pace himself. "Save your energy a bit. You still have the fight you want ahead of you." Hearing this, the man erupted in anger, his eyes widening as he shouted, "Shut up!" Seeing this, George broke out in a cold sweat, wondering if the man was losing himself in his bloodlust. All for the sake of such incredible power. The more Demetrios lost himself in his bloodlust, the more people he killed. In the middle of the silent forest, George was lost in his own thoughts. Could it be that the rookie saw the imbalance in George and left these guys here for him? No, that's impossible. This was top-secret information even at Olympus. It was a secret that not even Odin of Asgard knew. Then he put on a stern face and called out, "Demetrios." The man's eyes were bloodshot still in a state of rage, but he slowly turned to look at him. Finally, his gaze steadied, and he asked, "What is it?" George asked suspiciously. "Are you sure you're in your right mind?" He stated firmly, "I told you don't worry about it. I've already got my bloodlust under control." Suddenly, a burst of energy erupted from the other side. Demetrios smirked. "Now it's time to eat the main course, isn't it?" George remained lost in his thoughts. He was one of Olympus's most capable heroes and one of the only S-rank hunters in the world. He then smiled trustingly. "I believe in you, Demetrios. Let's go." On this side, the Catalan was slowly approaching. In Chang witnessed the scene and doubted, "It's not moving. So did we succeed?" Jun Young responded, and suddenly an explosion occurred as its energy shot straight into the sky. Catalan was fierce, surging with endless power. As they walked slowly toward the pair, the entire pack of Catalans suddenly charged at breakneck speed. Looking down from above, Numek couldn't help but exclaim, "This is truly unimaginable." "They defeated the boss with just the two of them," Inep added. As if reacting to the demonic energy of the Catalans, the lions began to gather around their leader. He leaned down, analyzing the situation. Usually, you need to attack the leader as much as possible while it is stunned during the phase transition. But why on earth did that rookie stop attacking? Returning to the battle, Intrang also offered her strategy. "I can feel the demonic power deep in my bones. Is this really going to be okay? We're doing great, right?" Jun Young conceded. "Yeah, you remember." Just then, the protagonist appeared. Demetrios dived down instantly, and as he landed, the ground cracked and sank deep beneath him. He stood up with a cocky smirk, looking quite pleased. "This is the moment you should be back in the fight." George followed behind, speaking up. "I told you to wait for me, didn't I?" Suddenly, he leaped up, and they all ran away, pursued by the Catalans. Seeing the scene before them, the group was panicked. "What?" They couldn't believe their own suspicions. Could it be? It roared, its whole body erupting with streaks of crimson lightning, and then it lunged forward. The heavy impact cracked the surroundings, sending rocks flying everywhere. The shockwave was so violent it pushed everyone back. Catalan stood still as if contemplating something. Then it opened its mouth wide and let out a fierce roar. The sound successfully summoned a pack of lions. They charged at everyone together. They quickly drew their weapons, not forgetting to exclaim, "Those two are truly terrifying." The boss has been completely swallowed by its own magical power to the point of losing its mind. Catalan opened its maw and lunged ferociously, reaching out with its paw to strike. Demetrios clenched his fist, ready to engage. He was thrilled. "Ha ha ha! Good, very good!" Jun Young and his teammate stood on a high cliff. Observing the situation below, he assessed, "Thanks to Demetrios, we managed to get away. But it won't last long." Suddenly, a mysterious bottle of pink liquid appeared in his hand. Intrang noticed, "What are you doing?" He focused on the task at hand. He replied briefly, "It's my secret weapon." After the liquid was poured onto the spear, it instantly emitted a red glow accompanied by a notification, "Muspel's spear is temporarily enhanced." The gem on the hilt of the spear absorbed the power from the pink liquid. The system continued to display, "Blood Dragon Stone is coating the Chain Dharma Stone." The notification made Jundas Saiso Bonamon Young surprised. "Monster blood coating the Chain Dharma Stone. What the hell is going on?" At that moment, Lee Jun-young did not realize the consequences when the Blood Dragon Stone coated the Chain Dharma Stone. He stood up, holding the spear now covered in a layer of pinkish-purple power. The sight made Intrang anxious. "That looks very dangerous." The power coiled around it more and more. He raised his weapon into a throwing stance and answered her, "But this is our only chance." Catalan gathered its strength, forming an energy sphere in front of its mouth. Then it was launched, creating a blinding purple beam of light. At the same time, Demetrios unleashed his move, Roar of the Beast, creating a massive column of fire that shot forward. The two streams of red and purple power collided, creating a huge explosion. The violent shockwave of Demetrios pierced through Catalin's attack, striking it straight in the face. Junyoung's eyes flashed, thinking to himself, right there. Maintaining his attack stance, he said arrogantly, "How was that? That's my signature move." The roar of the predator. Hearing the sound, he glanced back alertly. Before his eyes, a spear was flying toward him at terrifying speed. "What this?" George suddenly appeared, blocking in front of him. He swung his arm to deflect the strike, and the spear was knocked away a great distance. Looking in the direction the spear flew, he said, "That is why I told you to bring your weapon along." Demetrios looked blankly, scratching his face. "Fine, whatever." This action made George smile slightly. This kid. He looked at his teammate and warned, "It seems the underdog's spear is very different from the usual ones. My gut feeling is bad. It might even be on par with the effect of the predator's roar." But he didn't take these words to heart. An attack like that doesn't stand a chance. He's becoming annoying, just like a fly. Power surged around Demetrios' body. He said excitedly, "Then I'll just have to swat that fly. I'm going to go hunt the real prey." Finishing his words, he dashed away, leaving George alone. His face darkened. Power surged around his body as he turned back to look. "It seems I am a reckless person, huh?" Intrang stood there silently, holding her sword. She asked coldly, "What do you mean?" Without waiting for a response, she immediately leaped up. Intrang's eyes flashed with killing intent as she tightened her grip on her weapon and lunged straight at her target. Right before the blade came down, he jumped up and dodged. Josh swung his sword to attack. She immediately tilted her body to avoid the blow. Not stopping, he continued to slash fiercely. Sharp blue magic power erupted. Intrang's face darkened as she steadily blocked the opponent's consecutive slashes. Her eyes flashed hidden danger lurking within. She raised her hand high, focusing her spirit energy, creating a vortex of power swirling around her blade. Josh was shocked, his eyes widening. "She's charging energy at this distance. How naive." He raised his sword high, thinking contemptuously, "Finish it now." Hyunmu suddenly appeared, and from its mouth a blast of violent magical power erupted. The magic hit George square in the back, making him stagger. "Arg!" At that moment, Intrang swung her arm to attack, roaring as the stream. A burst of purple magic exploded, swallowing everything in a violent whirlwind of dirt and dust. An explosion of pure power. George looked around, confused. She ran, he thought. She should have taken advantage of my opening to land a fatal blow, right? Why run? And this stuff that came out of the skull, why is it so sticky and sweet? Could it be? Josh suddenly looked ahead and channeled mana into his fist. A swarm of monsters was charging at him, pheromone monsters, Josh guessed. Maybe they used some kind of toxic potion specifically meant for these kinds of hunting trips. "You guys aren't getting away from me." Elsewhere, a fierce battle was underway. Blow after blow rained down on Yongyong. He was stunned. How could Demetrios attack that monster so nonchalantly he couldn't believe the guy could use a catalyst to drain demonic energy? That's insane. Could he be strong enough to actually make the impossible possible? Suddenly, Injong appeared behind him. Junghyong turned around. It looked like she had managed to pin Odyssey's arms. She praised him. "The skull I hunted helped me a lot." "You planned it out. We need to finish everything before Odyssey comes back," Junghyong replied. "I understand." Demetrios' ecstatic laughter rang out. "Ha ha ha." He seemed completely crazed. "This is great! This is amazing!" His eyes were gradually being consumed by magic. Junghyong thought, "It's starting. It looks like he's slowly losing control of it. But I need to make sure he loses it completely soon." Berserker Hercules Junghyong reminded himself of the mission. "Stick to the plan. You're in charge of stopping Catalina. And I'll handle Demetrios." Junghyong gathered his strength. He didn't need to knock him out. He just needed to slow him down with one single strike. "Let's begin." Demetrios was still in close quarters with the monster. Then he tossed it aside. He glanced over. "Is that all you've got?" Boom. The ground cracked under his magic. He lunged forward, but suddenly a small spark flickered. Demetrios was distracted by the flame, which was starting to spread on an unbelievable scale. He raged. "You scumbag rookie!" Junghyong whipped out his weapon, ready to fight. "You're challenging me. Why don't you play with me then?" Demetrios rubbed his neck. "I'm starting to get excited now." "Well, that's good." He unleashed his power. "Let's go." Junghyong took his stance. "That's right. Everything is going according to plan." Demetrios sneered, "What a fool. Do you really think you can stop me with that pathetic mana you collected in that shield? I'll show you just how stupid that is." He channeled power into the shield. Injong watched from afar, trembling. Does he not know about Demetrios' terrifying power? Even though he had gathered an incredible amount of energy in his shield, it was nearly impossible to block the Rhino's skill, the very move that made Demetrios famous. Demetrios lunged forward, shattering everything in his path. He punched the shield directly, but he suddenly felt something was wrong. His whole body froze. He wasn't there. Demetrios quickly shifted his gaze upward. Yonghyong was holding a spear standing above him from out of nowhere. He put everything into his attack. The spear pierced Demetrios' left shoulder. Demetrios didn't hold back, swinging his magic-infused fist, landing a direct hit on Yonghyong. He was sent flying. Demetrios rubbed his pierced shoulder. "Are you trying to trick me with that pathetic energy in your shield?" Demetrios gloated, "Ha ha ha, you really are a rookie. Get up and keep entertaining me." Yonghyong thought to himself, "I've taken too much damage." "Are you mocking me, Dimitri? Are you even okay?" He sneered. "You think you're hot stuff just because you managed to give me a few tiny scratches? My body will heal itself in no time." No sooner had he finished speaking than he stumbled. The wound where he was stabbed began to deform. This was poison. There is a saying that goes like this: "The red ore gave birth to an elven mage." Jun-gyong, are you denying it? The full saying is, "The ore is known for two functions, liberation and..." Demetrius howled in agony. "And the last part is madness." A red crystal stone shimmered. The scarlet magic stone can grant ordinary monsters power that surpasses even a boss. Human ambition led to research into this scarlet magic stone. Two scientists were discussing the stone. Animals would turn into monsters. A white rabbit, upon receiving the stone's power, transformed into a giant beast. That monster even possessed power on par with a boss, and that's why the scarlet magic stone's first name was Liberation. Not long after, experiments continued on hunters. A scientist was preparing to inject something into the hunter in front of him. The scarlet magic stone helped them increase their own potential. Fast as a rocket, the hunter's eyes turned blood red. His whole body seemed to undergo a massive transformation, but because humans could die during the madness, it was soon banned. The hunter from before looked back with a furious expression. And just like that, the scarlet magic stone gained another name, Madness. A skull seemed to be burning in flames. The sky turned to dusk. Dust filled the air and the forests seemed to tremble. Jun-gyong's entire body appeared to be enveloped by some kind of power. He thought to himself, truly incredible magic power. It feels like this whole Catalina mountain is shaking. Suddenly a voice echoed in the space. "Underdog! What have you done?" Hearing someone call his name, he slowly turned his head to look. George was holding a very long sword in his hand, looking toward him. When Jun-gyong saw that person, he warned him. "If you come any closer, you'll die." He heard the shout full of rage. In a split second, George vanished from where he had been standing. He lunged like a lightning bolt toward the burning Demetrius. Demetrius and Jun-gyong also quickly left their positions. He leaped high into the air, heading in one direction, thinking to himself, "Damn it, it's going to happen again." In his mind, he imagined the image of Demetrius killing George in the future. Things like this had happened before. Demetrius had lost himself in his madness, and George Odyssey, who had leaped forward to stop him, had been killed by his very own hands. A flame shot straight into the sky, then tore back down toward George, forcing him to dodge in a panic. He quickly parried the flame with his sword. George shouted desperately, "Get out of the way! He hasn't been gone for too long yet, so I can still reach him." Jung-Young also yelled out to stop him. "No, even if it's you, you can't do this. I can't let you die like that." He used his long spear. Button to block the sword strike Josh was bringing down. He hurriedly pleaded, "I have a plan." Hearing that, Josh paused for a moment. "What?" Both of them temporarily stopped fighting. Josh cut straight to the point. "I can't trust you, but fine, I'll hear you out." "What's your plan?" Jung-Gyung replied with conviction. "I just need 5 minutes. We'll contain Demetrios for that long." Hearing that, Josh's eyes widened in shock. 5 minutes? You actually think we can hold off Demetrios while he's in this state for 5 whole minutes? As he was still charging forward like a raging fire, Jung-Yung shouted, "In Chang!" A massive surge of energy erupted from Demetrios' entire body. He was rushing toward a giant claw. Their collision created a massive explosion. Seeing that, Jung-Yung seemed a little more relieved. "Okay, In Chang is doing a great job distracting him." Young called out to the person opposite him. Catalin is on our side too, we just need to hold him for 5 minutes. Hearing what he said, George sighed softly. I don't know what you're thinking. His hand tightened around his sword. The power surrounding him began to surge violently. But it seems I have no other choice. Young silently calculated. The limit of a chain spell stone is unstable only 5 minutes. If we can hold out for that long, Demetrios will return to normal. Determination shone in his eyes. In this great battle, I will be the one who wins. Elsewhere, a group of people looked at the corpses in front of them. A panicked voice rang out. What is that? What's going on with this overwhelming demonic energy? Another corrected him. That's not Catalin's second phase. Suddenly, his expression changed. It's Hercules. He unleashed a powerful punch into the ground. Josh rushed in with his sword. The sheer power of the two made the earth tremble, sending chunks of rock flying. A massive flame surged in to join the fight. He scrambled to dodge while Demetrios raised a fist to block it. Chang on the other side slashed a sword at him, but Demetrios used his other hand to intercept the strike. He was fighting off all these attacks single-handedly. The battle was intense. Some of those watching whispered, "Is Odysseus fighting Hercules? They've lost their minds. He's completely turned into a monster." Another group was whispering to each other, "I'm retreating. I don't care if I'm supposed to be observing. I don't want to die. I don't want to die and have my corpse shredded like that either." Numek spoke to the person in front of him. Damn it. Why has this battlefield turned into such a chaotic mess? What do we do now, Inep? The other man replied softly. The chain spell stone. Chang heard that and was startled. What? Inep revealed a grave expression. It seems the chain spell stone has been activated. We have to intervene. The chaotic battle continued. Demetrios was surrounded by blasts of energy struggling to fight them off. Next, he kicked hard with his leg. Chang was sent flying by the force, but she struggled to steady herself. On the other side, George rushed at Demetrios. Take this. Demetrios planted his feet ready to fight whatever was coming. His sword tip met the beast's fist, but the power was so overwhelming that George's blade slowly began to crack. The impact made him groan in pain. At the breaking point, the energy exploded, blasting George away. Behind Demetrios, the head of a giant tiger appeared. Savage Beast mode activated. In an instant, he leaped from where he stood. A flame grazed Demetrios' shoulder. Young flew in and pulled Josh out of the fray. The two hit the ground quickly. Josh lay there panting. How much longer until those 5 minutes are up? Young remained silent. Experiments had proven that 5 minutes was the absolute limit for an incomplete chain spell stone. He suddenly noticed something strange. Then why isn't that monster exhausted yet? Suddenly his eyes widened. Demetrios was rushing toward the two of them. A resolute voice rang out, "Torrent!" A powerful wave of water slammed straight into him. Numek and Inep rushed in with their weapons. "We're here to help." A moment later, Young asked with concern, "Chang, are you okay?" She replied with difficulty, "Yes, I'm okay." Even though she said that, Young was still deeply worried. It seemed Chang couldn't hold on much longer. He gripped his weapon tighter. If only I had a little more power. Suddenly, the system appeared. Blood flow in the Blood Dragon Stone has reversed. Regeneration minus 0.3%. Young was stunned to see that. He covered his mouth with his hand and coughed up blood. Seeing him stagger, Chang panicked. "Li Jungyung, are you all right?" The system appeared again. Blood flow in the Blood Dragon Stone has reversed. Regeneration minus 1%. His hand tightened on his weapon, a terrifying gleam flashing in his eyes. Young screamed, unleashing his power. Chang was confused. Li Jungyung. A ball of light appeared, dust swirling everywhere. Inep noticed something. "Could it be—" Numek finished his teammate's sentence. "He's in the same state as Demetrios." The system appeared again. Blood flow in the Blood Dragon Stone has reversed. Could it be Numek continues his teammate's words? He's in a similar state to Demetrius. The system pulses again, and the blood flowing within the Dragon Bloodstone has reversed its course. Regeneration minus 2%. Jungyong stood in silence, deep in thought. 5 minutes had passed. Why was that guy still not breaking free from his berserk state? Demetrios was still charging in one direction. He suddenly realized is that a mana flow, Jungyong dropped into a sprinting stance. Does it look like that? He channeled his power, pouring it all into his legs. It felt like a speed boost launching him forward. Seeing that action, Chang panicked. "Li Jungyong!" He grabbed his weapon and charged toward the lion's maw. Colossal violent energies swirled around Jungyong. He raised his weapon high. It emitted an intense energy, and then he decisively slashed it down. It created a massive shockwave. A series of notifications appeared. Congratulations, you have defeated Catalan. You have collected the pure water of the forest. You have acquired the achievement Beast Slayer, King of the Jungle Slayer. Your abilities have increased slightly. You have leveled up. Jungyong emerged from the smoke and flames. The system warned that the support character's words could not reach him. He looked confused by this. A red magic circle appeared beneath his feet, and strange symbols began to manifest on Jungyong's arms. A barrage of warnings followed. You have been weakened by demonic energy. Your body's stamina is being depleted. Eliminate the demonic energy. The burning sensation made Jungyong scream in agony. Those flames were terrifying and fearsome. Fire and water surrounded his entire body, emanating from Li Jungyong. The two energies harmonized, spreading out as if to swallow the entire Catalan mountain range. This time, the fire engulfed everything on the ground. Choenzo and Li Han's song collapsed in pain. He panicked. Was this fire absorbing his magic power? After that, he shook off the confusion, wondering, what the hell is going on? In the distance, Demetrios was struggling against the flames, smiling with a terrifying look in his eyes. A figure lunged out from the fire. Jungyong swung his spear hard. When the two forces collided, it created a horrifying explosion. Immediately after they clashed, strikes raining down incessantly. Demetrios clenched his fist, preparing for a strike. Seeing this, Jungyong shifted into a counterattack stance. A massive explosion occurred, filling the air with dust and debris. When the dust cleared, Jungyong had already driven his spear into Demetrios' chest. Demetrios stood there, stunned and trembling. Jungyong kicked him hard and pulled the spear out. Immediately, Demetrios spat out a mouthful of black blood. The scene remained shrouded in dust. Demetrios had now lost an arm, and blood continued to drip from the severed area. George watched, feeling pity for Demetrios. He hesitated. You're A. But before he could finish, the severed arm grew back. A blue flame descended. Athena appeared standing in front of Demetrios. She stared coldly at the opposite side. Witnessing what had just happened, George silently marveled. He's using wild mana to regenerate his body instantly. If Demetrios can go this far, then what is Underdog capable of? In Chang shouted in the panic, Li Jungyong! The wounds on his body had now fully recovered. George thought in fear. Those wounds were quite serious. But how could he recover so quickly? Is it because the blue flame has covered the entire gate? Demetrios clenched his fist, and a giant flaming face appeared behind him. Jungyong also quickly leaped up, charging with his spear like the wind. The flaming fist in Demetrios' hand grew larger. George stood there, eyes wide with fear. His arm hadn't finished regenerating, but is he still planning to use the Predator's Roar? This is bad. The Predator's technique was launched by him like a cyclone. Colossal. Suddenly, blood sprayed endlessly from Demetrios' arm. Jungyong quickly struck down with a heaven-shattering blow. A massive fireball erupted from the impact of the two attacks. This triggered an explosion that devastated the surroundings. George's sword fell to the ground. He was stunned. No way! Inept standing nearby couldn't believe his eyes either. Did Underdog win? Demetrios was now kneeling on the ground. Jungyong landed quickly, still wreathed in red flames. He raised his spear, intending to finish Demetrios off. George rushed over to stop him. No! Li Jungyong's rationality had vanished. His eyes were bloodshot and unfocused. Currently, his only instinct was survival and an intense craving for slaughter. The Blood Dragonstone had been affected by the chain technique and the blood of the monsters hunted previously. It merged with the magic-infused blood of Catalan, creating a hybrid crystal. Li Jungyong was about to erupt and explode, just like the hunters who had been used in the experiments for the chain technique. The spear was now inches from Demetrios when a powerful pink force blocked it. Athena coldly commanded, "Kneel." Jungyong suddenly snapped back to his senses and quickly collapsed to his knees. In Chang couldn't believe her eyes, and the people around her reacted much the same way. Jungyong stood up and bowed respectfully. "It is an honor to meet you." Athena frowned, annoyed. "What a mess. Because of you lot, I'm now in debt, but before that..." Athena glanced down, curious. "Who is this guy?" He quickly replied, "This person is..." Before he could finish, the other person opened their eyes wide and interrupted, "He is Underdog." Athena observed the person before her. She thought to herself, All the impact on the gate was caused by this guy. More importantly, it seems my shield isn't strong enough to resist him. Athena looked around. The entire Catalan forest and mountain range were covered in dangerous flames that could absorb magic power from other entities. She assessed Jungyong.
I thought he was just a rookie sent by Asga. It's by pure luck.
I didn't expect him to have successfully surpassed Hercules. Athena felt threatened.
This is dangerous.
She materialized her spear.
He must be eliminated here.
The spear shaft radiated purple electricity. She thrust it forward. Suddenly a voice cut in. Stop! Athena turned her head. A rainbow light suddenly appeared in the sky. A man approached from nowhere. She was startled.
Heimdall, why are you here?
Heimdall replied, That's what I wanted to ask you. Athena was annoyed. Did you follow the lightning? He didn't explain but stood in front of Jungyong. She was furious.
Move aside. That guy must be killed right here.
Seonggu's face hardened. If you intend to kill him, I will take it as a declaration of war against Asgard. Athena's face turned dark immediately. She mocked, A declaration of war, you say. Is he really that important to you? Ridiculous. I thought nothing was important to you at all. He remained silent. Inep spoke up. Could you spare me a moment of your time? Respected Athena, I am Inep of the NIN. Athena glanced at him. You are an Egyptian warrior, I know. He placed his hand over his chest. It is an honor that you recognize me, Athena. Inep explained. We have received orders from NIN to protect the underdog. She sneered. He conjured a mysterious eye. Surely you are well aware that this is the Eye of Osiris. Inep held the eye up high. Since I am currently representing NIN, I demand that you accept their petition. Athena. The system announced the gate would collapse soon. It began to activate rewarding new skills. In a magnificent castle through a glass window, one could see inside a room. Injong was slumped over in a chair. She suddenly lifted her head and ran to the bedside. Lee Jungyong, Injong teared up. Thank God, Jungyong tried to make a sound but he realized something in his heart. My vocal cords aren't working. She explained, Perhaps your body hasn't fully recovered yet. Please wait a moment, I will call for someone. Once she left, he looked around. A round shield with 2 swords. So this must be the round table, Jungyong mused. Not all powerful hunters. She'll create secret organizations to control the world. Many secret organizations are formed for noble purposes. He continued to think, and the round table is one of them. Jungyong speculated, but in the end they didn't take action. They remained hidden, acting under a guise even though the United Kingdom was on the verge of collapse. But they continued to hide like that. Despite possessing terrifying power, they made no effort to change things. He sighed. In any case, my body is a complete mess right now. His body was in a state of exhaustion. This creaking body couldn't speak, and his legs couldn't move. The system suddenly spoke, Hyunwoo is asleep. He thought to himself, if he was right, then there was no longer any problem that required Hyunwoo. His status window ability stats and level appeared before him. Jungyong noted, My level is still over 50, but it seems my skills have declined due to the effect of the hybrid crystal. I can't even speak. On the status board, new skills appeared. He was stunned. He had collected skills that could rival unique skills. Jungyong boasted, I will make you even more interested. The Apocalypse Sky. Afterward, Seonggu visited his body. How are you? Seeing him, he sat up and called out softly. He smiled. I heard the magical energy invasion is ongoing. It's a rare case, so there's currently no specific treatment or solution. But seeing your current condition, I don't think we need to worry much. Jungyong calculated thanks to the blessing of the Apocalypse Sky and the mana flow. I think expelling the magical energy won't be difficult. Seonggu encouraged, make sure to recover. At that time, I have something I want to ask you. At this moment, he was standing before the council. Athena commanded, the power that Lee Jungyong has shown is too dangerous and deviant. I demand that you investigate the power of Lee Jungyong. Seonggu countered, Asgard does not infringe upon the powers of member hunters. She interrupted him. But aren't you the ones who need to clarify this matter? He didn't flinch. But you are the ones who broke the agreement between Olympus and Asgard. Asgard was promised victory in this great war, and that is why we sent the hunter. Seonggu remembered the image of Jungyong losing control. If we had known Hercules would participate and break the agreement, we would not have sent Lee Jungyong. In this situation, Our hunter only fulfilled his duty. He asserted, "Therefore, the demand for clarification is unreasonable, and I think you are the ones who should provide an explanation." Olympus. Athena remained calm. The power that Li Jungyong possesses is already enough to be a threat. She gave an example. The entire gate was covered in blue flames, and he even stole mana from other hunters. This is something that could not have been foreseen. Athena was adamant. "Therefore, we demand that you hand over that new underdog recruit. If you do not accept, we Olympus are ready to fight Asgard." Shanggu heard this and was struck dumb. Shanggu explained, "We are very clearly aware that the flames that can absorb the mana of other hunters are very dangerous, and it is not a skill that has existed before. However, don't you think the very existence of a hunter is a danger itself?" Everyone was stunned. The murmurs were ceaseless. He continued, "We are all entities that have never existed before, and the skills that hunters have are all very frightening and dangerous to everyone." Xionggu was firm. "Therefore, since you, the Olympus side, mentioned fighting, you must be held responsible for your words, as it shows contempt for hunters." Athena gritted her teeth. "Everything is because of you." Her face turned dark. "How the hell did you end up here?" "Facing you makes me lose my temper and I can't think straight." He looked at her and intended to speak. "About this," Athena turned away. "After this, I hope we never see each other again." Shanggu felt a bit bothered. The system notified that the mana flow had been activated. Jungyong was currently meditating. "Feel the mana flow and use it." He studied it. When observing Demetis' mana flow, one could see that he amplified his power by using the magical energy already present throughout his body. Jungyong felt the mana. The name said it all. When applied to attacks, destructive power increases, and when applied to defensive armor, defensive power also increases. That is the power of the mana flow. First, I need to use the mana flow to recover. The system began to activate the skill. Beams of light gradually radiated throughout Jungyong's body. "You suddenly feel uneasy, Jungyong. You just spat out a mouthful of blood. You're confused. Are these impurities invading your body caused by the blood dragon stone?" "Caused by it? No, thank goodness. Thanks to the mana flow, I just need to heal the spots where the impurities have latched on." Jungyong slowly senses his body. Suddenly, the mana flow is blocked. He sees magic power circling a black sphere. Jungyong feels disheartened. "A black orb inside my core is blocking the mana flow. This is bad. I have to try redirecting the mana flow somewhere else." At the training ground, two forces collide. The purple power is losing ground. George keeps slashing with his sword while Intrang deflects the attacks. Ugh. George lunges at her. "Too slow!" She is stunned. "Slow!" Immediately, Intrang slashes multiple times, but George dodges them all. The force of their power leaves the ground scorched black. She jumps up and brings her sword down. He cheers her on. "That's it, keep going! The way you attack humans isn't the same as fighting monsters. You have to understand that." Intrang is flustered. "I don't understand it that deeply." She decisively swings her sword horizontally, but George ducks to avoid it. His blue sword aura streaks past her. It grazes her cheek and she steps back. He suggests, "We should stop here, right?" Intrang feels discouraged. "I couldn't help at all at the Catalan Gate." She reminisces. "That must be why I wasn't summoned. Because as a supporter, I couldn't understand him." Intrang thinks of the image of Jungyong. "Back then, I couldn't protect him at all. The message, the White Horse Prince is looking at me with pitying eyes." She remembers that, and that's why she received the message from him. Intrang feels let down. "Even though at first I thought Li Jungyong and I were starting from the same place, but now he has moved so far ahead while I haven't progressed at all." Shocked. "I don't deserve to be called his companion." She clenches her fists. "That's also the reason why Li Jungyong almost lost his life. It's all because I'm still lacking so much." Josh is wiping his sweat. He turns his head. Intrang approaches him. "Please, one more time." Josh turns around. "That look is exactly like mine. The regret of not being able to protect the person you want. Intrang, must it be that way? She will definitely become stronger." He puts the towel down. "All right, let's try again." She is determined. I must be like that too. I have to get stronger by any means necessary. Finishing the training. George enters a room. Blood bags and IV drips are hanging on the stands. He remarks, definitely while at the Catalan Gate, "I felt her growth potential, but this is no joke." Josh looks at his trembling hand. "She really is amazing." Every time our swords clashed, I could feel she had become stronger. He clenches his fist, just like I used to be. Joseph looks toward the person lying on the bed, Demetrius. He starts to talk. I think you'd like this news. It seems Underdog has woken up, Josh confides. So he says, wake up quickly. Seeing Demetrius still silent on the bed, George feels sad. The grand building. Seogung walks slowly. He looks up. Jungyong, are you training? Why did you come here? He smiles slightly. I can't believe you're already walking around. You surprise me every time. The two stand facing each other. You reply, is that so? He puts his hands on his hips. Do you know anything about lightning? You calmly answer, it's a divine artifact of Olympus managed by Zeus. He quickly explains, that's right. In this world, there aren't many abilities that can compare to Zeus's lightning. Those abilities are always coveted and hunted. You interrupt him, like the Bifrost you possess. He is startled, surprised. How do you... Your expression becomes worried. Sir, I have something to tell you. He glances around alertly. All right, but this isn't a suitable place to talk. Follow me. Blue sky, white clouds, and shimmering rainbows. The two walk out of the door to the courtyard. The building. Under the blue sky and even more brilliant rainbows, the fountain is running constantly. You look at Seogung and exclaim, beautiful. He adds, this is my private territory. He looks curious. Are you a prophet or a regressor? Jungyong doesn't hesitate. Something like that. But I once read a book. The book told me about you and your friends. Your face becomes gloomy. It was a book about the one called the Demon King. Seogung's eyes go wide, shocked. The scene remains the same. He and you stand facing each other on the courtyard. He raises his hand. You say, do I have to believe that I killed you? You quickly explain, no, it wasn't you who killed me. I just thought you knew everything that was going to happen. You think to yourself, this isn't a lie. His face becomes sad. You even know that Athena and I were dating. I have no choice but to believe you. Jungyong carries many questions. Bifrost, what it said was also true, right? But that book wasn't complete. He is startled. What do you mean? You analyze what was written in the book was just the beginning. The rest of the future I discovered by chance. Most of the things about you were also missing. What I know is just a small part of it. Jungyong affirms it once again. This isn't a lie. His face becomes serious. I understand. So what is your goal? You reach out your hand. I want to change the future. That I have experienced before. From now on, many things will change. The theory in the Bifrost book doesn't distinguish between lies or truth. It can only judge whether someone is trying to harm him. You press your lips together, thinking silently. I'm sorry I can't tell you everything. Changing the future isn't my plan. The building stands magnificent against the night sky. Inept stands on a tree branch in front of the window to Jungyong's room. His face shows joy. So he has really woken up. You are surprised. I didn't expect you to sneak into the round table. Is something the matter? He immediately replies, I sincerely apologize for my disrespect. I risked coming here to petition you about this matter. Underdog stood there in silence, lost in thought. I'd heard he begged me for protection back when we were inside the gate, but there's no connection between us. Go ahead, say it, I replied. He dropped to one knee, bowed his head, and pleaded, Please, you have to come with me. This is what I wanted to ask of you. I was startled. The commander of the Nin was kneeling just to beg me for this. We only happened to meet and help each other out during the last battle. Then why? It's so strange. I looked at In Chang standing outside the window. Why exactly? A voice echoed from somewhere. Intruder! I gritted my teeth, worried. Damn it, I've been spotted. I quickly realized it was because of the bloodstone. I shouted, Please go hide, then took off immediately. I stood still looking outside, thinking to myself, if it's the bloodstone, he must be talking about the insanity. Is that happening in Egypt too? The hunters shouldn't have known about the bloodstone yet. Come to think of it, they intervened the moment they saw Hercules' transformation. Footsteps echoed from somewhere. In Chang rushed in. Are you okay? I replied. Yeah, I'm fine, at least for now. She looked surprised. I had a bad feeling. I'd just climbed one mountain, but it felt like I was about to have to scale an even higher one. The Round Table Conference had ended. The conference building was magnificent. Declaring war was Athena's mistake, she said as she walked through the grounds with me. Obviously, since Olympus broke the treaty, they have to take responsibility for that, and for starting this war too, I said happily. Finally, we're heading home. A voice called out from behind, "Wait!" Recognizing who it was, she turned around. "George!" She quickly grabbed her sword to protect me. "Back off!" Trembling, her eyes turned purple. What was this? George appeared in a dark, swirling aura of power, his face gloomy. Josh stood on the steps looking at In Chang and Jung Jian. I reassured her. "It's okay, In Chang, it's fine." She looked confused. "What?" Jung Jian explained. "Even though he's acting hostile, it seems like he wants to talk to me." In Chang looked up, feeling awkward, and sighed. "I see." You and he stood face to face. Josh spoke up. "You've recovered, but he hasn't." It seemed Demetrius had lost completely this time. He was straightforward. "Thanks to you, I've learned a lot. However, next time I won't be defeated." Jung Jian repeated, "Next time, huh? All right then. But I'm not the type to just let old grudges slide either." He muttered, "That jerk George. He asked me for a favor. I can't communicate with her, so please pass this on." I was puzzled. "You mean In Chang?" He turned around. "She has potential. She'll definitely be able to get stronger." Josh warned, "It seems she wants to be recognized. Reputation and prestige are important, but remember that knowing who your patron is just as important. Try to think very carefully about the identity of your patron." In Chang was confused. "What is he talking about?" Jung Jian replied. "He wants to be Prince Charming." She was left speechless. George left, not forgetting to wave goodbye. That was it. I watched his back. "George," I called out. He turned his head. "What is it?" Jung Jian smiled. "In the future, Hercules will become a monster more powerful than before. He'll definitely wake up." George looked surprised. I continued. "I told you I'm not the type to let old grudges slide. So next time," Jung Jian suggested, "it would be great if we were on the same team." I watched them walk away in silence. George clenched his fists, then relaxed, his face darkening. "If only it were as you said, how wonderful that would be. But right now he's in critical condition and is being transferred to Olympus." On the surface of the clear blue lake, a stone was thrown, creating small ripples. Jung Jian stood on the shore, dropping another stone. He was about to throw the next one when suddenly a voice said, "You're really quite the troublemaker." I was stunned. A blue light flashed in mid-air and a blonde girl appeared. "I don't know who ordered you to find me, but this is really going too far." Jung Jian was calm. "You're Merlin, right?" She was a bit surprised. "Oh, you know who I am. You must be no ordinary person," I affirmed. "The true commander of the Round Table." Merlin was curious. "And who are you?" Jung Jian was cool. "There's no way you don't know me." She gritted her teeth. "The one who defeated Hercules' underdog, an arrogant hunter." Merlin's eyes turned blue. "It seems you know me very well. What is your goal in provoking me?" Blue magic enveloped her body. Suddenly, Merlin transformed into a young man. He was furious. "You should know that in the Round Table." "No one dares to defy me. Tell me your true identity." Jung Jian's voice dropped. "I am—" I suddenly became cold. "The one who knows the location of Excalibur. Knows the other person was stunned, unable to say a word. At the airport, Jung Jian was walking toward In Chang. She was wondering, "Where have you been this whole time?" I was vague. "There was someone I had to meet here." In Chang seemed to have discovered something. She looked at my necklace. In Chang stood up. "And that necklace, too. Don't tell me you went to meet another girl." Jung Jian was flustered. She was annoyed. "That's right, I knew you'd be like this. It seems like you're hiding a few women, huh?" In Chang looked gloomy. "I didn't expect this. You're a real player, aren't you?" I tried to defend myself. "I really did meet a girl. So disappointing." Seong-woo interrupted. "Are you two ready yet?" Jung Jian beamed. "And you're all finished too, right? You really are a total player. You try to justify, 'I did meet a girl, but it was just so disappointing.'" Seong-gu cuts in. "Are you two ready yet?" Jungi smiles brightly. "Are you all set too? You seem to be in such a good mood after meeting me. Let's head home." As they were walking, a voice called out from behind, "Excuse me." As he turned around, a stranger delivered a message. "Merlin told me to tell you to just wait and see." He smirked. "You'll have to pay back exactly what that necklace is worth." At the airport, Mr. Gu glanced at him and asked, "How did you know Merlin Jungi?" He replied, We reached an agreement. He looked at his neck and asked, curiously, "Is that Merlin's necklace?" He answered, "Yeah, I almost lost my life over this thing." Josh was furious, his eyes flashing with a six-colored light. He shouted, surrounded by a surge of power, and leaped from the high ground back to the airport. Yoongi rubbed his head awkwardly and mentioned, "Facing them right now is still a bit too much for me, but I really needed this necklace. So I took a bit of a risk." He chuckled and let out a sigh. As the plane soared through the sky, passing over the city Inchang, and he sat together in the cabin. She was still bothered by something and turned to ask Yoongi, "There are some things I still don't understand." He glanced over and asked, "What is it?" She replied, "It's about Josh. Even though we're rivals, he still helped me train and even gave me advice. If Hercules ended up like that because of what you did and he's lying there motionless in bed, then I would have thought I'd be facing his hatred too." She looked up deep in thought and asked, "But the way he helped me and how he interacts with you, I don't think I understand the nature of a high-ranking hunter at all." "The character of a high-ranking hunter, huh?" He smirked and said, "It's probably just intuition." She asked skeptically, "Intuition?" Yoongi calmly replied, "I think he realized that I had no intention of provoking Hercules." A voice echoed through the plane. "We are about to land. Please fasten your seatbelts." A barrage of camera flashes went off in sequence. The press lined up photographers, constantly shouting, "Underdog, underdog, underdog." He bashfully read the banner welcoming him. "Underdog defeated Hercules." He quickly explained, "They only know that he challenged me to a duel and got beaten." Mr. Gu turned to tease him. "Why don't you wave at them?" Yoongi asked gently. "Why didn't you tell me beforehand?" He smirked back. "It's a surprise for you. Isn't this what you wanted? To become famous?" Yoongi smiled happily. He slowly walked in, waving and smiling. The photographers were ecstatic, snapping photos continuously and shouting as the camera lights blinded him. In that arena, he actually defeated Hercules. "Didn't you say he was a monster?" Just mentioning his name is enough to make all of Europe tremble. "Wait, didn't he just become a hunter less than a year ago? They say it hasn't even been 6 months. Damn, you're saying he defeated Hercules? No way." Under the rising tide of the hero era, the most sought-after hunter was, of course, Underdog. That evening, in an abandoned industrial complex, he stood with In-Chang. She turned to look at him, asking, "What are you going to do now?" Yoongi replied, "I have so much work to do." He began to list them. "I need to fix my gear, the items stained with blood, and there's still the hybrid crystal, made from the blood dragon stone and the side effects of the tower stone. Hyunmu is still sleeping too." A puddle of blood appeared before him along with the image of Inep kneeling and begging. "Most importantly, I still have business in Nin," he whispered. But the first thing he needed to do, Yoongi suddenly turned back, was to move house. "I've always wanted a place of my own since I was a kid," he said happily. She thought helplessly, "Moving house is the most urgent thing." She quickly told him, "That's good. It seems you don't really need my help for now." "I have something to say." He asked curiously, "What is it?" In-Chang replied, "From now on, I'm going to act on my own." He was a bit surprised. She expressed, "Raiding with you, Lee Jung-gi, made me very happy and was a valuable experience. But after hearing what Joker said, I realized there are things I need to do on my own." In the night, the surroundings became quiet. Yoongi pondered for a long while as In-Chang slowly walked away. He smiled to himself, thinking, "It seems she's realized it. In-Chang will become stronger soon enough." A call came through. He picked up. "Hello?" The voice on the other end rang out. "Jung-gi, it's me, Kim Soo-jan. The association chairman wants to see you." He listened in silence. "I'll come to pick you up tomorrow morning." His face grew gloomy. He suddenly realized something. I forgot the most important thing. He remembered Odin. The tower at the very top was the clock. Josh rushed over running as he said, "No way, that's impossible." He accelerated lights of power covering the whole arena. That punch created that kind of power. Demetrios practiced diligently throwing punch after punch. He was panting, sweat pouring down, unable to believe his eyes, calling out for Demetrios. He turned around shouting, "Josh!" He reached out asking, "What's wrong? When did you wake up?" He replied in surprise, "Why are you acting like that? Is this your first time seeing a hunter get defeated?" He said firmly, "You have never lost before." He laughed, "True." Josh thought to himself, something has changed. Whenever he gets anxious, he always overreacts, doesn't he? He looked at Demetrius, who was now unnervingly calm, looking as if he had no worries at all. He turned to him and asked what was going on. He replied that it seemed he never intended to be an enemy from the start. The guy was startled, his eyes shifting to a fierce shade of red as he retorted, I have full control over my rage now. I can even harness just the power of it alone. He looked at his own hands, gloating, it seems he gave me a gift. Jungyung confirmed that in the future, Hercules would become an even more powerful beast than before. He'll definitely wake up, he said happily, adding that it would be great if they were on the same team. George smiled with delight as the sunset bathed the ruined land. In the middle of the battlefield, a figure collapsed, a sharp steel blade thrust into the ground, and suddenly 2 streams of light clashed, forcing Intrang back a few steps. Her agile feet skidded to a halt as she regained her balance, clutching her sword surrounded by eerie purple energy. In front of her stood Gongdu with a savage look. She guessed it had already been 3 days. Intrang panted, sweat soaking her, thinking, where the hell did this giant monster-looking guy come from? Wait, I keep feeling like I'm facing Hercules. Its sharp teeth bared, exhaling steam as power surged, and the system notified her, the White Horse Prince has helped you recover your strength. She mused, I barely have any support left from my sponsors. This guy must be tired too. It didn't flinch, tensing its arm to strike. The collision shook the ground, but Intrang quickly lunged forward to dodge and swung her tightly gripped sword high. She slashed straight down, leaving a wound on Gongdu's shoulder and making it stagger. She raised her sword again, determined, I'm not sure what saving the Sleeping Beauty actually means anymore. She channeled her strength and leaped from the air, shouting, anything that threatens the princess, I will kill them all, and brought the slash down, creating a pillar of purple energy. She dove onto the red monster, stabbing her sword straight into it. Blood sprayed from its mouth in pain, and it immediately countered, swinging a fist encased in energy. The strike hit her on the left flank, sending a shockwave spreading out. Intrang was blasted backward, carving a long trench into the dirt as she collapsed exhausted. With her sword stuck in front of her chest and her body covered in scratches, she struggled to get up through the smoke, eyes fixed ahead, checking the situation, only to see the red monster lying unconscious in the chaos. Her hand trembled as she propped herself up, finally relaxing as she slumped onto the ground to rest for a moment. Intrang whispered to herself, I'm out of potions. Even if I had one, I don't have the strength left to get it out. Am I really going to die with this guy like this? Suddenly, Hyunmu appeared out of nowhere, a potion floating in his hand in midair, asking if she needed it. She exclaimed in surprise, Black Soldier. As the system interrupted, the White Horse Prince is praising your performance. The White Horse Prince is granting you a title. The White Horse Prince will reveal his true name. Congratulations on obtaining the title Siegfried. The sky gradually turned pink clouds, drifting listlessly. Then Jungi-eung walked over, stood in front of her, and asked after her, Are you awake? She straightened her back, eyes wide, puzzled. Where am I? He chuckled. Where do you think we're? Right at the gate. She remained confused about what had just happened, her body feeling strangely better. Did you give me a miracle potion? He affirmed, No, but congratulations. He extended his arm, and a swirl of energy was sucked into her bracelet. Intrang still felt puzzled. Congratulations. Intrang looked around, searching. Oh, wait, I can't find my sword anywhere. Jungi-eung spoke up. I had a feeling you were about to be killed. Her gaze turned toward it, confirming it, but now she didn't think it was a monster. The red monster remained in its pathetic, defeated posture. She walked over to it, picked up her sword, and expressed her gratitude. I've achieved a title partly thanks to you. She gripped the hilt tightly, pulling it up with force, and the system flashed a new notification. You have saved the fairy princess the prince. Siegfried has sponsored the fairy mage for the fairy princess the prince. Siegfried will punish the fairy mage. A blue pillar of light flared up, connecting straight to the sky in front of the two of them. Intrang was bewildered. Fairy Prince Siegfried, the sponsor. Wait, is it a girl? The red monster shrunk from its bulky form down to a tiny size. She was flustered as it ran over and climbed onto her shoulder. He explained, it belongs to you now. It sat proudly on her shoulder while she remained dazed. It's mine. He assured her that's right. It's just like the Black Soldier. Once again, congratulations, now you've got a title. You've truly become a hero now. The red monster seemed very excited. Intrang examined it, wondering why she felt so attached to it. It was actually a little cute. Jungi-eung offered a reminder. Be sure to protect the princess and the White Horse Prince, okay? Have you decided on a name yet? She stands opposite, replying, Not yet. The tiny monster hisses softly, making strange sounds she can't quite understand. It keeps growling, and she realizes what it wants. Is it my name you're trying to say? Are you trying to say the word princess? It replies in the language of its kind. The system announces the translation of its thoughts. The White Horse Prince is smiling with satisfaction. The apocalypse sky is laughing at this strange situation. Jungi-eung smiles thoughtfully. She has emerged victorious from a battle against the goblin mage. Her growth is similar to In Chang and the Black Soldier. She continues to dig deeper. How on earth did you manage to get here? He reluctantly replies, Are you seriously asking me that? He analyzes it for her, explaining that clearing a gate usually takes about 1 to 2 days, but by the 3rd day, she still hadn't come out. He realized something was wrong, Jungyong. He adds something important. Actually, I have a few things to discuss with you. Be careful with this guy. A ferocious 2-headed monster carrying 2 blades approaches. He encourages her since she is in charge of this gate. Hang in there, there's only one left. In Chang's killing intent surges. All right. His energy aura envelops him. He speculates that after receiving the alias, his power has increased significantly. He can feel the energy rushing, surging through his body. The boss of the goblin village, a 2-headed goblin. She smirks, deciding it's a strong enough opponent to test her hero powers. In Chang lunges forward at the monster. In midair, he raises his greatsword to strike it down the middle. Gongdu suddenly leaps down, growing back to his original size to her surprise. The 2-headed boss shrieks as a wave of energy radiates outward. It lunges and slashes the monster twice while roaring powerfully. The system displays a notification, You have defeated the final boss of the dungeon, the 2-headed goblin. Jungyong is helpless before its help. I don't think we really needed that, Prince. She can't find words, just letting out a few laughs. Ha ha. The system announces the gate has been cleared. The White Horse Prince is observing all your actions and smiling. The fallen angel shakes her head. She turns to check on him. Surprised, she asks, What wind blew you here anyway? He suggests I have to head to China now. Come with me. At that, she is startled. Odin's experiment has concluded successfully. He appears overjoyed. He had wondered if the taboo would be triggered. A blue crystal stone appears, but we were able to deceive it with Merlin's necklace. So I Li Jungyong. A magnificent castle scene appears. The silhouettes of 2 people stand on a lower roof looking out. Welcome. Asgard will be admitted to the secret organization controlling the world. The Black Soldier will continue to develop until he gains a complete body. He recalls a line of undead. Although it isn't on the level of the evil king's undead army, I can create 7 more skeleton soldiers for the army, plus 1 more appearing in my arms. On his hand is a bracelet, with 2 skulls displaying the status, Skeleton Inactive. He has met with the blacksmith Brock. His spear has also been repaired, thanks to Park Jae-hyun, a sword wrapped in fierce flames. It has one drawback: it can turn back and kill its master, and memories of thousands of skeletons moving in rows. Now let's head to the most dangerous place in the world, China. China couldn't stop the gates, and has become a kingdom of monsters, but it is also the only place containing the person who can repair, the Black Soldier. A middle-aged man strokes his beard, standing far away observing the formation. And this war will take place in China at the site of the Northern Front battle. Many orcs are charging with weapons in hand, their bloodlust high, aggressive, without hesitation. On the other side, the group braces to meet the enemy. Xiaojin identifies it as a herd of frost orcs. Someone else complains, Damn it, 3 hours have passed already. A small spark from somewhere flares up and bursts into a powerful wall of fire between the 2 sides, surprising everyone. It is slowly burning the orc herd. They are burning to death in agony. As if they discovered the source, the 2 people turn to confirm. A few meters away, 2 figures stand